welcome everybody to the EU June Clash. We're back again. I feel like we were just here last week with NA, and we have some special guests today. I am joined by, well, DIlly and Dmachine. Your things are switched on the UI, but that is actually not DIlly.
I'm Dmachine.
That is David, and that is DIlly. We will switch that here in a bit, but this is the EU June Clash. We've had a couple of amazing offline games actually to lead to this. I mean, if you look at our top 8, it's absolutely insane. So if we take here a look at the brackets, in the upper bracket we have Northern Gaming Blue versus KFC Managers, which is going to turn out to be a crazy, insane matchup. And then, of course, we see Enjoy Legion back in the top bracket. I think they are used to being in that top 6 spot versus Making a Movie, who added some two new players actually. So our good friend Pry is back on the roster with Chaz, and now Morrow also joins that team, and they made top 6 for I think their first time they've ever made it. So that is a pretty heavy duty upper bracket. And then we will go into lower bracket, which we will start off today in another one versus Snowball Gaming. And I think Snowball Gaming, this is their first top 8, and then the boys, the fan favorite, the boys, Ratapai and his friends versus ABC, which will be another crazy matchup. That's our lower bracket right there. Boys versus ABC is our lower. So, how are you guys doing? Are you guys excited for some games today?
I'm doing super good, man. I'm really excited to see the EU meta. When we first did GCD EU, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. I don't even know, time flies. But me and Sid were casting it, as well as me and Zico. And I absolutely love seeing just like the different dynamics between the two regions, and the level of play that EU always shows is so high. And there's a lot of these teams that I'm still relatively unfamiliar with, so there's a lot of surprises for me either way, especially with this first series. Is the first series, correct me if I'm wrong, another one versus Snowball Gaming?
Yeah, that's true. Another one versus Snowball Gaming. And Snowball Gaming has been playing, they've been playing the Enjoy Legion comp, actually. They've been playing a lot of like Warrior Ellie or Thunder Cleave. Are they playing some? They got into the top 8 with a Turbo Cleave. So lots of Warrior, lots of dampening games actually. So I will have the dampening goggles on standby anytime they play or Enjoy Legion plays, because we know the European region likes to put out the dampening stuff. And then so there's another one there, and I didn't actually get to see what they were playing during the offline games quite as much, because we didn't really get to see their side of the bracket, but they are some solid players. And
I think they made a roster swap, right?
Yeah, they did make a roster swap. So our good friend Joe Fernandez, actually, so BlizzCon winner Joe Fernandez makes a team, and they're actually playing Fury KFC.
Whoa.
Yeah, they were down against Method, actually. This was the crazy matchup. They were down against Method, so Joe Fernandez's old team, they lobbed him off, decided to go win BlizzCon without him, and he got a rematch here in this offline bracket, and they decided to switch to a Fury KFC, and it actually worked out quite well with them. Fury KFC with a disc pre, so those went to very deep dampening games, actually.
I love that.
50% dampening, 53%.
Changing some stuff up. Fury brings a little bit of kind of weird tools to the table, but what do you think about Fury KFC? I mean, you're the Hunter expert here, DIlly.
Well, I think that Fury would be better than Arms, because Hunter already brings like the healing reduction debuff, and usually Fury has a lot more self-sustain and has a little bit more consistent pressure than Arms does. So I feel like with a Hunter, Fury would be definitely the go-to spec.
I'm just excited to see Joe enter the arena again. That's really what I'm excited for. Entering the arena at top 8 in a tournament. So
yeah, it's good.
I'm really excited to see him enter.
I think they also.
You go ahead.
Oh, I think they also have jungle still, because I know Cavi used to play Feral in WoD. So
yeah.
So Cavi could always play that again, because I remember he always used to play it, but he also plays the Holy Pally, so he's well known for multi-classing. So
yeah, no, I was talking to Joe a few weeks ago, because he had just couldn't sign up for the latest GCD our last European tournament. And I was like, dude, Joe, like, what's up? Like, I mean, this guy's a BlizzCon winner. He streams every day. Like, his skills haven't gone away. Like, he's still like one of the best warriors in Europe. He's just like, oh, I can't find a team that sticks together. I can't find a team that practices. And I think this might be the team finally that he can stick on and actually make a run here for Road to BlizzCon. So hopefully it sticks, because we do like seeing Joe Fernandez on his warrior battling it out in the arena. And the first thing I want to mention here is, if we go to this screen, we do have a match arena again for this. The code this time is GCD EU. So last week was GCD NA. The new code is GCD EU. So if you hit the donate button, you go here, you'll sign in. You use the code GCD EU, and we'll add $1 free tournament. It doesn't charge you anything. All you do is hit that. It's $1 free, hit donate. We really appreciate it, guys, and I know the players really appreciate it because we actually had a pretty substantial prize pool for NA last week. I think we had like 2K or something like that. So really freaking awesome for these players, you know, to take a 2 days out of their week, or I mean, I guess 4 days at this point, and they could actually get some money out of it, right? I mean, we don't want to send them going home with nothing but points. You know, they want some money here. So before we get into our first game, though, I want to give a shout out to our skill cap sponsor, and a sponsor that DIlly knows quite well, actually, as is famous now. Before a tournament, he watched a skill cap video by an EU hunter how to play Marks, and it taught him everything
he hasn't participated in any tournament,
and it taught him all he needs to know. It's awesome. All he need to know so he can play Marks in that tournament. And he did really well according to DIlly. So before we get into these games, we're gonna have a quick little ad spot here by our friends at Skillcapped. Okay, guys, again, thank you so much to Skillcap for sponsoring these guys. I mean, if you guys ever want to improve in the arena gameplay and anything like that, right? You just have any questions about arena, go to skillcapped.com. It is in our description here. You can hit the exclamation point skillcapped, and it will send you that link, and you guys can click on it. And I mean, they have so much content for Legion. I mean, because there is so much content in Legion, and if you guys ever want to prove it anything, literally any class, they even have a UI video on how to prove your UI, because I know a lot of people, that's one thing that everybody questions is like, well, I see all these arena players using this UI, certain UI, like, why do they use it that way? And Brian actually has a video on there that actually explains that quite well. So we are hopping into our first game on Nagrand Arena. It's going to be another one versus the team of Joe Fernandez, which is another one.
Versus Snowball.
Snowball Gaming.
Oh, I like this comp in the first game. I think this is a smart pick by them.
All right, so let's see what we got here. We have on the side of, it looks like the side of another one, we do have the Beast Cleave Ascendant, or Enhancement Shaman. I'm sorry, guys, it's still really early for me. Enhancement Shaman, Marksman Hunter, and Discipline Priest going up against the Mistweaver Monk, Enhancement Shaman, Warrior. So Turbo versus Beast Cleave here in game number 1 on the Grand Arena. So based off of these blind picks, DIlly, who are you favoring going into this game 1?
I think that Beast Cleave probably would do well in this matchup. Normally Turbo Cleave or just any warrior competition is going to have a hard time against this priest just due to their strength of soul in general. So I feel like there'll probably be more of a dampening game, but in the long run, I feel that Disc Priest will have the advantage in this matchup. So
they're running right at Rip Wall, actually. The Warrior and Enhancement double melee are jumping right onto him. Full stun goes out, and even a Hex Totem to peel them. Rip Wall's getting dipped down just a little bit, but not a whole lot of offensive cooldowns being used just yet. As I say that, this is Bloodlust. This is everything, including Avatar coming out from the Turbo Cleave, and they're trying to rip through this Discipline Priest, but it looks like he's getting through it just fine. He's at half health for now, and it looks like he doesn't even have kicks to deal with at this point. So, you know, dealing with every offensive cooldown of the Turbo so far, completely fine.
Yeah, every minute they're going to have that burst window from that Turbo with that Lust and the Battle Cry from the Warrior, but they're also going to have that Crit Immune from the Hunter, which kind of negates all those rear setups, but I think we're going to expect them to just train that Disc Priest, just due to him having Strength of Soul. The only weakness is that the Priest will have to hardcast more to keep himself top, so we're always going to see them using Storm Bolts on them. But already we see a lot of the pressure going onto the Enhancement Shaman. He's already had to use his Ethereal form, which means he won't have that defensive, so if they can just get a full CC onto Riot Curse, I know that another one will start to put them behind.
Yeah, I mean, and they're doing a great job keeping getting that damage out to literally everyone on the team of this Turbo. And I like that this Mistweaver Monk is taking a bunch of damage too. They're so susceptible to that damage, and it can really like punish them for their aggression. And it looks like because of this aggression onto the priest, and because this double melee needs to run around this pillar, this Mistweaver Monk is forced in a position in the middle of the map, which means that he's going to have free reign on CC. The Hunter's going to have free reign on CC on him, but he's also going to have free reign of damage if they ever want to swap to him, and that could be really scary for Mistweaver Monk if he doesn't have that trinket or port available to him, and he is running that relent. So,
right, and And they're going to try to cleave down the Mistweaver as well, just to keep off that Bend and Vigor, you know, make sure they don't have that extra healing. They already forced that Ethereal Form a couple seconds ago, so now we know that with the Crows back up, Baka Alpha is going to start taking a lot of damage here, so they're trying to get some offensive pressure. They don't have that Lust or Battle Cry for about 20 seconds, so we know there's going to be a scary setup. But Ripple is starting to fall behind with swapping himself, and they get a capstone on him. He's immediately going to have the Human Trinket out of that, but he gets half Snowball. He's at 30% HP. They don't have burst cooldowns from Snowball Gaming, but Ripple is having a hard time keeping himself up. He's trying to spam Cassie Shadowmans on himself. He is playing that Masochism, just giving himself that little bit of an extra heal from the Shadowman instead of having to deal with that dot. But there's still so much pressure, and he's having a hard time keeping himself topped off. Another one really needs to find a window where they can kind of peel both melee off of him. They use the Roar Sacrifice on him and the Lust, but it's not going to be enough, I feel like. He's at 20% HP. They don't have a stun onto him. He has no trinkets for about another 3 seconds, but there's still so much pressure onto Ripple, and he's just not getting himself topped off whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward here, the Mistweaver Monk is keeping his team completely aggressive, you know, keeping both the melee up and running. But because of that, his mana pool is getting chunked. And it looks like he's also looking for a drink right now in the back line. Let's see if he can actually get it off. It looks like he is getting a few ticks. This is Wind Fury coming out from the Enhancement Shaman, and he's staying aggressive. This is a bunch of damage going out onto Ripple, but actually they're switching it over onto the Enhancement, but he's got to be careful himself. Baka, the Enhancement Shaman, was at half health there for a bit. The Mistweaver Monk's going to come back out. He's going to top him off completely fine for now, and it just seems like it's almost like a mana war at this point. It's just pure damage. This is True Shadow Aura coming out from Adam Rex as well. It's finally going to fade. There's the DR trap, and the Enhancement Shaman doesn't have Ethereal for just one more second. It finally comes off cooldown. He's going to pop it immediately, respecting that damage. He was downright really close to dying there. Now the Enhancement Shaman of the opposing team is the one who needs to be careful. He's dipping down. He still has that Ethereal Form available to him. Doesn't need to use it just yet. Ripball keeping him up just fine. The cross damage between these two, the cross damage between like this warrior and enhancement, they just swap to another target. That's if they can't get if they can't hit their main one. But yeah, Ripball just constantly getting trained this whole game.
Yeah, one thing interesting to note, he's actually not playing the normal 30-second Fear. He actually is playing the Shining Force for that knockback. So he has the Woman to Cool and Fear, but we just saw him use a knockback just to try to peel both melee off of him. And I feel like that's an interesting choice, just to keep that Enhancement Shaman off of himself. He knows that he's going to get trained here, and they use that Snowball onto him once again. He's trying to get that pressure onto himself. He does use that Roar Sacrifice from Illustrated onto Rip while trying to keep his teammate offensive here. They use that Sharpened Blade, but they're actually keeping him pretty stable during this burst setup, so I feel like this is a really good position for them. However, that Roar Sacrifice is used a little bit early before that Battle Cry, so I think they're not going to get that much pressure because of that, and there's a very scary kill window coming up very soon. But now both the Snowball Gaming is getting cleaved by that Marksman Hunter damage. They have the half trap onto Ryu, who is out of that scatter shot. Zray is going very low. He has to pop that parry on himself, and he's still low, but Bak Alpha has got himself topped off now.
Yep, once again, and I love that they're still cleaving this Enhancement Shaman. So not only does Ripple have to deal with 2 kicks and these stuns, for example, he just trinkets out of that Stormbolt, but he also has to deal with healing his Enhancement Shaman, who's getting cleaved at the same time. So this Turbo Cleave is really just trying to make complete hell for Ripple. But it looks like the Mistweaver Monk is having to deal with that mana pool. And I love that Adam Rex is just turning and just lighting him up as this Marksman Hunter. Look at him, he brings him down to half health, and it's forcing him out of line of sight, and he no longer can be in that really aggressive position. Great job by Adam Rex, just utilizing the position and really like punishing this play from the Enhancement Arms Warrior for having to overextend over and over and over.
Yeah, no, this is the perfect thing he can do, especially with dampening starting to kick in. He's starting to get that extra pressure onto both the Mistweaver and the Enhancement Shaman, and just hitting that Mistweaver stops that Valkyrie. But they they do kill him through the Ethereal Form there. I mean, that was pretty unexpected. They did have the True Shot just come up, but he got the Ethereal Form off at about like 30% HP, but all the magic damage they had available from the Enhancement Shaman and the Black Arrow from the Marksman Hunter is able to go through, chunk him, and almost seemingly a random kill from them.
Yeah, I think he actually might have popped the Ethereal Form way too late. On my UI could be wrong, but I saw the Ethereal Form come out like at 1% health or something crazy like that. And I think he might have even canceled it, or it might have been too late because, you know, it's magic damage at that point. So kind of a misplay coming out from that Enhancement Shaman for Snowball. And but honestly, like their long-term strat didn't seem to be working all that well either. I mean, the Mistweaver's mana wasn't able to just stay out there, and the deeper into dampening we go, it's going to be harder for him to heal through that, as well as taking that additional damage of having to position himself so aggressive. So,
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Ripple also is just doing everything he needs to survive those burst ups. You know, he has the trinket and the human racial, so it's anytime they have a burst window, he can generally rotate his trinket. They're able to rotate the rapture, the pain suppressions. There's always something that they could just use to keep him, you know, relatively alive, even though he had that one window where he got himself very, very low. He had the rapture come up very soon, and that was able to just keep him top, just spamming those power word shields over and over. I mean, I feel like again, that was just a smart choice in general for them, knowing that they were probably going to go up against Turbo, just having the Disc Priest versus that double melee just due to the strength of Strengthened Soul.
Yeah.
Our admins are just confirming in chat now that Joe was actually Dennis. And I believe Dennis was one of the enhancement shamans. Is that right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
That's
so on the broadcast, they saw that. So I think everybody.
Okay, so
you poor casters didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's really exciting to me though, because you know, Joe, very well known as a warrior, very well known for that. Not really super well known for class versatility. It's great to see him, you know, switch things up and bring out the enhancement shaman. I love seeing that from these top tier players, because once they get their hands on another class, they can really show us what they got.
Yeah,
and show like their versatility.
Yeah, and I feel like.
Go ahead.
You go on, Elb.
I'm just saying that's one of the classes that he rages against on stream. So I think maybe taking a little bit out of Jamili's book to where he hates shamans so much, he's gonna play one at a really high level to just teach everybody that, you know, whatever about shamans. So are we thinking a smaller map here? Well, I think the smaller map actually favors Joe's team as well. So I think the team from Snowball Gaming might have to rethink their comp here and try and switch it up, because I mean, training the Disc Priest does not work out at all for them.
Right, and I mean, you did say that they played the Thunder mostly, so it's like, even the Thunder is going to have a hard time versus the Disc Priest. So, like, even though the LA has that magic damage, he can't really solely be the one dealing with the Strength of Soul. The Warrior will just do even less, I feel like. And I think this is a situation where they need, like, maybe a more versatile composition, because I get to see any of these 100 Disc Priest comps are just going to do so well versus what they have available to them.
And, you know, something to note as well, in EU, we see a lot of BM hunters. And, you know, especially on the map that we just saw, like hugging a pillar for so long like that, I can see BMs like, you know, Pet's uptime being super valuable. But he was running that marksman, and he was able to find a lot of value in that marksman, especially considering, you know, the position of the Mistweaver Monk, and he's able to just swap over onto him. He's just hitting whatever target is possible. But moving forward, do you think that we're going to see a BM hunter come out? For whatever reason, I think EU loves that BM hunter, man.
Well, I think it depends on the composition that you're playing. For something like Thug Cleave, you don't really need the extra CC that Marksman brings. Like, you want more, or the burst that a BM hunter has, right? And you don't need that CC, because a sub-rogue generally pretty much, they CC the entire team for you. So having the Marksman is kind of irrelevant. But when they're playing with that Enhancement Shaman, the Enhanced Shaman doesn't really have like any way to help get traps. So by going Marksman, I feel like he's able to get out more CC to get that pressure by being able to solo CC with those scatter traps. And also, I feel like Marksman Hunters actually benefit pretty well just having that Bloodlust. They're able to get off strong damage, especially if they have Wind Burst, or sorry, not Wind Burst, if they have their True Shot with Bloodlust. There's so much haste, and they're going to be able to chunk someone down extremely hard.
Yeah, I love that. And we did get confirmation that Ruins is going to be the map choice coming out from Snowball, as they did lose the first map. Going into the second game, it's going to be the same composition for another one. So we're just waiting on the composition of Snowball. But seeing that Marksman Hunter, seeing you know, the Enhancement Shaman from Joe Fernandez come back out. Or I'm sorry, not Joe Fernandez. Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe Fernandez. I keep forgetting that Dennis is Joe Fernandez. What do you expect to see from Snowball out of this composition? I mean, I don't really know a lot of what they can run. I know that you mentioned that Thundercleave is a possible other composition. Thundercleave in comparison to Turbo
that's
against
all I saw.
Beast
like,
Cleave.
They've only seen the enhanced Shaman Warrior like kind of things. And I think actually Stray I think has a Demon Hunter. But I saw that a long time ago in another tournament. I haven't seen him take it out since, so maybe he lost confidence in it. But yeah, like I have only seen the two comps to where it's an Enhancement Shaman or an LA Shaman with a combination of healers and a warrior.
We just got confirmation again.
I feel that the Turbo has to be their pick. Even though it is still double melee, I feel that it would be better than just having that LA Shaman into that Disc Priest.
Yeah. So that being said, we got the same compositions from both teams. We're going to see the same matchup. What do you think the Turbo is going to do? Because I feel like it was pretty obvious that that strategy that they are running wasn't working. I don't know if, but then again, it is Runes of Lordaeron. Well,
maybe it was, because I actually noticed towards the end where the Enhanced died and he used that late Ethereal form. I mean, the Mistweaver started to, I think he got either a drink off or he just started to recover a bit on mana. So he actually started to get a little bit up ahead of the Disc Priest. He got back up to about 33% mana. So maybe they were trying to play, maybe they were trying to play on that long game and maybe wait to dampening a little bit for themselves and know that that's going to be the winner that they can go very offensive.
Right.
And it could have just been a mistake where they just died a little bit too early and they want the game to last a little bit longer.
No, it's definitely true. I mean, he could have popped Ethereal earlier, like we were mentioning. And, you know, if if he did that, I mean, maybe they could have stayed in it, and maybe it could have very well been a mana war, and the Mistweaver was keeping up in that regard. So
yeah, because the priest was ahead, and then the Mistweaver, I think it might have been a miscommunication. He recovered some mana, and that was the point where the enhanced shaman died. So I don't know if he didn't realize he had to use his other form, or if they came up just like a little bit too late. But I think if they just play a little bit more defensively, knowing that window where it is going to start to go dampening, let themselves recover and be a bit ahead, and then go back to that aggressive strategy they have, I think that would be strong for them.
That being said, we were talking a little bit about how the Mistweaver monk, was taking a bunch of damage, forcing himself to be out in the open. On a map like this, yes, the double melee are going to be able to connect to the target that they want easier, but the Mistweaver is also going to be vulnerable as well.
Well, actually, with Ruins of Lordaeron, the Mistweaver has a lot of safe places you can go, because he can port into the room and use that to his advantage, and maybe
we've seen that path.
Yeah, so
huge curve of a port inside the room.
So it's potential he might use that so that they have the small map so the melee can stay onto the Disc Priest, but also have it so that it's harder for him to get cleaved, or so that he can get off easier drinks and maybe win in that mana war for themselves.
And you can already see himself positioning himself over towards that corner. Adam Rex looking for a quick trap. He gets a full trap out. This is also the True Shot aura coming out from him. They want to get aggressive out onto this enhancement shaman for Snowball. Snowball dipping down to half. This is their Bloodlust now onto Riplal. It looks like Riplal is going to sit in the room, a very defensive position. It's forcing this double melee to play really aggressive, really in their face on the Riplal. And I like the positioning from the Shadow Priest, because it is going to force the Mistweaver monk to have to play in a very vulnerable position yet again.
Yeah, and Joe is getting himself chunked a little bit there, but he stays relatively safe. He knows that he's going to be okay. He knows he can get a little bit low and it's going to be fine, but I like that they're splitting a bit of the pressure there and keeping Joe about 20% HP while Riplal is getting pressure here, because they know that he can't really top himself, but also they're not going to focus him down. Now we're seeing Illustrated get a lot of traps without having to use that scatter for him, and that can be useful because he can use that scatter as an off deal for the melee, and that's a really good situation to be in here. So just in case any of his teammates are in too much trouble, he has that as a peel instead of having to use it all onto the Mistweaver. This is a good situation for them. I feel like they have a lot of momentum. But now we see that double fear going on to both Illustrated and hitting Joe as well, and Riplal is getting pressure. He's at about 50% HP. He doesn't have that Rapture available for a while, and I think they have that Roar Sacrifice coming out very soon when they do have this Battle Cry that's going to be popped. So we're going to see Joe's team trying to go for pressure, but now we see that scatter shot that we were trying to call out earlier. He's able to use that more on the melee, and I think this is going to be really good for keeping his priest a lot more healthy instead of the first game where they were pretty much putting no CC onto both melee. But we still see Joe he's just been at 27% HP pretty much the entire game, and there's a lot of pressure on him, and now he has to use that echo form when they get the double leg sweep. So I like that they kind of kept him low, knowing that Riplal had to keep himself topped off and waited for that double leg sweep to kind of just curse down both targets. But now there's that half trap onto right here. Baka's going very low right here. They use that War Banner to try to prevent any extra CC, and there's the Rallying Cry and Cocoon overlap with the other form. So this is probably a misplay from Snowball Gaming, using so many defensive cooldowns there, and they have a True Shot coming up in about 1 minute. So we know that another one is going to have this huge window where they get tremendous pressure, and Snowball Gaming is going to have pretty much nothing for that.
Yeah, and because Riplal actually left the room and now he's coming to the middle of the tomb, and I'm not sure if I agree with that choice. It just seems like the Mistweaver monk is able to position himself so much better now because of Riplal being in the center of the map. He's getting absolutely annihilated. All of his stuff is getting purged as well. Into the Stormbolt here, dipping down to half health. No trinket available to him. He's going to trade out the pain stuff. He's going to go ahead and trade that up. That was a bunch of cooldowns from, oh my gosh, but the Enhancement Shaman on the other side gets lit up. No ethereal form for 1 second, and that is the window of opportunity that another one needed to take him out. And
yeah, they get the second True Shot, and the game pretty much ends it. I mean, it was just that one situation where I think they had the bit of an overlap. I think I made a mistake calling out that it was a Cocoon, but it was definitely the Rally overlap with the ethereal form. And I mean, that's where they lost the game. I feel like they want to have that Rally and ethereal just for that second True Shot. Otherwise, we're going to see that same situation would happen there.
Yep. And something else to note a little bit earlier on too is that the ethereal form early on in the game was actually used a lot, like in sync with traps. So when the Mistweaver got CC'd, he just popped it early on to try to keep his health higher. And I'm not necessarily sure if that was worth it, because that kind of caught them off guard a few other times and got other defensive cooldowns throughout. So yeah, I would definitely like to see a bit more communication in regards to rotating those defensive cooldowns. I think that will definitely keep them in the game longer. And as you know, if you're familiar with the turbo composition, the longer in the game, the better and the better output of damage you get. And you see like
Right.
Turbo, you know, get like these attrition scenarios and get favored in that regard. So I'd love to see, you know, this Turbo bring it to a late game and show us where their composition actually, you know, strives.
So do you think they should just take it to a bigger map then and just, I mean, play for the late game, right? So if they're not getting the swaps and opportunities they want, maybe run and, you know, take a little bit behind the pillar, as, you know, we've seen some comps do. Or do you think they just don't have time for that? Do you think they'd lose?
Well, the risk is if they have the bigger map, that means the marksman hunter can just tee off and do whatever because everyone's out in the open. So they can't pick a Tol'Viron because I feel that last map was a good pick for them. But it seems that, like Dmachine said, I think trading the ethereal form, you can't use it just on the traps because the traps, they're going to have them about every 30 seconds. So ethereal form with that 45, it's not going to line up. He has to use it kind of just to trade out something instead. Otherwise, they find those situations where they get a trap and true shot comes back up, no ethereal form. You just
literally a wind burst and arc and aim shot right there to the head.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this discipline priest, you know, sometimes hitting the enhancement shaman strategy isn't going to be the strat that they need. I mean, they do have a ridiculous amount of burst, but I don't know. I don't think this double melee is going to be able to connect to this hunter, especially considering Runes of Lordaeron is no longer available in the map pool.
It's going to be way too hard for them to hit the hunter. The marksman hunter has so many ways to kite. Just rotating between the aspect of the cheetah. You have your disengages that they have to try to go through. They can use off scatters, bursting shots to peel themselves. They have binding shot that peel for themselves. There's just so many ways that a good marksman hunter like Illustrated, they're going to rotate all those little minor escapes and just make it hell for the melee to hit him.
All right, so as a hunter, what do you think is the worst map for you right now? If you're Illustrated, you're like, man, I hope they don't pick this map because I can't get this damage out. What map are you thinking?
I would think they Dalaran maybe. The only problem with Dalaran is I don't know if the Mistweaver has as much room to get that longer game, but I would think Dalaran would be good just having all them clumped up for the melee so they can kind of sit behind those boxes, and then Illustrated maybe has to come in, stack up, and then get hit by maybe Shockwave Storm or Shockwaves or Leg Sweeps, whatever they decide to go for. I think that might be.
What about Black Rook? Do you hate that map too? Because that is the map that they
picked. Black Rook can be definitely pretty frustrating too. So I think one of those two. Black Rook might be better because that's a good map for Mistweavers, I feel like, to get off, you know, safe ports into the room, maybe get drinks if they need to recover. But I think it's going to definitely be one of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did get confirmation in chat that it is Black Rook, the map choice. So that being said, the way that the format works is that the map choice gets announced to the team, the winning team, and then the winning team then locks in a composition. So they get to know the map before they lock in and announce it to their opponent that just lost the previous round. So another one actually is going to lock in the same comp, marksman hunter and all, on Black Rook Hold regardless. And I mean, like, don't fix what ain't broken, I suppose, in this scenario. I mean, this Turbo Cleave is having a hell of a time dealing with this, and so we're gonna have to wait and see if they switch things up. Snowball does have that elemental shaman, like you guys were saying earlier, available to them. But maybe they'll try to find a different strat. I mean, they went for the same strat of tunneling down the priest, doing some off damage to the shaman every now and then. But in the first game, they died with ethereal like on the last second, and then in the second game, they overlapped some defensive cooldowns. So maybe if they're thinking, you know, if we tidy up our play a little bit, maybe we can bring this back. Or maybe they're thinking they need to just change it up completely. Yeah. We're gonna have to find out here in just a second.
And they need to do something. This is their tournament lives on the line here, right? It's 2-0. Yeah, they're up for two. They're up to our another one's up 2-0. Snowball Gaming is down, and this is the lower bracket, right? So they lose here, they're out, and I'm sure they don't want to make a top 8 and then not get any points. I mean, every team here is desperate for points. They want to get those points. They want to get to the LAN tournament, the European regional tournament, which I mean that is the end goal here, and then after that BlizzCon, right? So. I mean, these guys have got to think of something. And do we think we see the Elemental Shaman come out? Do you think? Oh, no. Well, same comp. So they think this map is going to be the bread and butter here.
I'm thinking what they're probably going to do is, I think the strategy they have is fine, but I think they need to recognize that there's probably a point where they can go like a little bit more defensive and use like defensive CCs and just peel just to buy them that extra time because they're dying at that same window. The second true shot comes back up and they lose the game, so they have to have a plan. They either, if they know that they're not going to have the ethereal backup for it, they have to maybe plan around like, okay, well, we just need to line of sight here. We need to recover. We need to just not go in. We know we're going to lose some pressure onto them, but I think we just have to recover through this window and make sure that we're safe enough to go into that second true shot, then live through that, and then go offensive once again, and like hopefully try to get like a soft reset onto them.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with you, man. Like looking at these last two games, they've died not necessarily of like attrition or of dampening. They've been dying because they've been running out of defensive cooldowns or misusing a defensive cooldown. So I would absolutely love them to play a little bit safer, maybe a bit patient. Find a pillar, make it your friend, and get to a later game, a later part of the game, so they don't have to trade all of their defensive cooldowns that deal with these true shot auras, because they do hit like a Mack truck. And here we go.
Yes.
Right, because they just have to find that fine balance. Like they obviously do need to be very aggressive. They need to be aggressive at the right times. They just need to know exactly when to stay in and then just pull out. Because I know that there's a window where they just have to play defensive just for a little bit, just buy themselves a little bit extra time, and then just go for that offensive pressure onto them.
It's pretty cool too to see like that this turbo cleave comes back out, and I'm sure, you know, another one, they are very familiar with this opposing team. They're familiar that these guys have a turbo cleave and that they're very comfortable on the turbo cleave. But what an opponent to go up against. Joe Fernandez, if you're unfamiliar with his legacy, he went to BlizzCon and he won BlizzCon with turbo cleave. He is extremely familiar with the warrior enhancement combo, and the gates have opened. And here we go. The Beast Cleave is running directly in yet again. You can definitely see that they are the aggressor for sure. And it looks like they're actually going to be jumping on the Enhancement Shaman for now.
There's a lot of times illustrated. And the True Shot as well. So they're going to get a lot of defensive pressure. I feel like this has to be the Ethereal form here. And it looks like they actually are going to be able to hold on to that. So I'm actually surprised he was able to hold on onto his defensive cooldowns here during this huge offensive pressure now, and we're also seeing the War Banner go down. We're trying to do a lot of damage onto Rip while he does have to trade out that Pain Suppression and Roar Sacrifice, but he's able to hold on to his Trinket and all his other defensive cooldowns here. So I think this is pretty neutral over for both teams. Less is going to be pop by back, and that's really good to use that right after the Roar Sacrifice. I feel like they're trying to split up the Battle Cry a little bit with that. I think that might be a better idea in this situation. Instead of maybe stacking these cooldowns, try to split them up just to keep getting that extra offensive pressure onto the enemy team. And now just kind of tab targeting to Joe once again, like we saw in those earlier games, before they get that offensive pressure back onto Ripwell.
Yep, and I like that Ripwell is continuing to be really patient with his positioning, and I think a big reason to why he didn't have to use a bunch of defensive cooldowns in the beginning, because of you know, Bloodlust and whatnot, is because of this position. Half of it was on the Enhancement Shaman, half of it was on Ripwell, and they were able to just, you know, rotate around this pillar and, you know, line of sight or force this double melee to really push in. Sharpen goes out on Ripwell. He has no Pain Suppression to deal with this. He's dipping down to half health. Even an Arcane Torrent comes out. Here's the Battle Cry to follow it up. A nice scatter shot from Adam Rex is going to stop a lot of this momentum out on Ripwell. Stray gets out of it. He's jumping right back onto him. He's down to 50% health here, and this double melee is just not letting up onto this Discipline Priest. But on the back foot, you look at the Enhancement Shaman, and he's getting so low. He doesn't have the Ethereal form available to him or his wall. Half Trap lands. That's his wall. Isn't going to be enough, though. The Enhancement Shaman for Snowball is looking so scared here. He's going to go ahead and catch the Cocoon and the Enhancement Shaman wall, but both fade.
I feel like right now Snowball Gaming has done a better job though of getting offensive pressure onto Ripwell. He does have that Rapture coming up soon, but they've done such a better job of just kind of splitting up the defensives here. As long as they can kind of delay until that point that we know is going to be very scary for them, they're going to have that the next True Shot in about a minute. We know that he's not playing that Ethereal form instead of playing that wall, so maybe that's a better decision for both of them. But we just have to remember that they need to be careful, try to get into that point where they're in dampening, and hopefully get that kill onto Ripwell.
Yep, no, I totally agree, and I think it's important to note that the Enhancement Shaman on the side of Snowball isn't running Ethereal. He actually is running that wall, and so we're going to have to wait and see how that turns out for him. He does have this Bloodlust available to him, and Ripwell is getting lit up. A triple fear from Ripwell is going to come out and stop a lot of the momentum. A full trap follows it up, but I think it actually gets broken. Maybe a misplay here for the side of the Beast Cleave. There's the full stun going out onto Ripwell. Actually, I believe it was DR, and this is a scary moment. No Cocoon, no wall available for this Enhancement Shaman, and he is all in SCVs, very overextended into the room of their opponent. So he's actually forced to get off of the Discipline Priest and run away from the DPS of another one because of how low he was just getting. But now Joe Fernandez, he's got to be careful now. He's getting swapped to and down to 50% health there. He has that Ethereal form available to him, but he doesn't want to just trade it up for over aggression. So it looks like Ripwell is going to be completely fine to heal him up here. Stormbolt goes out on the Adam Rex. Maybe they could just light him up right here, right now. He had no trinket available to him. He's going to go ahead and use that heal, that 2-minute heal for now. He has that turtle form available to him, but he doesn't want to use it. Pain Suppression is up in just 10 short seconds if they can somehow survive until then. But it looks like they're going to be A-okay. Ripwell not into any CC, but his mana pool is hurting.
Yeah, I actually like this swap onto them because they don't have Vim and Vigor by by Ripwell, I believe. I think he's playing the defender. Actually, no, I'm wrong. He is playing that, but he has such a hard time keeping his teammates like offensive here. I mean, Illustrator's getting pressured, and they're stopping a lot of his damage by knowing to swap onto him at this point where they've kind of dampened them. And now Ripwell's one that's very behind on mana. Yeah, there's the Stormbolt. Incap goes out onto Ripwell, and there's a deterrence being forced there. I mean, right now, it looks like Snowball is kind of finding that strategy that's working out better for them. They know that if they hit the Hunter for a bit here, they're going to be able to shut down its damage. They did live through that second True Shot like we just saw. So they seem to be in a really strong spot right now. I feel like if there's any game, this is the one that they have to win right here.
I actually thought Adam Rex was just about to go down, if I'm honest with you. Then I realized, oh, he's a human, and he trinkets out of it and gets the turtle off. So
yeah.
Good job by him. They also got Ethereal there in that swap over out onto Joe Fernandez again. So a bunch of defensive cooldowns being forced by this Turbo Cleave, and they are finding some stride here. Ripwell has like nothing left in the tank at this point. Trap lands. Can they get the kill on the Enhancement Shaman? They're winning the race, but can they get rid of him before the defensive cooldowns come back up? Cocoon available, but he's not using it just yet. And the Enhancement Shaman, he's healing through it. Finally, the Cocoon gets forced. But and it gets ripped through immediately. So that was a lot of damage from that Bloodlust coming out from Joe Fernandez, as well as that Sky Fury totem. And that was also pain suppression. So it looks like on the side of
they
one,
get the drink though, and they can't
defenses.
stop this. Ooh, it has to go for the leap, but that drink was huge for them. I mean, now they're topped off on mana. It is starting to be dampening, and that is a perfect drink for Ripwell. They have the heal coming up back for Adam Rex very soon. We know Joe's getting swapped to, though. He's at 18%. Has to use that Ethereal Form, gets up very, very late here. And I mean, this is more of a game that we would have expect both of these teams to play, I feel like.
Yeah, this is really close, man. I mean, a wall just being used again on the side of Snowball from the Enhancement Shaman. No Cocoon available as well. Here's the Bloodlust swapping it over out into Joe. He has no Ethereal Form to deal with this. Leg Sweep follows it up from the Mistweaver Monk, pushing in. This could be it. Stormbolt, he's so close. He's in execute range. Can they knock Joe out? Ripwell doing whatever he can. Even the Crackle coming out, and Joe Fernandez looks like he's going to be A-okay regardless. He's still so low, but Ripwell somehow keeping him alive through all of that fantastic work by him. And he's keeping his Enhancement Shaman further into the game, and that Ethereal Form is coming up in just 7 short seconds.
That was actually a really smart play by Joe there. He actually used the defensive Bloodlust on him with the very last seconds of Ripwell's Rapture, so that's what was able to top him, because he got CC'd on most of his Rapture, and that's going to let him spam those Power Word shields. And with the Strength of Soul spec, it does have a small instant heal, so that's kind of what let Joe get him topped off, having him to get those faster globals, with him obviously having such a little time left on the defensive cooldown. But Ripwell, once again, is back to being out of mana, and there's so much pressure going out here, and he's falling very, very far behind.
So far, man, there's just a sliver of that blue stuff left for Ripwell, and Adam Rex doesn't have a deterrence for 24 seconds. Maybe they can find an opportunity to light up this Hunter. Ethereal Form for Joe Fernandez is still available to him, but any damage is good damage at this point. 10% mana, and Ripwell's got nothing left in the tank. Stormbolt gets lit up. This is Bloodlust. This is Wind Fury. This is Battlecry. This is so much cooldowns. Ripwell forced to trinket, but is it too little too late? Adam Rex, 4 seconds until that Turtle Form comes up. Can he get there in time? A fear to follow it up. Is this it? Turtle Form comes out. It's available. He's not using it just yet. He doesn't want to use it. Ripwell somehow keeping him alive regardless through it. Surely this is going to be his Turtle Form. He needs to use it, and he doesn't. He goes down regardless, and Snowball fight their way back into the series, winning on Black Rook Hold, making the series 1-3.
Oof.
Or 1-2, sorry.
A little bit of
foreshadowing.
I know the feeling there, though. You're trying to do what you can to maybe just hold on to it just that little bit, because I mean, if you can hold on to it, you ideally want to. You don't want to just kind of give it up and then just let them get to you, especially if you use a lot of tools to kite. It kind of feels like wasted if you use everything to get away and then you use your deterrence. Then out of that, they can just kill you anyways.
Yeah, I wonder if my UI was bugged or not, but or if he thought that his turtle wasn't off cooldown, because like that was so close. It's like in those scenarios like that where you just think to yourself like, was it off cooldown? Was my UI bugged? Because that was so close, and you know he's staring at his health bar at that low, and he's just like, I need to survive. And you know he's thinking about utilizing those defensive cooldowns, but at the same time, if you're able to get away with not utilizing that turtle form, and you're able to get away with not utilizing those defensive cooldowns in the face of offensive ones or at the face of really low health, you could pull ahead with some efficient trades, getting really greedy. So, I mean, that being said, that wasn't the right play if he did have it up. sure.
Well, all I can say is that we were both staring at his deterrence thing, or his aspect of turtle, as it's now called, and maybe he was just thinking of something else. I mean, I know as playing a hunter and I panic sometimes. I'm like, and then I get yelled at by my healer, like, dude, you had deterrence. I'm like, no, I didn't. Like, are you crazy? And then I look and it's like, oh yeah, it was up.
Yeah,
so there could be
those new add-ons, man. You can't hide anymore.
Yeah, that's so true though. Actually, the add-ons, the dang add-ons, man, have ruined.
I just tell my healer that I refuse. Yeah, I refuse.
Yeah, that's better. That's better than like a display. Just be like, no, dude, I refuse.
Or like, dude, I hit my button, and like you clearly never hit your button. They know it exactly, but they can't really call you out because they weren't there with you. Like, I hit it, dude, twice.
Yeah, man. Like, arguing strategic value is definitely better than just misplaying, for sure. That's a good strat, DIlly. I like that.
No, my team, we just have the classic NA strat. You know, we see that we're gonna die there, and we just say, you know, I refuse. I'd rather die here. I'd rather die.
One of our admins actually just admin Toxic just said in chat one of the best you know, WoW memes, which was Benruki's sub notification for a while, which was like, I blocked Sea-Doo.
I pressed it.
I pressed it, man.
Yeah, I think all of us, if we have anybody with an immunity or any defensive like that, has had that moment of like, oh, I didn't press that, I died. I could have saved myself. And
I'm sure every rep paladin.
I don't know about you guys.
Any rep paladin has also been in the scenario of like, oh, I'm gonna be so sick and I'm gonna flash a light here so I don't have to use the defensive cooldown and then get kicked and died.
Bye.
That happens. That happens to the best of us, as we've seen.
Well, Adam Rex is gonna have fun here. Adam Rex is gonna have so fun here. Tol'Viron is a map. The Marks Hunter is gonna be licking his chops here because he's gonna have some juicy opportunity here to do some damage. So do we think real quick that Snowball Gaming changes? No, never mind. Okay, thanks Toxic. Thanks Toxic. No. I can't even analysis this.
No, we're gonna see same. I swear, no matter how the series goes, it's gonna be the same comp.
Yeah.
All throughout.
Yeah, no, it makes sense at this point. You know, they got a W first of all, but and it looked like even regardless without that turtle form, Ripwall's mana was rough. So they were winning that game on multiple fronts. Going into this game 4, Tol'Viron Arena is going to be the map choice, however, from another one. Very different size map than what we've seen so far. The biggest map in the pool.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're going to see this double melee, you know, struggle to connect to their target. And even if they're, like, you know, trying to hit Joe Fernandez on the Enhancement Shaman, and which we did get confirmation that another one is playing the same composition as well. So even if they're trying to, like, you know, chase down Ripwall, they're going to have to go across a very large map and play very aggressive to connect to that Discipline Priest on a map like Tol'Viron Arena. And I would even like to see the Enhancement Shaman kite, honestly, if they're going to hit him. I mean, utilize the map choice. Why not?
I think the other thing is too is like that situation that we had there on the last Blackrock game where Adam Rex is the one that gets swapped to. That's going to be a lot harder to have on Tol'Viron because when you have that Blackrock map, you can eventually close in on the hunter and he doesn't really have that much places to kite. Like he'll find himself in positions where he's trying to go offensive, trying to get pressure, and he just gets kind of caught in a corner. He can't really move anywhere. But on Tol'Viron, he has so many safe places to stand that he can be in position where he's far enough away from his healer that he's not stacked for like a free kill or free swap potential, but he also can just do his damage safely right out in the open. So I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to go to this strategy. I do like how the Turbo played the last game though. They went onto the Priest for most of the game and then realized they can just swap off of him and let him just himself after that point, especially when he starts going into dampening.
No, and I mean that's a brilliant point you just made there, because in thinking about the last game, the way that they took a game off of another one was by making those hunter swaps. Right. Without that opportunity, they're going to have to go with their other, you know, possible advantage, which was they forced Ripwall's mana completely tapped. But a big reason to why that is because they had good uptime on him because of the smaller map of Blackbrook Hold. So Tol'Viron Arena may just be the demise of Snowball. This is their tournament lives that they're playing for at this point. This is the lower bracket. If you're unfamiliar with double elimination, when you're in the upper bracket, you can lose, drop down to that lower bracket, you got another chance. These guys already used that up. This is the lower bracket. So whoever loses this series is done from the tournament, not getting any prize pool, not getting any points. So both these players here to prove it right here, right now. This is for all
I'm expecting them to do some stuff with the positioning, potentially I feel like Ripwall might try to drag out this turbo like into the open, just giving that free room. Maybe instead of going for the pillar, because if they can kind of drag the melee in a way that Illustrator can kind of hit them both without having to like disengage the chase, then I think that's going to be perfect. You won't have that situation like that last game. But now we're just seeing the standard defensive opener onto Ripwell. They are going to have that Valor Cry being popped, and they actually don't trade out the Roar Sacrifice here. I think they're trying to wait for that Lust instead to use it on that. So I think that maybe a different usage of defensive cooldowns. But no, they end up using the Roar Sacrifice late, but they're not going to get too much out of Ripwell there. He just had the clarity of Will Shield, so that's what was kind of keeping him safe there for that opener, just trying to hold on to all that. And both teams are kind of stable here, using some offensive cooldowns. We've had the Doom Winds and all that being used by the enhanced shaman, but nothing else has really been forced by either team.
Yeah, this is crazy. That was so much offensive cooldowns being forced out of this enhanced shaman. Ooh, and that's Ethereal Form dipping really, really low there. That was a little bit scary. He gets out of the Ethereal Form. He's going to go ahead and peel up Adam Rex, trying to prevent any more CC from landing out onto his Mistweaver Monk in this enhancement shaman for Snowball. He's got to be careful here pushing forward. I mean, they use just about every offensive cooldown they have in their entire spellbook, and Ripwell really didn't have to use anything in return. So moving forward into this game, it looks like this Beast Cleave is looking really, really pretty on Tol'Viron Arena. And it looks like the aggressor is actually the Beast Cleave. He's getting lit up. There's the trap. Is this going to be it? No Ethereal. That's going to be the Cocoon, however, coming out. And Bloodlust is coming up in just 4 short
and the rally is
seconds.
used there too. But he has nothing to keep him top. If they can just get a kick onto Ryu, I swear he could go down here. He's at 10% HP, 8%. They're trying to do what he can to keep him alive. Ryu's just spamming those heals here, but he's so low. He barely gets hopped in. There's the DR scatter shot. Very unfortunate. Slightly, like he got so greedy for that kill. He kind of sniffed it out, and we barely have him just get alive there or get away there.
I mean, I just feel like this Beast Cleave came out in this game and was just like tired of this. They just wanted to light someone up. Here's the Bloodlust. This is a bunch of damage going out onto Adam Rex. No trinket available to him. He's going to get out of it, however. He's going to get healed perfectly fine from Ripwell through that, and Bloodlust is going to be fading here shortly. Ethereal forced yet again for the enhancement shaman of Snowball. No Cocoon available for 3 minutes, no Ethereal for 40 seconds, and he is forced to play super defensive and hug this pillar. And pillars aren't necessarily your friend when you are a double melee cleave.
Yeah, I actually like that last war banner that Dre got there, because they saw that Illustrated went for that scatter, and he got it right before Illustrated went for that double bursting shot there, so trying to stop that follow-up CC, which I feel is good. Sometimes he's trying to do it preemptively for the CC and end up not really working out for them. But now we have this true shot coming back up once again for Adam Rex. He's trying to get that offensive pressure, but they immediately Stormbolt him on that. So now they know that they really need to shut this down. But Ripwell goes for a great mind control onto back alpha, really trying to shut him down at this point. They know that they want to get that offensive pressure onto Illustrated, so both teams kind of just being neutral here, just with Illustrated's true shot getting shut down, but at the same time, they're not going to be able to get any counter pressure on him from that great mind control that Ripwell got out there.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, Adam Rex, he pops that. Oh, there's Ethereal Form yet again as the trap lands, but this could be scary. If there's any follow-up from Adam Rex out of the Mistweaver Monk, this could be the end for the enhancement shaman, but he's going to catch a huge heal, swap over out onto Adam Rex. He's going to human trinket out of that Stormbolt. He's going to be completely fine running away from now. He's still got that exhilaration and the turtle available to him, but Zray is right on top of him. And I have to commend this enhancement shaman warrior composition. They are connecting to this hunter quite a bit on a map like Tol'Viron Arena. That is a hard feat of strength to do, and he's getting lit up right now, dipping down to half health here, but this is the Bloodlust coming out from the Beast Cleave. No Cocoon and no Ethereal Form, and that enhancement shaman is on the run, and Snowball is playing defensive. I love the awareness that these guys have for the cooldowns of this Beast Cleave. True Shot Aura comes out, they immediately get away. Leg Sweep coming out is going to force a trinket onto Rip Wall, and they still got a bunch of defensive cooldowns to get through, but I feel like this Turbo Cleave is doing a great job reacting to the cooldowns and the damage of their opponents.
Yeah, and I think they realize that if they're able to go on the Marksman Hunter, they're going to be able to stop a lot more of his damage. So knowing those windows where they don't really have that Ethereal Form and just kind of going on to Illustrated, I feel like this is the best thing they can do, because they're finding the windows where Illustrated has to kind of push in to try to get CC onto Ryu Hearst, and then just knowing they can hit him, like especially here where he tried to get off a little bit of a minor drink, they're able to pressure him. They go for the scatter into the half trap. They do get it, and they use that mind control on Bach Alpha right onto that Lust there, and he actually uses the Ethereal Form too, and the Ethereal Form is just essentially wasted there. They're not going to have the Ethereal Form for that Doom Winds burst coming up at about 4 seconds. I don't believe they have the Lust for that, but they're kind of displaying the cooldowns from Joe Fernandez, which is a good strategy, I feel like. And I mean, Snowball Gaming is starting to fall really far behind it. And Ripple, again, just being a monster with these mind controls. He's using them nonstop. We do have these defensive double figures coming out here. The Lust was popped by Joe onto Illustrated, but they weren't able to get anything with it just because of that smart double fear by Stray.
I love these mind controls, man. He's getting so creative with them. If you're unfamiliar, when a priest mind controls an opponent, they can't get healed by their teammate. So it's almost like a CC as well as it's a CC for the healer and for the DPS. It's pretty awesome. No Ethereal Form for just 1 second. That was a little scary. This is the true shot aura, and they're just lining it. They're lining it the whole time. Actually, he's coming out now. He has that ethereal form. He has Cocoon available to him, so I guess he's okay to dance with the devil of that true shot aura. It's finally going to fade. Stormbolt lands out into him, but Ripwall is keeping him completely healthy as we go deeper into dampening.
They're so smart with the strategy that they have here. Instead of playing the Cap Totem or the Hex Totem, they're actually playing the Root Totem. And because they know that they're hitting Illustrated, this forces him. He has to use his disengages defensively. He also can't play that survival tactics. He has to play the cat-like reflexes. So what they do is they see him pop a True Shot, and they actually use the Earth Grabber root on him. They know he actually can't get out of it because he won't have the disengage. He won't have really any other way to get out of it because he's the one that's been pressured, and then they can safely line him. So he has another True Shot that's wasted there. And this puts them in that position where Snowball Gaming can kind of have that longer game that they want, maybe potentially get that kill later on in the game. They're using a Stormbolt onto Illustrate, trying to get pressure on him. He does use that Roar Sacrifice on himself for that Battle Cry from the Warrior. So, I mean, those cooldowns kind of negate each other, and we're going to see that used constantly. But I feel like right now, Snowball Gaming has just done a much better job as far as shutting down all of Another One's first opportunities.
Yep, Die by the Sword actually getting forced out onto Zray. But I 100% agree with you, man. Oh, this could actually be trouble. Die by the Sword is going to be fading. And that CC chain is going to end on the Mistweaver Monk. However, they have Cocoon available to him, but Die by the Sword's down for 3 minutes. If they can follow up onto this Mistweaver Monk, maybe they could take him out. It's just Avatar. They're trying to swap it out onto Adam Rex. He has no trinket available. They have a stun for him. Ripball is actually going to trade up his trinket to keep his Hunter nice and healthy for now. And this Turbo Cleave is catching some momentum. They pop that Avatar, but they do have defensive cooldowns to play with, including that Cocoon. But it looks like they're making a swap over onto the Enhancement Shaman of Snowball. That's going to force the Ethereal. A super DR trap, I believe that was because of the War Banner. Great job by Zray. Those War Banners are so good.
Yeah, the way he's been using them this past game, it's been much better than the first few games. Because before he was trying really hard to make sure that he got him like right before the CC hit. But I think what he's been doing now is trying to just stop the follow-up CC instead, just accepting that my healer's going to get CC'd at this point, and then just stopping the follow-up really gives his Shaman time to live. And now we have that half scatter back up once again. We do see that bursting shot, both Zray and
he's dead.
Cleaved, and that's the game.
Oh, dude, we've seen this before, where you see a defensive cooldown. If you're a healer, you know this feeling, man. Like if you're a Holy Paladin and your DPS dies, and you're just caught with your pants down with a bop on yourself instead of on your DPS because they died because you had to target yourself. That's like the worst feeling ever. He had Cocoon available to him. He was caught in that really short CC, and he popped that Cocoon onto himself after his guy died. And still, I have to commend Snowball Gaming. They put up a hell of a fight. They changed up the composition, and you see those little things like these roots, like you were talking about. I absolutely love that. Like something like a mechanic of like changing up instead of like a cap totem, they go for the root, and it basically changed the dynamic of the matchup completely. And it's things like that I absolutely love to see out of these teams. Just continuing to adapt and sticking with their main composition. Wasn't enough to take out Another One. Another One's going to be moving on, I believe, to face Northern Gaming Blue. Oh wow, okay, so it looks like Northern Gaming. Can we get confirmation on that? Or?
That is not true. So unfortunately, with Battlefy, there is a check-in system that if a team checks in for the other team automatically wins after 40 minutes. So no, that is a bug.
Okay.
That is a bug with the brackets. Northern Gaming has not played yet. They've not played KFC yet.
So just to correct myself, Another One is going to move on past Snowball Gaming to face the loser between KFC Managers and Northern Gaming Blue, which is going to be a hell of a series. Those two teams have been proving time and time again throughout all of these tournaments that they're both super big heavyweights. Yep. But Another One, they're looking pretty strong, man. I love seeing JoJo Fernandez in the arena.
It's good to see him back.
Especially that end of the last game, like you actually saw like the strength of Tol'Viron for the Marksman Hunter. Just the way they won that last game is, they knew that they had that offensive pressure on him, but he kind of dragged them out into the open, and like that was the final true shot. Like that was like the 6th true shot. But because they were all out in the open, like that was just the one that they were able to use to win the game. Like, I mean, they had them shut down pretty much every single one of them. But eventually, like
the 6th true shot.
Yeah, it was the 6th true shot of that game. They shut down
that kind of tells the story in itself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean they shut them all down, but that was the one where they finally were like, oh, we have a lot of offensive pressure onto Adam Rex here. We can go offensive, but you kind of can drag people out into the open as a Marksman Hunter and kind of bait them into that position where it just comes back up, and now they have no way to get away or no way to get to the pillar, and that unfortunately it just ended the game immediately there.
Yeah. So speaking of Joe Fernandez, our good friend Adrian, aka Healing Status, just resubscribed for 17 months. Thank you, buddy. And he says, Joe Fernandez! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! I think Adrian's excited to see the guy who took him out at BlizzCon. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Adrian. I'm so sorry. And then we have a what's PVE has resubscribed for 17 months, and then Nerd-esque has resubscribed for the very first time. Thank you so much. And then One Reason to Live has subscribed also for the very first time. Thank you guys so much. That helps us out so much here at GCDTV. And on the Match Arena page, speaking of Match Arena, let's go look at the Match Arena page. We have a donation from X Ruben for $21. Let's go NG Blau. I guess they want to see NG Blue. I don't know. That's a meme. Is that a meme, chat? And then we have Technically PvP, who has donated. Wow, Esports Hype. Loving the great games. Thank you so much, dude. He also has an amazing podcast. If you guys want to hit him up, it's a good listen. I highly recommend it. If you guys want to donate yourselves to the tournament, make sure you hit that donate button and then type in the code GCDEU. It will add $1 to your account for free. You hit the donate button and that adds $1 to our tournament. Every dollar helps us out so much here. Every dollar goes to the players. And they appreciate it. So if we take a look at our brackets,
every dollar goes to just WoW Esports as a whole. Like the support that is constantly coming back from the community for competitive PvP, it just boggles my mind. Every single day we see new and more people jump into the space, get involved, do whatever they can to help. Like shout out to Dalaran. I'm probably butchering her name, but she's been updating the WoW Esports Wikipedia, so you can go and see all of the compositions and everything. I got confirmation from Admin Toxic that it's Dalaran. Okay, Dalaran.
Oh.
Sure. I'm sure she'll correct me eventually. Yeah. But no, shout outs to her. Shout outs to Technically PvP for his PvP podcast, and shout out to everyone who's supporting GCD TV. It's been incredible.
Anything you guys do in the PvP community that you guys want to, like anything you guys do is appreciated, right? So if you guys have a talk show, you guys talk about PvP, that increases it. If you guys do anything, if you retweet a GCD tweet, that helps us out so much. A like helps us out so much. Anything helps us out so much. And speaking of tweets, I want to thank Angie for for handling the Twitter page for us. We appreciate that so much, as it's like, she does a crazy good job at it. We appreciate it so much. And real quick, another thing we appreciate is the support from MSI. The guys at MSI have been amazing. They actually do enjoy WoW Arena, which is crazy to me. That they are like, yeah, dude, we saw that game. It was so awesome. And they actually talk to us about it, right? Because like, I don't know, some sponsors may like the game, but they don't really keep up to it. But I mean, the dudes over at MSI like really care about the game, and they really want to help us out here with prize pools and just supporting WoW PvP. So I love those dudes, and I think we have a pretty special video here for you guys in just a sec.
You took her to a fancy restaurant you had reserved many months before. You selected the most expensive wine on the menu and asked her to order whatever she wanted. While having her $100 steak, she curiously asked if something special had happened today. "I just want to make you happy," you replied with a gentle smile. Finally, you took out the little box and carefully gave it to her. Inside was a 3-carat diamond necklace that you had spent all of your money on, along with a small request. Of course she was angry, because your computer is f***ing ugly and doesn't go with her furniture. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
And thank you to MSI for that amazing ad there. And if you guys want to gear up for Legion, make sure you check out the new Trident, all new Trident. You can check it out in the link down below, or you can hit the thing. Yeah, it's the link down below. Just click on that. It'll take you to the Trident. It's actually a pretty beast machine, if I do say so myself. I've actually been taking a look at it to see if I want to purchase it for the living room or whatever. But we have a crazy matchup going on right now. This is boys versus ABC. First of all, ABC in the lower bracket, and then boys are second place from the European Cup 2 weeks ago in the lower bracket. My goodness, this is a heavy matchup, and potentially we can see a mirror, an RP mirror, which would be, woo! We saw that in NA, and it was juicy. So I'm ready for it. I have
to point this out. we're seeing the same 8 teams in the final 8 every time. It feels like the consistency of these top players are crazy. Though that being said, we're also seeing different placements of these teams every time.
Yeah.
So these guys are really competing against each other every single tournament to put themselves to the test. And Joy Legion has showed us some pretty good consistency in the past. They got first in a GCD, they got first in a cup. But these newcomers, these boys, now I don't know if I'm just an EU noob, but I was less familiar with these guys.
No, they were very, very brand new. I think the first tournament they played in was it the spring GCD we just had right before? Before the cup started.
Yeah, they played before the cup started. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was their first tournament together, and they came in with like crazy strats. Every game, like Rattapie was like Dark Archangel, and they would do like double mage. They do double mage. Like he was just going ham.
Literally, I was talking to Rattapie. Rattapie actually didn't even start PvPing again until the rest raid before Nighthold, whatever that was. The UPV guys, you know what that means. But he actually didn't start until that raid
Emerald
was
Nightmare?
done. Yeah, no, not Emerald Nightmare, the one after that, the one with Helga.
Yeah.
He was PvEing and then was like, I'm quitting. I'm gonna go PvP, and now he's found himself, in this point standings for the road to BlizzCon. So crazy stuff there from Rattapie and the boys. And looks like we're gonna have a game restart. Somebody zoned in. Our admins have got it handled, but
I think I saw half of a comp.
Yeah. I don't know.
Of a comp, and I'm getting really, really hype right now.
Yeah, I don't know yet what to think about this, but it's gonna be crazy.
I can only Did you show them anything?
No, I did not show them anything.
Okay, I won't say anything then.
Yeah. Secrets.
It's so hype. I didn't see this coming, but we actually got confirmation from our admin that Bubs, he's the rogue of Team Boys. Is not here. Ooh. And so that's unfortunate. Apparently, they've notified the competing team of this or something along those lines. But we're gonna see something interesting. And so we saw the composition from Boys. We didn't see the full composition from ABC just yet, and we might see a mirror. If we see a mirror, I'm gonna be so excited.
Me too. I know Rattapie. First of all,
I know
Rattapie plays. Rattapie told me himself that he's better at DPS than he is at healing. He said that straight from his mouth. When I talked to him about,
it makes sense looking at his gameplay.
Yeah, I asked him potentially about playing a Resto Druid, stuff like that. I was like, hey, why don't you play that? He's like, last time I played Resto Druid, I couldn't get over 2100 or something like that. So I'm like, oh. He's like, yeah, but my rogue and stuff, I was like Gladiator, rank 1, and I was like, okay, Rattapie.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is gonna be really exciting for me. If this is actually what it is. If this is ABC's Rogue Mage Druid versus the Boys' Rogue Mage Druid, I'm going to be so hype. If you are a longtime viewer of GCDTV or just a longtime viewer of WoW Esports, when I say long time, I mean like maybe the last 2 years, you've seen ABC's incredible Rogue Mage Druid. They are so creative in this composition that they create a lot of different strategies, and they've been wargaming before wargaming was cool.
Yeah.
All right. Before it was like everyone knew about tournament rules and war games and stuff like that. They were doing it before that, testing strats and stuff like that. So to see possibly ABC's RMD,
that kind of dedication. Oh
my. Well, and it's funny because so ABC was like the premier RMP. When you heard about RMP in Europe, you're like, oh, ABC, but slowly, and I mean slowly, and when I say slowly, I guess I mean really fast. Boys has taken over that spot in Europe, right? When you think of RMP, you're like, oh, Rattapie and the Boys, right? I mean, everybody in Europe kind of respects Rattapie now as one of the best RMP healers. And from Little Birdie, somebody told me that he's also been in the NA scene talking to a few teams about RMP. A few teams have been asking him for advice about RMP and the matchups there. So, I mean, it's crazy to think about, like, a year ago, we had no idea who the Boys were in Rattapie, but now he is a household name. Everybody loves him. I mean, you see it in the chat as soon as he runs into arena.
Especially you.
Yeah, people are crazy. Hey, I'm a Rattapie fanboy. I admit I'm a Rattapie fanboy.
He's got that manly playstyle. I mean, that's what you expect from RMP.
Yeah.
Normally, that's always been the difference. Like, RMP is like more aggressive, I guess, than Rogue Mage Druid is.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he has that all in playstyle. I mean, because obviously, we used to see him. We used to go just play Dark Archangel every game. I mean, he's since backed down from that a little bit, probably realizing sometimes they don't need to do that every single game. But I mean, they had some crazy strats. Like they had times where they go double Frost Mage with double Dark Archangel and just kill the entire enemy team instantly. You just be like, oh, all right, well, I guess that's that.
I think my favorite is the last European Cup. The boys were really scared about. They were scared about playing KFC because I remember Radapie talking. He was excited that KFC had beaten Enjoy Legion, but then was like, oh, we have no answer for KFC. And I was like, well, what are you going to do about that? And he's like, I don't know. We're just going to go losers bracket. Come broadcast day, they pull out an Assassination Rogue, Feral Druid, and this priest, and win. They win the KFC thing, so it's just like, oh, okay. And it's just an exciting...
All right, guys, the strat is, let's get to the lower bracket where the team's already lost and are supposedly easier.
They were just happy they got points, but they end up winning anyways, and then obviously we know how that turns out. They get second place.
Didn't they get first that tournament?
No, they got second place. They got second at the thing. They lost to NG Blue.
Wait, what? The last cup?
The last cup.
No, the last cup.
No, boys won.
They win. No, they did win. Oh, that's so true.
Yeah, no, they because they were in the winners bracket the entire time. They lost that one series. But that was just a prank.
I see. They won the first series. It was
just a prank.
Listen, my brain is fried. I've run a WoW tournament every single weekend here since March or whatever. So every tournament is now run together. My brain is mush. But yes, no, they didn't win the last tournament.
You should have better memory. Like I don't know. I expect more from you.
More green tea, Elb. More green tea. That'll help.
I'm actually out of green tea. If my friend could bring me some more, that'd be great. Thanks, Aya.
I like this matchup for ABC. I mean, this is something also that they've been pretty known for.
I would actually say in this expansion more known for.
I think this is their comfort pick, and then everything else they have, they got like one of those color spinners, and then you just are like, yeah, I feel like playing this one today. All right, this works out for us, and they just win.
And this is actually a little controversial too. This composition of Warrior, Mage, Druid. I mean, I think most of the time, a vast majority of people actually do favor the Warrior Mage compared to the Rogue Mage in this matchup. At least that's what I hear in NA a lot. I hear even Sidu, who plays Warrior Mage and was losing to Tempo Storm, Rogue Mage was saying, we should win that matchup. We're just not super familiar with those classes yet. We're getting better at it. We're going to work on it. But this is a different story for this Warrior Mage. This Warrior Mage has been playing this for a long time, and they are extremely familiar with this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. So I would definitely expect them to do well in this matchup. But I mean, then again, Boys also just has this really high level of play. So I feel like this is going to be a really good example of seeing how exactly this matchup is going to go. Kind of just see both mages just chilling out there in Invis, just kind of waiting for that opener. And they do get that staff onto Asgarth, so now they're just going to open very hard onto Daisy Duke with an immediate vendetta. Looks like they're going for that sheep onto Asgarth out of that. So I mean, this is a very strong opener for them. But now we have that double fear going out onto Neepsy. They do get the sheep out of that, so a lot of the pressure stirring around from the boys onto DJ, and he's getting a ton of pressure on him. He does have to use that block. Does use the block right before the cauterize, so going to be pretty safe, I guess, to have that later on in the game. And now he's going to pop that combustion, trying to get some extra pressure here. There's all the CC ending onto Neebs in here, but now they get an offensive clone by Asgarth onto DJ. He has to use that trinket there. He has that combustion still back up, and they're trying to get that offensive pressure onto Daisy Duke, just trying to do so much damage to him. But it feels like ABC is the ones that are just super far ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Daisy Duke and Nixie just pushing into the starting room of their opponents, and they actually got the sap on Asgarth. This could be it for him. He has got nothing left. That's the cauterize, going to go ahead and proc. And that's going to also be the Incarnation Tree of Life, as well as the Iron Bark. And this Rogue Mage Druid are just running out of defensive cooldowns. If Nixie can
they get the bad sheep. But it gets war bannered though by Nixie. It's so unfortunate for them. They almost get this clean setup here, but now Asgarth again just going for these clones. He's just been so strong this entire game, getting very, very good clones off, just having that balance affinity, getting himself in that great positioning, just making sure to just keep the boys on the back foot this entire game. But now we have another full kidney going out to Daisy Duke. I don't believe he has a trinket for that. They do have the Vendetta coming up at about 40 seconds, so that's going to get a lot of pressure here. But I mean, ABC is still very ahead as far as defensive cooldowns go, and boys really have to look for this window where they can survive and then potentially just get clean setups onto them. But now there's a Sharpened Blade, full bash into Ring of Frost goes out. DJ has nothing for himself. He gets Vortex back as he tries to kite away from Nixie, doing what he can. They do have that Garou onto Daisy Duke though to stop that follow-up CC. Now he gets Volkini. The Vendetta has been used. He's probably going to have to use that Ice Log. They don't have that Iron Mark being used yet. They proc the Cauterize. going to be able to hold on to just that. They use the Tree of Life there as well, so that's going to be a good call from ABC. They saw that Iron Bark available. They saw the block available for Daisy Duke. Now DJ is the one who's going to get pressured again. He's not going to have another block for about 3 minutes there, and there's so much offensive pressure left for ABC.
Ooh, Stormbolt goes out. He didn't use Iron Bark before this. DJ is on the run. Doesn't matter. Nixie gets the heroic leap, pops that execute, and down goes DJ. No Iron Bark available to be seen that day. They got the Stormbolt. They kept him low, and that's it. And that looked like a very convincing game for ABC's Warrior Mage Druid.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Asgarth was also just dominating that entire game. He got so many very clutch clones that is what forced so much pressure in the opener. I mean, they were just getting offensive clones. They were getting, those offensive clones onto DJ, just stopping him from getting anything out there. And they broke up so many of the Rogue Mage's setups. And even though the Rogue Mage, they got such a strong opener, I mean, they played it perfectly right after that.
Yep. So that was our first look there at Neepers, actually, who Neepers on the Wrestler Druid. Oh, my tea is ready. Thank you so much, Aya, for the tea. Neepers are on the Wrestler Druid, and Ratipai himself, the Disc Priest God, on the Rogue. And
I was wondering who the Rogue was.
Yeah, that was Ratipai. And Ratipai is confident on his Rogue. He does have rank 1 on. He does have Gladiator, so.
I didn't see him do anything wrong.
No, yeah, I mean, like, we saw the Sap opener, first of all. They got Sap on Asgrath, and then they followed it up with a full blind that Asgrath immediately trinketed, but that opener was solid. And there's things like this, like, Asgrath and Daisy Duke were looking for opportunities to, like, CC the healer, right? But what they do is they get, like, a stun, and then they follow it up with, like, a clone and Ring of Frost or Polymorph at the same time. Forcing this Rogue Mage to have to, like, kick multiple targets to stop a go.
Yeah.
And it's stuff like that and synergies like that really do, like, put a team apart from one another. We did get map confirmation too here. That's an interesting
It's a super frustrating situation to be in, especially because they are playing with that Assassination Rogue. So having the Assassination Rogue, you actually can't stop everything like a Sub Rogue can. When you see a Sub Rogue, you expect them to stop everything. But normally when you see that Fire Mage with the Wrestler Druid, you expect them to play Assassination. So maybe we'll see a spec swap, but I feel like they also just lose so much offensive pressure not being Assassination.
When I saw Tol'Viron, I was a little excited that we were going to see Ratipai Shadow Priest, but then they just chose same comps. So same comps for both squads. They're not going to excite me, but I mean that was pretty close actually. And maybe with the bigger map there, the boys could get it out, and who knows?
I think there's potential that maybe they try to pressure Asgarath more with that Assassination, knowing that he is playing that Balance Affinity, which is letting him get off so many clones, but he won't have that Guardian Affinity, which is great for him, having that Frenzied Regen, having that extra damage reduction. We've seen other Wrestler Druids, such as Greki in the last NA Cup or NA GCD that we had. He got pressured very hard just for having the Balance Affinity. So potentially we could see that happen. Asgarath is playing that Relentless too instead of the Trinket. Oh, no, he swaps to his Trinket there. So I still feel like there's probably potential to just make that swap onto him, because it feels like when it's just that going on that mage battle, it seems very hard for them to really straight up win that, just because the Warrior has so much more consistent burst windows onto them, and he's able to kind of disrupt the mage a lot more and a lot more easier, I feel.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting to note that Neepers is no longer running Incarnation this game. So looking at the side of Asgarath, we do see Incarnation. So, I mean, in the last game, we saw Incarnation from both sides, meaning they're running that big cooldown Tree of Life.
I think that's
what do you
smart.
think about that?
I think that Neepers, because the Warrior, he has so much more consistent damage windows, right? It's not as bursty, but with the Assassination Rogue, they have the Vendettas that are going to be scary, and maybe the Blind. So I think having the Tree of Life for Asgarath is really good to just kind of keep them topped off when they need to, like we saw during that window where they did force the Cauterize is good. But I feel like him just having that extra consistent healing is probably a lot better for him. And now we see them go for that opener onto DC Duke with the Vendetta, but they're not going to be able to get any CC on him here. But still, Asgard's just getting pressured crazy. They have that full blind on him. He has to shrink that immediately. But no follow-up CC, of course. They do go for the clone, but he actually gets insta-CS by DJ there, and that's going to put a lot of pressure onto Daisy Duke there. He has no Iron Mark on him for a bit. They don't have any more CC with that Vendetta ending there. So, I mean, that strong opener from DJ is getting turned around there. They use that full Stormbolt onto him and get a full clone onto Neepson. The Sharpened Blade goes out, and that's going to force his block. Ooh, once again, right before that Cauterize. So, very, very scary moment there for DJ. Just getting chunked incredibly hard, and Asgard's just doing so much work with that Balance Affinity. But now actually gets bashed right as soon as you lose that form. Can they get the sheet to follow it off? They are not able to get that, but they do have that full clone on him, and now forcing Daisy Duke's block, looking to get a follow-up sheep off of that clone. Do not get it, and Asgard actually just gets in stealth and gets cloned there. So not going to see any sheeps going out onto him, but the boys definitely look like they're having a lot better game here.
Yeah, I mean, like, Daisy Duke has no block available, no Iron Bark for 8 more seconds, and he's got to be careful. He's pushing in the full Fear lands on Neepers in human form. That's going to cause a full Polymorph to come out, and DJ now on the run. It looks like Luna is actually going to get
Asgard juked both
well.
kicks there. That was great.
That's
For that
so
CC chain, he juked everything, and now they have so much pressure here. I mean, no interrupts on him. He's going to be able to clone everyone down. DJ's going to have to get the cauterize here, and he's probably going to just go down. He's so low, and they get the clone on the cauterize. Not going to let him get any healing from I mean, he's just dominating right now. They have the CS back up, but there's no more CC, so he's falling so far behind. They have him go into that Tree of Life Farm, able to keep his team offensive, just spam healing him. Has those roots being spammed on the road too as well. And there's that full Snowball onto Neefsen. They don't have the Ring of Frost to follow it up, but now they get another clone by Asgard, and he's just taking control of this entire game. Daisy Duke goes for that defensive Ring of Frost, trying to get the CC onto Luna, and just the entire game. ABC is just crushing them.
You see the CC on the side of this rogue mage, and you could almost swear that Nixie is playing a rogue himself. There is just so much cross CC. Luna was caught into a full Ring of Frost. Neeper's caught into a Fear. This could be it for DJ. Nixie just consistently keeping up with them with that Bladestorm heroic leap, and that's it. This RMD just can't keep up with the Warrior Mage of ABC, and they're going to take game number 2 as well. One more game away from knocking out the boys, the previous champions of the last Blizzard Cup.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the specialty composition, because the boys are known for their mage priest, and they're incredibly strong at it. No one's as good as their mage priest, but I mean, when it comes to that mage druiding, Daisy Duke and Asgard have insane synergy. I mean, Asgard who's making so many plays with those clones. He got game-winning clones the entire time. He did like a perfect job juking CSs, juking every kick, and they were able to get these amazing 3v1 CC chains onto DJ. And these were at a moment where they were falling very far behind. Like, these are high pressure jukes just to get those to happen and completely turn the game around. I mean, that's incredibly clutch.
Mm-hmm. Those are the same, right? Yeah. You both use daggers. I mean, it's the same thing. Oh.
Hey guys, I'm muted. I said a lot of really funny things and really interesting commentary. Do not worry, you guys missed a lot. Just kidding, there was nothing in it.
There was a sick priest comparison to rogue meme, and everything was awesome.
Yeah. Anyways, Tiger's Peak is the map, and I don't think that we're gonna see any different comps here coming out from both teams. ABC is probably gonna stick to the same thing. They've been dominating on it, and then Ratify and the boys, they're down. They don't have their rogue above, so Ratify's been taking over the rogue part, the rogue role. Neeper's on the I'm being trolled by my admin right now. Sorry guys. This is excellent. So shout out to admin.
You talk with their hands.
Shout out to admin toxic.
You should just do sign language just in case you ever
that's true.
It was just chat. I mean, it was completely purpose. It was like charades.
Yeah. So I was making sure chat was awake and paying attention to the stream. Both same comps. Okay, well, Ratifying the boys aren't going to surprise anything new. We're going to see the same matchup here on Tiger's Peak.
I don't know. Asgarath, widely known as one of the best, maybe even the best resto druid in EU, maybe even the world. We're going to have to wait and see how the year pans out.
Yeah.
But every single player that I talk to, and the higher rated players, the top players, the LAN players, when I talk to them about Asgarath, they all just give him the utmost respect. Mm-hmm. He's one of those greats. And talking about ABC in general in the past, Northern Gaming Blue specifically, when I talked to them about him, they really respected their dedication to practice. They really respected their dedication to wargaming and learning new strats and bringing out surprises and stuff like that. And they just felt like ABC was really good at brainstorming. But right now, I'm not really seeing any crazy strats. I'm just seeing really, really good gameplay from this Warrior Mage Druid. And it just seems like a completely uphill battle for this Rogue Mage. It seems incredibly difficult to get through this wall of cross CC and disruption and just control.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's just that consistent pressure again that you have from the warrior. Every 25 seconds you have that sharpened blade, which is going to reduce all those hots that the druid has, even in the CCs. And really, you're only going to see the scary setups from the assassination room. Like we said, it's during the vendetta. They are able to get cooldowns with it, but it's nothing like the warrior, who's going to have so much more uptime on that mage than the assassination rogue will, in comparison to maybe a subtlety rogue. But at the same time, they still have to play that assassination, I feel like, in this matchup. And it just ends up being just very, very difficult overall for the boys to really get any pressure, especially against such a good mage druid such as Daisy Duke and Asgarath, who have incredible synergy. And I mean, Asgarath obviously has been a legend, just getting these crazy clones the entire series. Now we have a great opener from the boys once again onto Daisy Duke. They're not going to be able to get any CC onto Asgarath here, so they're immediately just going to trade that Iron Bark for the Vendetta there, and that's going to save them pretty safely there. I actually like this very high innervate too from Asgarath, just trying to keep himself mana efficient, knowing that he's going to have to spam a lot of quick heals onto Daisy Duke, just trying to keep him alive here and just make sure that he's going to be full health before the setup here, where they go for the bash into a full Ring of Frost, get that onto Neepson. They're not going to see any follow-up CC here, but DJ actually goes for an invis, tries to get that sneaky invis, just trying to avoid any damage in the opener. I actually like them doing that there, and now we just see the follow-up clones from Asgarath going on to Neepson, but looks like they're not going to be able to get anything onto DJ here with those.
No, nothing yet. DJ's going to catch that Iron Bark from Neepson as well, though, which should keep him completely fine for now. He's getting topped off, and Daisy Duke actually is the one who's dipping super, super low. He's going to blink away, try to hold on to that Cauterize, and a double fear from Nixie Warrior is actually going to peel him completely. There's some cross CC coming out from this Rogue Mage now. They're catching a little bit of stride. Can they follow that up? Daisy Duke not forced to use any defensive cooldowns. Nice War Banner. Let's see. Asgarath looking to get... But the clones are going on the opposite direction, and DJ is the one who's forced the block.
Yeah, and out of that, they just have the bash going on to Neepson. They know the CC chain's not going to end. He tries to cancel the block, tries to get that CS. He does lock the Ring of Frost from Daisy Duke, but now we see Asgarath just go for that offensive clone onto DJ. I mean, they're both casting that CC. There's 3 schools for him to try to lock out, and they can't do anything about that. And then DJ just gets offensive clone. The CS is essentially get wasted there, and they're just put more and more behind the entire game.
Yep, and there we go. Another...
Oh, there's a swap on Asgarath with a Vendetta.
That's a sick swap. That's going to force the Barkskin immediately. Asgarath not playing around. He's going to respect that damage, but he's getting reconnected to, and that's going to cause an Iron Bark. And the artifact weapon isn't even going to be enough. He's in bear form. Barkskin fades. He's on the run. That's going to be Incarnation. And just a swap like that, the RMD is going to force every single defensive cooldown out of this Dresser Druid.
I think this is smart. We know that the Vendetta has a minute 30 cooldown. The Druid's playing the Trinket. So what they did is in the opener, they blind him. They Vendetta onto Daisy Duke instead, and they force the Druid to Trinket. And there, with that second Vendetta, they know that Asgarath didn't have his Trinket for about another 20 seconds there, and they immediately swapped him out. I think that's the right strategy they have to have. They have to make sure Asgarath has their Trinket, and they pressure him. They get all those defensive cooldowns. The Tree of Life is a 3-minute cooldown. The Rallying Cry is a 3-minute cooldown. So if they can live long enough, there's eventually going to be a window where Asgarath will have nothing for those swaps, that they can play around that. And now we see the pressure once again, though, going on to DJ. He doesn't have that, or he does have that Cauterize proc available to himself, but he doesn't have an ice block left. So he still has to be very careful, make sure they can live long enough. They are getting some damage onto Daisy Duke. They're in this position where they can't really get too much CC onto Asgarath, but Asgarath has had to use a ton of mana here. Instead, it looks like the boys are going for more of a strategy where they're kind of just kiting, not going for that offensive CC, and instead just trying to Asgarath and also just make these great swaps onto him.
There's no trinket available for Asgarath. I mean, he has that Barkskin for the next stun, but Vendetta is up. If they can make a hard swap over onto him, but the cross CC is bananas coming out from ABC. There's the swap on the Asgarath. He's not in bear form. This is a bunch of damage. He's going to Barskin. Cheap shot to follow it up. Another cheap shot. Super DR. Asgarath's mana to deal with all this is just like nearly nothing. A Vortex back. Asgarath is on the run. But can this Rogue reconnect? He finally does. Asgarath on complete DRs to stun. He actually gets bashed up, and he's going to human trinket out of that. The Rogue's still on this bear's tail. Neepin's in the back foot, though, getting fully polymorphed. Here's the full kidney shot. He's going to pre-Iron Bark it. Fantastic job, but will it even be enough? Artifact used before this. Asgarath with a sliver of health gets a displace away. Is this going to be enough for him to survive? DJ is looking for some more damage onto him. He's jumping over the Z axis to get more damage, and Asgarath survives, but with no mana.
Yeah, there's no mana left, and I really love the way that the boys are playing this game, and now they know that they can immediately pressure Daisy Duke, who had to use that block defensively to save Asgarath, and he has nothing left. He has a Cauterize, but there's no Iron Bark left. He's at 30% HP, and he's gonna go down 100%. He has a Cauterize proc. Asgarath can't top him, though. He surely will die.
He has no mana to deal with it. He gets a clone out of desperation, but it doesn't matter. We're talking about ABC's creativity. We're talking about their surprises. These hard swaps coming out from this Rogue Mage Druid, though, of the boys, they're bringing themselves back into it, bringing them back up 1-2. And don't count these guys out yet.
No, this strategy was so much better from them. They've realized that they're going to have a much harder time getting any CC onto the Warrior Mage Druid, because the Warrior is going to be so much more disruptive. They're not going to get these clean CC chains. So instead, they're realizing that their strength is going to be either swaps onto the rest of Druid, especially because he is playing that Boomkin affinity, which has been letting them get insane clones the entire match, and also prevents them from getting any CC themselves onto him. So they just go for these opportunities where they blind him, force him in the situation where he has to trinket the blind, and then they get these swaps onto him. And eventually, just going back and forth like that, without having any CC also going onto him, he's just going out of mana, he falls behind, and they win the long game like they did there. I really like how the boys played that.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking, I'm just looking at like when Daisy Duke blocked, because I noticed that when they were making a swap onto him, I didn't. He had block on cooldown, and I'm just like, when did that happen? And I can only
he used it defensively to peel. He had to because
I think that was the right call, honestly, because look at Asgarath's mana. They weren't going to be able to play that much longer. They needed to get desperate, and
it was during the, I think Asgarath got Kinney there, and then Daisy Duke popped his block. I saw block for like very briefly as it was popped, and then he tried to heal for Daisy Duke there.
Yeah, that was how he was able to live just long enough to get to that pillar where he survived. So with that block, he's able to save him for that one setup. But then obviously he has no block for himself. There's no armor. There's nothing really to keep him pop out there. But it was still definitely the correct call from him.
Yeah, I mean, like, there was nothing left in Asgarath's tank, and I wonder if that was because he's playing like really aggressive, really in your face, pre-hotting everything that he possibly can, because that's how they've been winning. They've been winning with setups. They haven't been winning with like late games. So he was just thinking like, this isn't going to go to a late game. We've been winning early on every single time before dampening. So I'm going to continue to just be kind of ruthless with my mana. But that backfired on him if that was what he was thinking, because moving forward I think he's going to have to play for a later game and play a lot more conservative, because those swaps were deadly.
So the boys bring it back 2-1, right? So now the boys are down 2-1, or the boys are up 2-1. What are we thinking here in terms of map? Do you think ABC's, I mean, ABC's obviously still in the driver's seat here, but in terms of map, what do you think they're picking, and do you think they stick with their Warrior Mage composition?
I think they stick with the Warrior Mage. I think maybe they go for a smaller map. They had the Tol'Viron pick there, which I think it's really, they had the Tiger's Peak there. They've used the Tol'Viron already, so those are like the big maps kind of out of the way. I think we could probably expect the Warrior Mage to maybe go for a Black Rook hold. We could see a Ruins. I think one of those could be good. And I mean, the way the boys played it though was, I think, a lot smarter, even though it's kind of like the opposite of what you expect from an R&D. I actually noticed they didn't even go for the sap openers, and they held the invis. Just knowing to use that defensively kind of to kite. So I mean,
Dalaran Sewers is actually going to be the map choice. And the first thing that pops into my head is that, yes, it's a smaller map, but it does have line of sight opportunities. It does have, because like, and you have to take that in consideration when you're this Warrior Mage. This Rogue Mage is catching, opportunities to win against you by making hard swaps to the Druid. So giving your Druid a nice pillar, a nice box to line of sight with is definitely going to be nice.
Yeah, and he could potentially, knowing that he's been getting swapped too, just be like, okay, well, I can play Guardian Affinity here, because you won't have to worry about getting sheep. Like normally with the Balanced Affinity, the other advantage is that you won't be able to get sheeped as much just sitting that Boomkin form. But having that box, you can kind of just constantly bob and weave and not really get sheeped anyways, and try to avoid it that way, plus avoid some swaps. Or there's just the fact that if they just drive behind the boxes, then the Warrior just will have free uptime on them and able to get just counter pressure without having too much CC as well. So I think either one of those strategies are what they're going to use on that Dalaran map.
I think Guardian Affinity is a good call from you, DIlly, because the first thing that pops into my head when it comes to Guardian Affinity is that these guys keep running at DJ. These guys keep running at the Mage, trying to interrupt him on these goes. But not only that, Nixie is running a Gnome. So he's getting out of those roots, and he's getting a really good uptime on this Mage. So they're going to make this Mage's life a living hell, and it's so hard for him to get CC out onto Asgarath and just go with, like, the patented old school, just continue to switch forms and keep an eye out for those polycasts, and he should be fine. And then he still has that additional defense for those hard swaps, which gave the boys an edge. So I'd love to see an adaptation like that.
Yeah, because the first few games, like the Boomkin Affinity, I mean, it was super clutch. They were getting a ton of clones. Like that was how they were winning their first few games.
Does that increase your range on clone or something?
Yeah, it does. It gives you 5 yard extra range. So that's how he's able to make those. Awesome. So, and it also catches people like off guard, because you think that, oh, maybe I arrange it because it's.
Oh boy.
Do you see this?
I see this.
So we got the same composition from the boys, meaning they're going to be running that Rogue Mage Druid. And in retaliation of the last loss from ABC, they're swapping over onto the Assassination Rogue Fire Mage Disc Priest. So swapping off the Druid.
This is a really strong pick, I think, for them, because I think it's pretty well known that RMP right now does better in the mirror than RMD does. And since they know that Rattapie can't do that, I think that this is just a smart pick by them. They want to play it safe. They're not really going for the pride thing of, okay, well, maybe we can win again as Warrior Mage Druid. ABC is always ready to just, okay, if there's a slight chance that this could be bad, we want to just swap to an even better composition. And I think it was a smart choice by them.
Yeah, I mean, points are on the line here. This is the tournament lives, right? I mean, you want to get points. Who cares about pride at this point? You just want to win, and like winning is the name of the game here. And ABC wants to win. They want to make it to the EU regionals, and we shall see if the RMP from ABC is going to take out the RMD there from Rattapie's team, the boys on Dalaran Sewers.
You know, we talk about players multi-classing, we talk about players doing this and that, but there's one huge variable that needs to be taken into consideration when we're talking about this versatility from these players, is that, yes, a composition might have an advantage, but can they execute that composition to a high enough level to utilize that advantage? What I mean by that is the boys are an incredibly good team, right? They're are really good RMD, incredible RMP. The RMP on the side of ABC definitely has an advantage against RMD. Like that's kind of like a consensus across the board. But Nixie has been playing a lot of Warrior in tournaments. I'm unfamiliar. Then again, we saw Nixie in the past play Rogue.
Yeah, he's
so familiar on Rogue.
Yeah, and I think he's the one that plays the Rogue when they play Thug Cleave anyways. Obviously, he plays Subtlety when they've been playing that. But I mean, I feel like any Rogue they can play Subtlety will be comfortable playing Assassination.
And his Warrior is such a high level too. Being able to swap between these two compositions at a level this high is a huge asset for your team. But here we go. The gates have open. Nixie on the Rogue yet again. I love seeing him on the Rogue. That's how I know him.
Yeah, he's a fantastic multi-classer. We've seen him play DK, Warrior, Rogue. I mean, he just slash rolls, tries to pick a new class. I mean, he's just always ready. And now that they're going for that opener onto DJ here, obviously they can't get the CC just because of the bear form that Neefson's going to sit in, but they're going to immediately open up with that blind onto him, forcing the trinket right there, getting a strong opener with that Vendetta. Now they've put that full kidney onto Neefson, looking to get that Ring of Frost. They do get the lockout onto Daisy Duke, so good job by them. But DJ is just getting pressured incredibly hard here. There's the full blind onto Doge Priest. He's going to use that trinket there, so both teams kind of just going for that Vendetta blind on the healer setups, and it seems to be that ABC are the ones that are very ahead at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, they just got Incarnation and a bunch of defensive and as well as Temporal Shield, I believe, onto DJ for what? That was Combustion as well as Vendetta, but here we go. Doge Priest got into CC. Full stun goes out onto Daisy Duke as well. Daisy Duke's going to go ahead and trinket out of that and walk away. Doge Priest got into a full clone. Neepson can't get the follow-up, gets locked out. DJ Brit is now getting chunked down way past half health here. He's on the run. He missed it. Did he actually miss that DB? I'm not sure, but Nixie Rogue is still continuing to connect. That's Ironbark from Neepson as well. And ABC is just getting defensive after defensive. Full Polymorph fouls it up. And now DJ is trying to swap it over out onto Daisy Duke with his Combust. Daisy Duke dipping down to half health, but Doge Priest not caught in any CC right now. Should be able to heal through this just fine. The Polymorphs continue on to Neepson, and DJ Brit is still taking a bunch of damage, down to half health yet again. And it just seems like ABC has complete control of this game.
Yeah, they're dominating this matchup. I mean, Neepson just has such a little room to kind of stay offensive. We just see Doge Priest just spam purging, just getting off this rest of Druid's Toss. He's getting super low here. He's going to probably proc the Cauterize. It's so close. They finally get the Cauterize there. They're waiting to try to get this window where they can maybe mass dispel the block, but they get the CCs onto Doge Priest for that Cauterize, so that's really good.
Oh, no block, and down he goes. ABC switching over to that RMP, gonna light up the boys. And there you have it. That is the final game of this series, as this is a 3-1 victory, I believe. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 3-1 victory.
3-1 victory. Yeah,
for ABC.
That was really close, because I mean they were both creatives. Like both mages were like, yeah, I'm gonna kill the other mage. That was like but both
either one of them died without blocking in that.
Yeah. But both of them were just manning up, and looks like DJ.
They're man moding it.
Yeah, it was a game of chicken.
Yeah.
That game of chicken is not going to favor the boys. Shout out to those guys though. Love seeing them play. I can't wait to see Bubs come back and compete with them as well, because I love seeing that Disciplined Priest play from Rattapie. But they fought very, very well. gone down to an extremely worthy opponent.
Yeah.
They should keep their heads held high, but ABC
Definitely.
will be moving on here in the lower bracket to face the loser between Enjoy Legion and Making a Movie. And those two upper bracket series are next.
Real quick, one little sneak peek thing for the teams that lost. There is a big announcement tomorrow. I mean, this is a huge announcement. I mean, in terms of
wait, what? There's an announcement.
In terms of announcements, it's on the scale of like 1 to a big announcement. It's like on the big announcement scale, right there. It hits
over
10.
9,000.
10 of 10, way over 9,000. It is 110% big announcement. And no, Dilly, I'm not telling you the announcement.
Can you just answer that question?
No, this is good. This is good for the European losers for now, not the NA losers. I know you think you are an NA loser, but you're not an NA loser in my heart. But no, the announcement is tomorrow. The announcement is tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have everything set up. But it is pretty giant news there.
I'm so excited for this awesome announcement. Can I at least get one hint? Is it about WoW Esports?
Oh, duh. This is all we are all about WoW Esports here.
Wait,
at GCD.
It's not about StarCraft?
No, Dilly.
Oh, hello?
What?
Get this guy out of here.
This is
what
a
is
stream.
this?
Well, I don't know. You're misleading me. You made me guess.
Real quick, if you guys, speaking of WoW Esports, if you guys would like to support WoW Esports, head on over to our Matcherino page. You could type in not hashtag. I don't know why I say hashtag. ! Matcherino on the thing.
I used to say hashtag all the time.
Holy crap, Metaphor Underdog. He has donated $201 to our prize pool. Thank you so much, buddy. You are literally the king of WoW Esports there in terms of this donation stuff. You're absolutely insane. But if you would like to donate yourself, hit the donate button, type in the code GCDEU as we are in a UE tournament. It gives you $1 free. Wow, look at that. $1 added to my account free.
Oh.
I did nothing. I didn't have to add anything, my credit card info or nothing. This is
it's
totally safe. I hit donate. I've already donated my fund. I've already used my coupon code. But if you have not already used your coupon code, please use the code GCDEU and it will donate $1 free to our tournament.
If you enjoy watching WoW Esports, the least you can do is just take a time out of your day to just make it rain. On GCD, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
type in that code, dude.
Also, if we hit $1,200 of our stretch goal, interview with the winning team, which means the team that wins the GCD June EU Cup Clash. It's a clash. We will interview them. So yeah, that's awesome.
I want to hear an interview, man. I want to hear these EU players and their beautiful accents tell us why they're so much better at this game.
You guys ever see that clip of I think it was Walrick's team, I think, beating them in Poike. They just had like their Skype call of them just winning their game. Yeah.
And
I like the energy.
Real quick from Admin Toxic here. We have not had a winners interview in EU yet. So we haven't interviewed any EU teams because we haven't reached that goal. So if we could reach this goal for the very first time, oh man, that'd be super hype. But it is time. It is time to go to the upper bracket here. It is
baby.
Northern Gaming Blue versus KFC Managers. And, KFC at the beginning of the year, we didn't really think of them as that strong of a team. They weren't really making that big a splash. But, I mean, they got some new compositions. They got some new classes. And they're all of a sudden in the upper bracket. And they are a scary team for anybody to face here. So, going into this blind pick, I mean, do we have any predictions here? Do we think NG Blue can continue their dominance and just roll over them? Or do you think KFC Managers is going to give them some trouble?
Well, one thing I kind of expect is I know that Northern Game, they've been practicing a lot more of the RMP. I think right now, Rogue Mage Druid is more out of the meta. Disc Priests are the meta. They're kind of replacing the Druids a little bit in these pretty much of the compositions that have mages in them. So I think that we might see that into them. Mm-hmm. And I think we also have seen them play Thugly, but I don't think they're going to play it into the KFC Managers. I could be wrong. I mean, I know the KFC Managers, usually they have the Mistweaver Boomkin comms, so I could see something like Thug Cleave, just being able to slay that Mistweaver very hard. But at the same time, they have that Rogue Mage Priest, which is generally a safe pick, and the boys have beaten KFC Managers with that as well. So
yeah,
I just want a Demon Hunter in my life, man.
Oh,
I mean, with KFC, Reelzen's got.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Okay, I'm entering the arena right now. I get to hear what Dilly is oohing and eyeing about. Oh, okay. No, this makes sense. All right. Oh, whoa. I don't think I was waiting. I don't think I was
you thought it made sense, and then it didn't make sense.
Yeah. now the stream.
You were fooled.
But doesn't make sense.
All right. So are we showing the comps to the stream yet?
Yeah, they're looking at the stream right now. They're looking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I honestly would have picked, or I would have thought that they would go for the priests I think that having the rest of Druid actually might be harder in this matchup against the TSG, just because we know the priests are super strong against melee cleaves with that strength of soul. It shuts down warriors. It actually shuts down unholy DKs where, you know, even though they're doing that magic damage, it's weird how it works. Usually spells that say like physical damage, it actually affects things like unholy DKs, just the same like hunter shots, they can get dodged even if they do magic damage, that kind of thing. So I mean, the Disc Priest is super strong versus both these classes, and I would have expected them to play that. I think we've seen that happen again in the past versus TSG, and I think normally we've seen TSGs do well versus RMG. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but they're going to actually go on to Drainer in the opener. Northern Gaming trying to light up this Mistweaver. DR stuns for days. Drainer's going to go ahead and port away. He's got that revival. He's got that cocoon, but he's trying to hold on to him for dear life. Waz and Raikou on the run, however, dipping him nice and low. Fear into stun, goes out onto Minpoike, and Raikou's going to go ahead and use that temporal shield preemptively, anticipating this damage. And regardless of a scary opener like we just saw, Drainer's going to walk away using nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a very beautiful CC chain there. I would have expected them to get something. I mean, I know they want to get that trinket from him. Hopefully get that trinket and then get the full blind on him so that later on maybe they don't have that defensive for that CC chain. Like we've seen something the Assassination Rooks try to do just because the blind and the Vendetta don't really line up as far as cooldowns with the trinket. So maybe that's where they get the kill opportunity, but I mean, he's able to live without using Brawly, without using the Cocoon, human trinket, nothing at all. So, I mean, KFC Manager is doing a good job surviving this over. Now the pressure's back onto Raikou. They just used the Sharpened Blade, and out of that, they put the Snowball onto Minpoike, who does have that innervate up, trying to be very mana efficient, knowing he has to keep his team aggressive here, especially when they're just going for this tunnel to Mistweaver strategy. But a beautiful ANZ comes out here, trying to prevent some of that Fire Mage damage, and then they go for the full Sheep onto the DK. I mean,
and the Warbanner on the stun, man. I mean, this TSG is looking really, really solid so far. Drainer continuing to just not trade any defensive cooldowns. Waz having complete uptime right here with his artifact weapon. Vendetta in just a few seconds. Raikou getting dangerously low. He's got that temporal shield. He doesn't want to use it just yet. The tempo finally go off. Drainer now getting caught into finally a full kidney. Death Run not able to rally and cry just yet. A bash to follow it up. This could be it. Drainer's on the run. Cocoon is finally going to
vortex the port.
Did he get Typhoon? Or yeah, he actually got
vortex. Yeah, he
vortex back into the middle. Fantastic vortex by Minpoike. Now a nice full clone, keeping him nice and low. Waz actually around the pillar, getting a waiting for the next opener. Oh, whoa! Drainer actually, I think, pulled him out, puts him into a paralysis. That's going to force the trinket out of Waz. Minpoike caught into a fear.
He gets the girl kidney though.
Kidney. Is this? He has to trinket. He's not trinketing. Is he just going to die? No revival available. No cocoon as well. Drainer needs to be a live lord right here, right now, to keep his team in this.
Drainer is a legend. He's held on to his trinket this entire game. He's actually so greedy, but he knows the RMD's damage there. I mean, even when they get these great setups on him, he does what he can. He gets the in-cap to peel Wise, goes for the Shaloon's gift on himself, gets himself popped off, and now there's no more pressure on him. He's full kidneyed once again. They have another Vendetta coming up in a minute, and it seems that he's really trying to hold onto that trinket, knowing that in about 2 minutes they're going to have that dampening window, and that's probably where the pressure from that assassination RMD is going to be very scary with them just tunneling it non-stop.
I mean, TSG has given Northern Gaming Blue a run for their money. We saw them take out Northern Gaming Blue with the TSG composition the last tournament by another TSG, but Drainer still has nothing left. He's on the run. He's gonna go ahead and pop that. He actually got Typhoon. He actually got gripped back via that Minpoike vortex yet again. Full kidney shot. He's still not trinketing, but this is his wall. He knows Raikou isn't connecting on the back foot, so he should be okay. I don't understand how he knows he's okay, but he's doing a fantastic job. But it's not gonna matter. Northern Gaming Blue are gonna start Drainer from the beginning of this match to the end of this match and take him out, and the TSG will go down to the Fire Mage Assassination Room.
Yeah, I mean, the entire game, NG Blue is just dominating with pressure. I mean, Drainer did a good job just kiting and surviving and living throughout this game, but I mean,
maybe he doesn't have trinket this whole time. Maybe
maybe it's a UI. Yeah, it could be a UI, but because it did look like they were shorter there on the it wasn't like full 6 second kidney, so it definitely had to be the relentless on him with that human. But I mean, still it was a ton of pressure on him. We definitely saw him being very smart as far as holding on to defensive cooldowns, and even then, Northern Gaming just did a great job that game, I feel like.
Yeah, I have to point this out as well. I was looking at, like, you know, the end of that game. I was looking, and I was starting to watch. We were watching Drainer so closely. Yeah, there's a sliver of health, and you're just like, live Lord, live Lord, live Lord. But in the other hand, you see Raikou, and he's just desperately trying to get away. He's desperately trying to help do damage and control the match against these two melee who have a lot of ways to reconnect onto him, and he's doing a fantastic job. We saw Raikou in the past do a fantastic job controlling these double melee as a Frost Mage. Getting those blizzards, you know, just makes them crawl for days. But as a Fire Mage, it's a little bit easier for the melee to connect onto him, and he did a great job surviving. I mean, there was so many times where Cauterize could have procced, but it didn't, and he was able to just like temp so much health back, and it was a fantastic play coming out from Raikou as well, and they were able to synergize at the end there and take Drainer out. But that was a pretty close game. I mean, Raikou, if these double melee were able to connect just a little bit more, and there was these sliver of opportunities that Raikou slipped up just once, that could have been Cauterized, that could have been blocked easily.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I mean, that it seemed like Northern Gaming, they were really on their A game there. I mean, you know, sometimes I've seen them get flack where they're like inconsistent, but that definitely was one of their, you know, really smooth game. I didn't see them make any mistakes. All their CC chains were very smooth. They did everything they could to just, you know, kite each other or kite the melee. Raikou did a great job, and I mean, their target priority obviously is good because, you know, imagine trying to kill the DK or the warrior. That composition is way too tanky. They're going to put themselves in this position where they just take so much free damage. Instead of just going on the miswaiver with that Fire Mage, he's kind of able to kite the melee more. You know, it's kind of similar to like how we've seen some Hunter compositions in the past where they tunnel a healer and, you know, kite the melee DPS that way. And that's kind of the same playstyle the Fire Mage is going for there in that situation.
Okay. Yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying. Now, I just want to mention this to the people who are less familiar with like the format of these tournaments. The first game is always on the Grand Arena, as you probably have seen. But every game after that, it's actually the map choice of the losing team, meaning that the team who loses gets to choose the map, but then the winning team is forced to announce their composition to their opponents. Now, if you're unfamiliar with WoW Arena in general, composition plays a huge role in this game. There's composition counters and a whole bunch of other things to take into consideration. And the way that it works is that the winner announces their composition. They can still change it up. They can change to whatever comp they want. They can actually move to a more universal composition in anticipation for what their opponent locks in. If they so choose, but they have to announce their composition to their opponents, and then their opponents lock in their own composition, and they can choose to utilize, you know, a counter composition if they have those classes available to them. As you know, not every player in this game is capable of playing at a high level multiple classes. There's a lot of barrier to entry, but there's also a lot of things that you need to learn, not just as like the class mechanics, but also in composition synergies with your team. And so there's a lot of work that needs to go into multi-classing, and these players have been doing it fantastically well. But moving into this next game, Northern Gaming Blue won on the Grand Arena, which means they only have to win now moving forward on their map in comp picks, meaning they only have to win on the times in which they lost the game before for them to take the series.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so Dalaran is the map here, picked by KFC, and the same comp in Spectrum Energy Blue. Obviously, they dominated that game. They're not gonna fix what is not broken. So, I mean, KFC. I mean, they have a multitude of comps available to them, and so, I mean, they can pull at anything. I'm actually really excited to see what KFC can pull out, because I mean, they could pull out Boomkin Demon Hunter. They could pull out Boomkin like anything, right? We've seen that in fast. Like Corky is still sitting on the bench waiting to be released, and
can't wait to see that. I want to see him bust out the Corky, dude. Like bust out the beans, bust out the Corky.
Yeah, and,
I love
and
seeing
so
that Boomkin.
Corky's comp of. I mean, we didn't really see this before we saw the EU Cups. Corky playing on the Boomkin, Reelson playing on the Demon Hunter, and then Drainer on his Shaman was actually a comp that everybody's like, wait, that actually works? And it works so well in EU that on NA we started seeing it more. I mean,
people are starting to play it.
Yeah, Method Synergy started using it, and we're like, whoa.
It's crazy how these tournaments...
People are trying to practice it, because, I mean, obviously, like the people at First Flight, they're not going to be anywhere near that same level, but you could definitely see them really working up to try to be at that same level. I mean, Drainer is amazing at Misweaver Monk. Like, I watch him play, and it's definitely so much better than so many of the other Mistweavers I've seen play, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not gonna be surprised by Boomkin. It's same comps. TS2.
All right, so we got the same comps for both sides, and you know, I don't necessarily think it's a bad play. Dalaran is actually the map choice. So I feel like that means Drainer might have a harder time getting away from Northern Gaming Blue. That also means that his double melee composition is going to have an easier time connecting to Raikou if they're going to stick with the same strats. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out.
Yeah, I think that'll be good. And the thing is, the last game there, it was mostly like a a perfect game for NG Blue. There were constant typhoons on pores. They did so many good things. They had always good cross EC, but you can't really expect like a team to just always play that well, you know. And I feel if the TSG they fight them and there's like any kind of extra mistake, it's going to be very hard for them. And we actually see the talent swap from Drainer going for that way the Crane, which is really smart if they're going on him, just having that extra stun break. It also lets them kind of go offensive and get that extra damage. So I think the way the Crane is going to be a smart choice for them. But definitely, like, you have to think of where that last matchup, it's like on paper, you know, RMD will never lose to it, right? They play perfectly, blah, blah, blah. But no one plays perfect. Like, no one's just this robot that just always plays every single game perfectly. Yeah. And that's why I feel like the TSG is still a solid pick, especially if there's any mistakes made. And having that way of the Crane really helps out, too, just for those extra stun breaks.
I have to say though, one of the biggest, you know, advantages of a Mistweaver Monk, maybe not even advantage, just tools that the Mistweaver Monk brings is that mobility. When they get these swaps to him, he utilizes that mobility and, you know, gets away and whatnot. But Minpoike's vortexes, they were solid.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely helped that. And there we go. We're going to get an opener onto Drainer. Way of a Crane is going to be popped immediately. Leg sweep onto Minpoike. They're making a hard swap over onto him, it would seem. It looks like just Drainer is on top of him for now. And it almost looks like he's just doing damage to Minpoike with that way of the Crane to just kind of keep himself up, keep his team aggressive for now. Raikou getting Stormbolt in the back foot is going to force a trinket. He's not going to play with these double melee in his face. He's going to respect the damage.
There's the Vendetta in the Thorns being used there, and they're getting a ton of pressure here. They have the advantage from Waz being used to get that Garrote. They get the double Garrote onto him, actually. They do force that War Banner, but Waz isn't going to kidney into that, and that's going to still lead some scary pressure onto Drainer here, but he does have that way the Crane coming up in about 7 seconds, and that, as we know, it's very similar to the Paladin's melee wings where he attacks and he starts to heal with those attacks, but now they have this split pressure onto both Raikou and Minpoike, and that's what you want to see the TSG get, where it makes it harder for both of these wizards to kind of just spam cast the Chiefs and clones all game. So I think the strategy that KFC managers here have is very good. We see another way the Crane being used when Waz pops that full penny onto him, and then he just gets in-capped immediately, so they're doing a much better job as far as playing defensively in this game.
I love Way of the Crane in this matchup because, like, as you can see, Raikou just has his hands full. He cannot help Waz with this damage out onto Drainer. And then every 30, 40 seconds or so, Drainer just goes and pops that Way of the Crane and just kind of, like, goes toe-to-toe with Waz. It's like a Windwalker monk. Finally, Raikou connects, and Drainer is out of there. He is not messing around. On the back foot, however, Raikou is dipping down to half health, just getting completely chunked by this Death Knight. But it looks like he's just going to catch a full polymorph and be completely fine for now. Minpoike doing a fantastic job using healing touches a lot. He knows he doesn't have those off kicks, but as I say that, he gets grip stunned in, going to force the Barkskin as these double melee swap over out onto him. But a fantastic job by Raikou to peel up Death Run, the warrior. That's going to stop a lot of that damage from the swap onto Minpoike. They got Barkskin, but that's a short cooldown. They need more than that if they're going to try to get ahead here.
Yeah, but I really do like this way the Crane, because also they are still getting like decent damage onto Waz. Obviously, it's super easy for him to heal through because we're not into dampening. But I think the longer this game goes on, it seems like KFC managers will definitely start to pull ahead here. We've just used the Sharp onto Raikou. Minpoike is trying to keep him topped off here. He goes for the clone, does get interrupted on it, so he's not going to be able to get any heals here, and does get caught out in human in that half Gnaw stun from that DK. So now Minpoike is getting pressured once again. He has to displace her beast away, so he's displaced her beast at 50% HP, but it looks like the pressure is just going to swap. Yeah, the Vortex has been insane this entire game, so now there's a ton of pressure going out onto Drainer. He does have the way the Crane back, but I think he doesn't want to use it because he wants to use that as that stun out. So even though he can use it to top himself, I think he's going to try to keep himself safe. And now he gets full blinded here. Looks like
he might baiting that trinket, man. He wants it bad. Drainer's not falling for it though.
He's trying to reset the stun DR, I think. And he gets a resell with them all CC. So that was actually really smart. So he uses the blind. They get the cross CC on both of them. He can get the free resell, get the Garrote onto him full, and then get that extra pressure. We see that way the Crane being used on the stun. So Drainer's trying to keep himself topped off. But Raikou's taking a lot of damage here. He's going at 10% HP. Doesn't have has a temporal just barely tick there. Oh, super low HP, but he's going to get topped off to full health. And now we see a Snowball being used on him. And there's the Sharpen still chunking him back down after that through the Iron Bar, getting a ton of pressure here. They do have the Vendetta back up for Waz, so there's going to be a ton of damage going out onto Drainer very soon. He doesn't have the way of the Crane for a little bit, but he uses that leg sweep onto Waz to kind of kite away, delay that moment that he has that Vendetta to get pressure on him, and just wait for the 8 seconds until the way of the Crane. But now there's that cheap shot. Waz got the resell out of the CC. Doesn't use the Vendetta yet. There's the Vortex being put down onto Drainer, and he gets warped. Ooh, these vortexes. Oh my
gosh. Those vortexes are so good. I love the Z-axis vortex too. When he just drops it and makes these double melee get sucked down. Oh, it's so sick. Drainer though, he's in so much trouble with Waz back here. Waz has that Vendetta available to him.
Has that way of the Crane though.
There's
popping
that way of the
himself
crane.
off.
I love how he's forcing Waz defensive with this way of the crane. It's such a cool talent. Raikou gonna go ahead and pop that temporal shield, but is it gonna be enough? No block available. Down he goes. Regardless of playing for that late game, Raikou's gonna get taken out by the TSG, and the way the crane worked out, it gave him enough throughput to not have to worry about his team to come peel him, gave him enough throughput to be able to, keep in the game completely fine. And look at his mana pool at the end of that game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Way of the Crane is very efficient. Normally in the Mistweavers, they have 3 talent choices to see the Way of the Crane, which is maybe not as much constant or burst healing, but you have that extra stun breaker, and you have to deal with that. And maybe hard cast a little bit more when that's down. Or you have the Ancient Mistweaver Arts where you have the Soothing Mist that can be locked, but the burst healing you have with that is incredibly high, but it's also extremely mana inefficient. So, I mean, that's certainly where you're going to see people swap between, but they did such a good job on that map, I feel like. I don't know if they're going to be able to use that same strategy on a bigger map like Tol'Viron, because the way the crane can get kited more, both the melee can get kited more, but definitely on Dalaran Sewers, really smart choice, I feel like.
It felt like Northern Blue was looking for like a late game sort of scenario, like then going for like these healing touches, trying to keep up with mana, and Raikou just running away for a long period of time while Waz just kind of like chunks down these defensive cooldowns. But the way of the crane just made it so he was able to get really efficient trades. He was able to stay up and not use these defensive cooldowns. I don't think he used a single revival or cocoon that game.
Yeah.
So defensive cooldown wise, they were completely fine, and Minpoike even looked like he was falling behind on mana just slightly.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, Raikou's forced to use all these defensive cooldowns. Just doesn't seem like the right matchup. But we have to remember this was the map choice of these guys. Dalaran Sewers is very small. Very small map choice.
Yeah, definitely very small.
Speaking of another small map choice.
Ruins, what?
Wait, okay. So to me, that sounds like Drainer's in trouble. I mean, like watching that first game, there's no way that they're going to be going for another attrition battle on a small map like this. Raikou just getting.
Yes, dude.
Well then, okay. So I just want to reiterate this again. The way that the format works is the loser chooses the map, which is Northern Blue last game, and then the winner chooses a comp and announces it to the opposing team. So they just locked in. KFC managers just locked in Survival Hunter, Boomkin, Mistweaver. I'm pretty sure they're channeling some DIlly
so excited.
Right now.
Let's go. Melee Hunter, dude.
That's what's up, dude. So this is the composition that they chose universally.
It is super strong though versus Assassination Rogues, because you have that Mending Banish from the Survival Hunter, able to clear the bleeds every 25 seconds. You don't have the freedom, but being able to take out those bleeds is actually incredibly strong for the Assassination Rogues. They lose those bleeds and poisons. They lose energy regen. They lose so much damage. I mean, I don't think it's actually a bad pick at all if they think that they might play the RMD again. And this is what they know they need a pick to kind of even out this series. Because they want to get their map advantage.
Or 1-2.
It's 1-1. So
it's 1-1. Okay. Yeah.
But KFC managers lost the first game, and they really want to get the map advantage. So I think going for something crazy here, when it's 1-1, I actually think it's smarter than where people kind of go for the desperation when the series is when you're down 1-2. I think this is the game to go for something like that.
Do you have any idea how this comp works, DIlly? As a Survival Hunter master yourself.
Well, it's more of like a dampening composition, and you're not going to see it go as aggressive as like a Thug Cleaver or a Jungle will. Mostly they're going to try to peel a lot with this game and kind of just get that spread pressure. So it's going to be like the TSG where you want to bring out the longer game, you want to pressure both targets, but the Survival Hunter is actually really strong defensively if they're thinking that they're going to play with a Rogue Mage, because you have the Mending Bandage, like I said, you have the Tracker's Net to peel. It's going to be very hard.
I'm with you, David. I don't know.
I don't know what's happening right now. Like, we're talking about like the different strategies and stuff like that. Something I will know is that, the Survival Hunter do have that undispellable trap, right? So like if we're looking at like a bunch of like, AoE damage from the Boomkin Starfall or whatever, we do have that, opportunity to still get CC and not worry about breaking that trap, which synergizes well with like the AoE damage of a Boomkin. But I mean, as for synergy, that's where I stop thinking about it, because it's difficult to see. But these guys have proven to me wrong more than once at this point.
Well, this comp was kind of played last season a little bit on it with the rest of Shaman, and it was also when the call traps were more popular. So it was like more this red damage constantly with it.
And before Boomkin AoE nerfs and bear form.
But we've seen more of like the single target play style from Corki 2, where he goes for a lot more bursts. So potentially to peel, I think instead of playing the Diamond Ice, you have to give up the Tracker's Net, and that route is huge. So I think maybe they want to peel for their Mistweaver as much as they can, and they might take that. so they have that in the mending bandage, and the assassination rogue really will get shut down very hard. And that way he won't have to play the way of the crane as well. So I'm thinking that's a possible strategy from them. Who is the one playing the hunter, by the way, on the team of KFC managers?
That's Realsin, I'm pretty sure. Although my rename macro did not work, so Night Elf Male is actually Realsin, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He plays everything. Yeah.
Good to know. Good to know. So one thing I will note is that
they are going to win the crane. Oh, he fat fingers his aspect. Oh, unlucky. Saving it for later in the game is okay. Catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, no, totally. No, they can leave. So as long as you leave before the gates open, you're good. But well then,
little awkward fat finger there.
A little awkward. Yeah. A little awkward. And this is a big deal. I want to point this out as well. Obviously, it was their fault that this happened, but I don't know, man. Like giving more and more time to think about this composition, I feel like is definitely a good thing for Northern Blue, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. Northern Blue probably is more familiar with this team than I am. Playing on the same ladder.
They're so tanky though. Like they really are. You can't. It's very hard to kill the survival hunter.
What are they going to do? Are they going to run at?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is they don't have to really play around the survival hunter CCing in this matchup. I really feel they could just make sure he just gets good damage, and the game should be good because boomkins are tanky. Survival hunters are really tanky versus assassination rogue mage. I already talked about the mending bandage, and then Mistweaver with the way the crane and having the survival hunter and a boomkin to peel for him, plus the mending bandage too. I mean, it's going to put him so far behind. I feel that it's going to be like this kind of.
I'd love to see the survival hunter go on Waz too sometimes. Like I feel like Waz just having going for this strat of just like training Drainer from start to finish. The survival hunter is going to make his life a living hell with his slows if he wants to continue to do a strat like that. So
yeah, I'm expecting him to mostly go on to Waz, because the one thing is survival hunters don't have like as much mobility as other melee, but then they have really high damage if they do connect. So probably not going to go see him go on to the druid. But if he just sits on Waz the entire game, he's going to have a lot of high damage output, and it's going to make it very hard for Waz to really do anything. Whereas, the mage can also kite very well. So I really expect them kind of sit on Waz and really shut them down the entire game.
Yeah.
One thing that we have to point out as well is Northern Blue, very consistent team, very synergized team, is going to definitely put a run for your money. Put KFC managers, a run for their money against this composition. They're going to look for these cross CCs, and so regardless of all of these defenses, regardless of all of that, they're still very capable of looking for like hard swap setups, possibly on the Drainer. So maybe getting that cross CC to prevent the kites, stuff like that. To me, I'm looking at a very consistent pressure, tanky-oriented composition versus a very setup-based. Actually, with the Assassination Rogue and Fire Mage, maybe not so much setup. But they have that available to them if they want the consistent pressure, but I can only imagine that they're going to be looking for setups.
Yeah, no, they definitely have to get setups. I mean, Assassination Fire, sometimes they won't be able to, but they're definitely going to be going on one person and trying to get as much pressure onto him as they can.
Is that mechanic still in the game where if you go on a boomkin, they get more damage?
Kind of. It's been somewhat nerfed, and also boomkins are just such bad targets. And also now they don't really do as much damage if they're just sitting in bear form all game. So So that's been the one thing, but they're obviously still tanky if they sit in bear. But it's one of those situations you just delay.
The gates have opened, and this is always such a crucial moment for a rogue mage to get a good opener. They can just sway the entire game in their favor. Sap goes out on the Drainer, Garrote on to Corki, Polymorph on the Nile female, and Corki is going to pop that Barkskin in bear form immediately on this opener, knowing what's up. Apparently he knows something that we didn't, and he was just in that bear form awaiting this opener from Northern Blue.
Oh, and then, there we go. We just see the banish just being used to clear all the bleeds, clear all the poisons from Waz, and just shutting down his damage. They still have that Vendetta that they held on to. Just use it now, I believe, and they're not going to have that bandage there for that damage, but it's fine. They don't have that much CC there, and now we have Bash going out onto Night Elf Male, and they get the sheep onto him there, but there's still a lot of pressure going out onto both Raikou and Mipoika here. He's just kind of getting cleaved down by this boomkin with them trying to sort of keep pressure onto Raikou, but they have CC on the Survival Hunter the entire game here.
I mean, going on this this Druid definitely can be difficult for Waz to connect onto, but they stop so much Cyclones too. That's another thing that is an advantage. Full Polymorph lands out onto Draenor. Corki's going to go ahead and jump into that bear form. Another bandage comes out. I see him now. Now that you mention it, I'm learning more and more about these hunters. But Corki is just going to be on the run for now, and he's just looking maybe to get a full moon set up. Nope, gets garroted on it as Waz steps right onto his target. Draenor pushing in as well, keeping his little boomkin nice and healthy, but a full kidney shot lands outside of bear form. No CC for Draenor just yet, as Raikou has to deal with this survival hunter. Minpoike getting some really good cross CC, however. Leg sweep goes out onto Waz. Waz getting dipped down to about half health here. He's got that Cloak of Shadows available to him, but he doesn't want to use it just yet. Renewal and Bark Skin available for Corki as well. I believe he actually did get locked out there for just a second. Bash onto Draenor. Can Raikou follow it up? That's the question. He's across the map. He's got nothing really for right now. Full kidney into human form. And it just seems like there is this brick wall of defensives that is this Boomkin survival hunter comp.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like we can see that the Survival Hunter, he's not going to be able to get too much damage out here. He does have to give up freedom for the mending bandage, so his mobility is going to be very bad throughout the game. But what they are really relying on is knowing that they'll get a lot of damage from Corki, and Survival Hunter is popping his first, popping that aspect of EO, getting the explosive trap onto Raikou, getting a ton of damage onto him. He does have that temporal shield that is going to go off and keep him topped off here. But I think as KFC managers is likely going to go for the long game, there's going to be this window where eventually that damage is going to be kind of unhealable, where he just gets quick little damage, pops that aspect, gets some bursts, and throughout the rest of the game, he's just going to be constantly peeling the damage that Raikou and Waz can get onto Corki.
Yep, and Waz is just continuing to just pump it out into Corki. And another thing that Draenor, casts Soothing Mist, but not a whole lot of casts that this Rogue and this Mage are looking to lock out. So Corki's kind of forced to deal with every interrupt for the side of Northern Blue, which makes it difficult to get a Cyclone. As you can see, he's constantly trying to juke. He's constantly trying to look for those opportunities, but so far, neither team really getting a whole lot of leeway on another. I guess the mana pools kind of tell the story. Full Moon actually gets fully casted, and at the last second gets kidneyed. That's got to be so frustrating for Corki.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely getting shut down a lot. We did see the Roar Sacrifice come out though, and I mean both teams are just gonna have a hard time getting damage out into each other. But now we see a Full Moon goes out on him, and Poirier hits him pretty hard. He does use that Iron Bark, and there's a ton of damage going on to him right there. He's at half HP, and now Raikou's getting kind of swapped too. So I like the way the KFC manager is playing. They know that they can kind of keep each other safe. They have the pressure going out into Corki. Hunter's in that root full, just gonna kind of chill there, getting full clone. But I mean, Energy Blue really isn't able to do anything. They have this brick wall that they're trying to attack into. And I mean, we have all the defensive cooldowns still left by KFC managers here.
Yep. Minpoike's mana, one thing I will mention about Poike, moving deeper possibly into dampening, is that he is so good at maintaining his mana, being frugal with it too. And he's doing a good job so far. Corki actually popping that Celestial Alignment. It's going to get garroted on it. But regardless, Raikou's feeling the pressure. And look at the cross damage on Raikou and Waz. They're just getting rotted down. This is Vendetta, however, onto Corki. And Draenor is just sitting behind a pillar, line of sight healing Corki completely fine through all of this. And I really don't think that Northern Blue, with a strategy like this, is going to catch any leeway until we get into dampening. Full Moon finally does connect and goes out onto Raikou, or onto Minpoike. Minpoike, though, perfectly content to just heal right through this, but his mana is taking a toll to heal through this damage.
Yeah, definitely. He's falling more and more behind, and we saw they use the Vendetta, and he's able to get that mending bandage, clear all the dots. Waz has to reapply it, but he just ends up getting energy starved because of that, and it just makes it so much harder for him to get this kill. The game becomes so frustrating. They're just attacking into this Boomkin, and the big thing is just having that wipe on all of those. It means that going into dampening, where usually assassination rogues can be very strong from their bleeds and their MS, it really is going to be ineffective just being cleared all the time, and that's what's going to win KFC managers the game, I feel like.
Temporal Shield now for Raikou is going to be coming out, trying to be frugal, trying to utilize those defensive cooldowns, and he is going to get quite a big heal. Dampening finally kicks in, and the clock is ticking for Northern Blue. Waz dipping down to about half health and just getting cleaved down from this bear form and Starfall. Corki coming out finally. He has that Bark Skin. It's finally going to get faded though. Draenor caught into a super DR Polymorph, and I just feel like Northern Blue needs to go for setups. Raikou needs to get in there. They need to get the cross CC that they can to be able to get Full Moon now being casted. It's going to get DB'd out of desperation from Raikou to stop that. Now finally,
he's going to cast it out of the incap.
And there it is. Waz is going to go ahead and just trade up that Cloak of Shadows. He is not messing around with that Full Moon.
Yeah, he knows that he's going to take a ton of damage there, and that was also the Survival Hunter's Burst on top of that, so popping that aspect, getting that extra damage onto them. And I mean, they're doing a great job against Northern Gaming. Northern Gaming, we have him in 40k at about 45% mana, but then Drainer is at 78% mana. He's just staying very, very healthy as far as mana goes, and we're already in 7% dampening at this point of the game. So it's just going to be so much harder for NG Blue to get any pressure. We do have that Vendetta going out onto Corki, but he's just sitting in Boomkin form. He knows he doesn't even have to go into Caster form. He knows he's perfectly fine. They get the Diamond to Ice Trap onto Waz there, so he's not going to be able to do anything. And Raiku's just the one getting pressured here. He has that Temporal Shield up. We do see Waz go for that full kidney onto Corki once again in that Boomkin form. But really, no pressure is just going to be allotted out of that. And KFC Manager is dominating this entire game. Corki gets it. He goes for the drink, gets it up for a second, but he gets broken out by the Starfall by Corki. Now we just see that incap being used onto him. Does look like we have that follow-up leg sweep, but I think they're not going to get too much pressure here. I think KFC Managers knows that they're kind of going to have to wait for a longer game at this point.
11% dampening, and this is something that I really want to mention because it is significant. Celestial Alignment coming out from Corki, and he's just rotting down the team. But what I was trying to mention was, when you're talking about deep dampening games like this, and you're talking about having an advantage all game long, when you get into dampening, it can be a double-edged sword. It can be just another CC for the Rogue Mage Druid to rely on for the healer not to be able to heal through to get a setup kill. It absolutely can go in favor of Northern Blue in just one small setup. And Poike looking for a very needed drink. He's actually going to get interrupted regardless, but don't count Northern Blue out yet. This definitely looks like it's a hard-fought battle for these guys, but all it takes is one solid setup. Full blind goes out in the Drainer. That's going to force the trinket and the Barkskin for Corki. So if they continue to get opportunities like that and more buttons like that, deeper into dampening we go, the harder and harder it's going to be. And
yeah, he gets a clean drink out of the Starfall.
Look at that huge drink.
Yeah, that was a huge drink. That was really good from Mpoike. So this play is really going to put them back into the game. We did see them finally get some offensive pressure here. We did get trinkets out. We still have the Cocoon available, but that's not going to be too much from them. And now we see the Sorrel Hunter just trying to pop that aspect once again, trying to get that extra pressure. But when Poike is getting that clone onto him, we do see that Cocoon being used on Corki on this Vendetta here. So that's going to keep him relatively safe, along with the Hunter's Roar Sacrifice. So keeping it stable there. But now we see that Waz get that full sap onto Drainer here. This is really bad. So I think that was off of a Cyclone right there. So I mean, that's a clutch play by Waz right there, getting that. And now we have full follow-up Chiefs out of that into that full bash.
Oh, yeah, into the clone, and Corki has no Barkskin. He's in that bear form. He's on the run, and he's not going to be able to get topped directly from this. Soothing Mists are great out of line of sight and all, but he needs to get topped right now. 21% dampening, and he does finally get caught up at this point. Waz running in, gets a Groat, maybe looking for a follow-up CC on the Drainer. Not going to get it just yet. Revival still available to him, but that's more of an AoE than it is a direct, solid heal onto one target. There's the full kidney shot to follow it up, and they're just trying to pump damage into him, and they know that dampening is now on their side to try to keep him alive.
They go for the full moon with Waz in the trap. Do they get it off?
It's actually onto Raikou and that's going to cause an Iron Bark from Mpoike. Great job by him knowing what target that's going to be casted on, because both of them were super viable for that. There's the incap on him and Mpoike. Can they follow it up? If so, Waz might be in a little bit of trouble. He's got that Cloak of Shadows available to him, and he wants to continue to just pump this out on to Corki. Full mana for Drainer. Can he heal through this damage, though, as Corki continues to this line of sight? And every single time he is forcing that bear form, it does stop a lot of momentum, but also stops a lot of his damage.
Yeah, for sure. He does get shut down on that damage. I mean, and now we just see, again, those many bandages coming out in this point in dampening, which is just super useful, just clearing all that Assassination Rogue damage, especially once he's in that CC. And it's helping out Corki a lot here, especially because even after Mpoike's gotten drink after drink, he does get another full drink back to that full mana. It's a 28% dampening, and KFC Commander's still completely topped off. We see the Vendetta come out, see the Roar Sacrifice go out onto Corki. He's getting kind of chunked here, tries to go for that clone, does get locked out beautifully by Raikou there, so good job there.
This could be it for Corki, man.
He has something left. He has to be very, very careful here.
He's got that Barkskin available to him, though. Full Polymorph does land out onto Drainer. No Trinket available to him. That's going to force the Barkskin, and Corki is just on the run. Mpoike's drinks, keeping his team aggressive. Any comp can be a dampening comp if you can get the drinks like Mpoike. Full kidney shot, no Barkskin available. Barkskin actually is active right now, but it's not going to matter. All up the entire game and still go down. I was saying it before in the match, it can happen. Regardless of whether or not you have like that mana advantage, regardless of whether or not what it looks right then, when you get into dampening, it could favor you or it could kill you. And it killed KFC Managers here in this matchup, but that looked really strong of a composition. But these guys, Mpoike, Raikou, and Waz, they've been around a while. This isn't the first dampener that they have faced.
Yeah, I did think it was definitely like an interesting pick. Obviously the Hunter is just getting peeled a lot there, so it made it hard for him to really get those peels for for Corki there, but still, it seemed like kind of maybe more of a random pick they had, and it still kind of ended up being so close. I mean, there were so many times that I feel the game was just won off of Minpoike getting those clutch drinks off and late dampening.
Yeah,
those are solid, man. Those are so solid, and they're so important. Like if he doesn't do that, they lose, and because of that, if you actually watch, you can see the communication between them. They're like, oh, okay, I'm going for a drink right now. You need to be okay. I have this defensive cooldown. I'll be fine. And then like, you know, you see like, you know, the Cloak of Shadows get traded out for 40% dampening or 40% mana or something like that. And it's so worth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems that was KFC's like surprise like comp to try and win back the map advantage, and it didn't work out for him. So do you think they have anything left, or do you think they're just going to have to try and grind it out? Because, I mean, their tournament lies online.
Yeah.
I mean, if they figure out something, I mean, that composition from the beginning was stellar. I mean, they look so confident. If they're able to figure out some sort of strategy that maintains that, and they're able to stop Minpoike's drinks, that could be what they need. But that was Runes of Lordaeron. There's few maps similar in size to be stop drinks.
Maybe a Black Rook here, but I mean, even then, like I don't know what.
You got the room still. It's tough.
The room is hard. And it's not tournament lives, the upper bracket. They still can drop to the lower bracket. KFC still has a chance here, but they do want to advance here. Like they want to make sure they advance.
I mean, maybe they could stick with that same. Maybe they felt the composition was good. They might have not been as confident with it. Like maybe they're just not as practiced with it, because it felt like it really was close.
Yeah,
and it's not something we've seen them play much. I mean, I'm sure they've war gamed it, but still, I think having that time to experiment with it in a tournament, it is kind of fine if they think that's something that's been difficult for them. Plus, they're in the winners bracket still, so
yeah, they can drop down and they can still fight their way through. But it's tough, especially going into that finals, coming back against one team in the same compositions and having to win twice is tough.
That is tough.
For sure. So we're gonna see these guys, you know, put their best foot forward for sure, of course. But that being said, I think that they could do something a little bit like what I would like to see from them, honestly, is I want them to change it up. I want Corki. He played a long game of like line of sighting Raikou. He was in bear form, line of sighting Raikou. I'd like to see him pushing more towards Minpoike all game, because he was kind of controlling where Waz goes, right? So Corki can go wherever he want, but he's going to take that additional damage from Raikou if he's out in the open. Revival was used, I think, once. Like, that was a really long game, right? And there are still cooldowns, and they can still rotate through their cooldowns a little bit more often in return for having to spend a little bit more mana, but also prevent mana on the side of Minpoike.
Yeah, well, we set a small map, and they went to Blade's Edge, which, I mean, is now famously known as Tempo's.
The Tempo Storm map. Hey, man, that's been Tempo Storm's map for a while now. Shout out to the OG Tempo days where you just see Tempo Storm wanting to just, like, you know, go head-to-head with whatever on the top of that bridge.
So with the map pick of Blade's Edge, what kind of comp do you think is coming out of KFC, or do you think the Survival Hunter Boomkin is going to work better on this map?
I mean, what I like about Blade's Edge is that if you're like jumping down and like looking for a drink, you're not really far away. You're just out of line of sight.
Yeah. So
maybe they can prevent drinks more. I don't know. What do you think, DIlly?
Yeah, I think they just probably have to be a little bit more mindful. I know that it probably is a little bit hard because it really is up to Corki there. And I think Minpoike just did a great job just knowing when their team went for the setup, he was kind of confident enough to just immediately go for that drink and try to find a spot where they wouldn't really be able to push out and kind of find him himself. So it's really hard to say.
Man,
I'm thinking a map that's not that one might be better though, right? Just for stopping those drinks, because it like Ruins, he kind of has all this open area that Minpoike could potentially go to. He could either be in the room or behind one of the tombs, so maybe that's what makes it harder for them. But on other maps, you kind of know exactly where someone's going to be drinking, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. And especially you have that stealth that you have to deal with as well, so you have to keep track of where that druid went before he started drinking.
Right.
That's key. So they're doing a pretty good job. I think that they knew where Minpoike were. They just weren't able to get there. They were waddling there, or desperately trying to get there without trying to trade too many defensive cooldowns. But at the end of the game, those drinks are what sealed their fate. I'm excited to see what compositions they choose. So this is KFC Manager's map choices, Blades Edge Arena, which means that we're going to see the composition coming out for Northern Blue, and they're taking a little bit of time.
Yeah, so each
I don't necessarily know if that means they're going to change.
It could mean anything. This is okay. Well, it did mean something. So each team has 3 minutes to decide.
They've been practicing this on ladder.
Oh, so
Okay, so
I've seen it.
So for those of you at home who don't know what we're talking about right now, because we forget we're on a broadcast because we like this game so much, the Marksman Hunter Feral Druid Discipline Priest was
Wow.
locked in for Northern Gaming Blue.
So Raikou will be playing the hunter, and normally he's playing the BM hunter, but now he's on the
Yeah.
marksman. So
They're about the same difficulties. Okay.
yeah, I agree. No, I agree. 100% I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I swear it's really good to pick up as an alt right now.
Yeah, no, hunter is. Yeah, marksman.
Who's
BM.
the Marksman?
Raikou.
Raikou?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raikou best.
All right. I feel
I
like
mean-
everyone who multi-classes just plays the class that like gives them the most headache throughout the years. It's like like Jamili is like, I'm gonna play a shaman. Joe Fernandez is like, I'm gonna play a shaman, and then the mage is like, I'm gonna play a hunter.
I mean,
Well,
hunter.
if you think about it, it's also kind of like a triangle thing. Like mages maybe do bad versus certain melee cleave or dampening comps, and then that's where hunters are good, and then hunters are bad versus mages.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. Well, not always, but there's the wizards sometimes that hunters aren't as good at,
Yeah.
and then mages are better versus them.
That's why I always wanted to play a warlock, man. Maybe not right now, but I felt like Affliction Warlocks just always made Ret Paladins cry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I remember when I played alts in WoD. I remember I hated mages on my hunter, so I played a mage. And I didn't like Shadow Priest, so I played Shadow Priest too.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna have to see how Raikou fares on this hunter class. We've seen him on the mage time and time again.
I think
we
he's like
actually
front
saw him on
page.
nothing but a mage.
I think he's on front page
forever.
on ladder right now.
Yeah. No, Raikou. Yeah.
Wow.
No. He's
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. And I mean,
Have we
to be
seen
fair-
him play a hunter in a tournament yet?
Yes, he played.
Yeah,
he
we
played
seen
last
him
week.
play Thug Leaf already.
Yeah, he played. Thug Leaf.
What?
He whipped
Okay,
it out,
that's
and
pretty incredible.
He had less than 100 games played on his hunter period, and he had never played the BM.
Is he a
spec.
BM hunter or
He's
marksman?
He's
Well,
marks now,
no,
but he was BM.
it depends on the comp. Yeah, when you're playing Thug Leaf, you want to be playing BM. If you're playing if
Yes!
you're playing jungle, you want to
There
be
we
playing
go.
Mark.
There you go, David.
That's what I wanted to see.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Demon
we got
Hunter.
a Demon Hunter Boomkin Mistweaver monk coming out from the
I think-
KFC managers.
I think that's not a bad pick by them.
Not at all. I think that you can reflect traps. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
right?
you can.
So
It'll be harder though, just because when you have the marksman hunter, you go for your trap, you can scatter the DH, or you can just go for the scatter half traps.
Right.
So sometimes it's a little bit harder for the DH to always get the reflect on the marksman hunter. Usually they're able to cover it a little bit more.
it's a short range too. Correct me if I'm wrong. To reflect that as well.
Yeah, you have to be right on top of them.
Yeah.
So
So not only do you have to be like aware of like your surroundings and get the prevention of the demon hunter also needs to be in position. But this is Reelzen's demon hunter, right?
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean we saw this guy play. This guy's fantastic on
Mhm.
demon
Oh,
hunter.
yeah.
So
Absolutely.
The
Raikou on his less comfortable pick is gonna have to outplay Reelzen on his comfy pick. So see how that turns out.
I mean,
I'm
I got
excited.
faith.
You got faith?
Yeah.
You're just
I
like
got-
he's playing
I
a
got- I
hunter.
got faith in
You have
Hunter,
faith in
that's
anyone who plays a hunter. You're just like,
I
take
got-
my energy, please.
I don't know, after watching
Yeah, I mean-
Raikou play a bit on the Marks Hunter, like I got faith too. He's not.
I mean, you can't really go wrong with marksman hunter. I
Nothing
swear
wrong.
they're really good. They're really good all picks. Like right now,
Yeah.
it's kind of like when people are picking rep. It's like simple enough that if you're a good player, you're going to be able to pick it up very quickly. It's not something that's going to require you to have like very intense practice, and it's mostly about game knowledge, which obviously these players are going to have. They're top of their game. They're going to know what to do.
All right, guys, we are in. I see myself a Raikou hunt and a Waz form, aka a feral druid on Waz. Is that Zuniaki on this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zuniaki is always going to be.
Oh man, this brings back the memories. This brings back.
The OG Bag and Kata. Always playing,
Yeah.
always playing this.
Yep. And on the side we have Blood Elf female, aka Reelzen on the. Oh, it's.
No, it's
It's
Blood
Blood
Elf male. It's
Elf
Blood Elf male.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
reasonable.
so sorry.
I think you-
It's
you-
very
Oh, we
important.
have a bit of a error there on the NG blue side, so we will be forming the game.
Man, I'm so excited for
Yeah,
this.
they're delaying it. These guys. Grr.
How do I leave? I can't leave.
I want to see how this goes.
You have to wait till it ends.
Oh, I have to-
Then you can leave.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. First things first, I feel like jungle is a fast-paced comp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, you're going to get a little bit of that counteracting of, like, you know, the tanky boomkin that we saw last game, hopefully. But then we also see, like, you know, the fast-paced plays of, like, a Demon Hunter. Those guys are literally all over the map all the time, and it's so exciting to watch. I feel like this is going to be an exciting game, to say the least.
I mean, boy game chat, we queued the wrong Discord.
No, Minpoke will be sticking to the bench as Zuniaki Disc. Zuniaki Disc actually made his debut in the last European Cup, and I think a lot of us were really surprised that we didn't quite know what to expect. But when he RMP mirrored boys, we're like, okay, old Zuniaki is back. The old Zuniaki of Cat Eye is back, and he actually did quite well. So they're fairly confident with him on Disc Priest. And man, I just want to get in the game. Come on, Toxic. Let's go.
Yeah,
I'm actually I'm actually curious on how this matchup goes.
No, it's not.
Right, here we go. Cue number 2. Let's try this again.
Let's see if this works.
I'm super curious on how this matchup goes.
Yeah.
Because I've
every
played
time
it
I
before.
cast EU, this is just like every time.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I have no idea how any of these matchups go.
Well, I mean, I've played it before, but
I don't even remember. Like Boomkin Survival Hunter, like
yeah, they played the Boomkin Survival Miss. Yeah, that was actually so random.
it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, a common composition. It's Jungle Cleave. We know this comp. Oh wait, it's from players that we never see play this comp. I guess only very rarely. So. And then on the other side, we have like Demon Hunter Boomkin. Demon Hunter Boomkin is fantastic comp, and we saw these guys have all really great success with them. But coming from an NA point of view, I haven't seen anyone play this comp to the level that these guys are playing.
Yeah, because I've played against this matchup, but it's just like people's alts, and in the matchup, it felt like not right, you know.
Matchup with this comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's just without fighting someone on the same level of KSC managers, like you could get the wrong idea. You could think like, oh, this is a free win, you know.
Yeah.
And you could be totally wrong. I mean,
here we go. The gates have opened, and Rielsen just jumping right onto Raikou the Hunter immediately. Zuniaki positioning himself on the other side. There's this stun opener from the Waz onto the Demon Hunter. I like that they're actually going on the Demon Hunter. You get a lot of the defensive, leech from Metamorphoses, as well as Blur and Darkness. There's stuff to get through, but they do take a lot of damage. Double leg sweep coming out from Drainer on both the DPS here. Raikou Hunt taking a huge amount of damage as the full cyclone is going to be trinketed immediately by Zuniaki, and I believe this is Metamorphosis on the team of Northern Blue. Raikou now actually getting cloned up at low health from Corki. He actually is running Incarnation and not Celestial Alignment this game, so interesting thing to note there. Stun to follow it up on both Zuniaki and Raikou. Incarnation from Waz is still up, however, onto Corki, but look at the spread pressure that Boomkin just produced in Northern Blue. Another full clone, nothing out of it's going to force that turtle immediately. And it looks like KFC Managers is looking really scary in Blades Edge Arena so far.
Yeah, they have a ton of bursts going out onto them. I do like the choice of playing that Incarn. Both teams are just playing with this very bursty playstyle. So with the meta, they have the Boom can just follow that up with his Incarnation as well. But a Big Full Moon's looking to come out onto Waz. He actually uses it onto Raikou there, who's able to avoid that damage. And now we see that clone being used onto Waz here. So a lot of the jungle's opener has actually been kind of stopped there. But both teams are kind of really cooldown dependent. So I feel that NG Blue still has potential to, stay in this game and put them behind. We have the swap going out onto Drainer here, and he's at 50% HP. They have the Feral using his artifact. He has that bite debuff on him. He's at 40% HP. Has to use that life cocoon. Does use it, gets himself topped out. But then we have Rielsen, who's still at 40% HP. He's attacking into the Thorns a little bit. He has to use that darkness. He's trying to keep himself kind of safe, but I mean, this is really strong for NG Blue at this point. Both teams have gone through their burst cooldowns, but the Marksman Hunter still has so much consistent pressure that they're going to be able to force KSC managers very far behind with these back and forth swaps between Rielsen and onto Drainer.
Yep, leg sweep onto Waz. He can't trinket out of it right now. No survival instincts just yet. He's going to hop in that bear form and try to... Well, actually, Corki actually jukes. Tries to get the full moon. Doesn't get the full moon for now. Raikou has no turtle form, but Zuniaki has held on to his pain suppression this whole time. So great job by him. Let's see if he's going to be forced to use this, but the cross pressure of these
Waz goes for the Shadow Melt Tilt, gets the stealth onto Original God. He puts a Rake debuff up on him. We don't have that cocoon available. Drainer's going to be in a lot of trouble here, but they don't have any more bleeds to connect onto him. And now it looks like Rielsen's getting swapped to. He has the crows on him. He is taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have the blur for about 30 seconds. He's at 30% HP, and they don't really have anything to keep him topped off here. There's no CC going out onto Drainer, but still, he's having to spam heal at this point, going very low on mana. The bite debuff is back onto Drainer. Now he's getting pressured once again with that bash onto him. 65% HP. They're getting a lot of damage. Feral uses the artifact on him. He's getting pressured very hard, and now Raikou still has some damage going out onto him. Puts those defensive scatters onto Corki to stop this follow-up. Clones as Zuniaki trinkets out of one of them. But still, I mean, NG Blue is just going back and forth between both targets onto KFC managers. They're really putting Drainer far behind.
I'm following Realzen, and he's just all over the map. The final survival instincts is going to be forced out of Waz, and he gets cloned up on it at low health. If they can follow it up, that's going to force a trinket, I think, out of Waz. Waz coming out of that form, thinking at any CC they get the full clone. The next survival instinct is going to be used, but Waz is still in trouble. He is on the run, and he has his tail between his legs on that bear form. He's going to get out of there for now. Zuniaki comes out. Waz still wanting to push in. He gets so much momentum when he pushes in on a Drainer, but because Realzen is pulling back and really forcing Waz defensive, he can't stay in like this, and it's forcing Zuniaki to come out of his pillar and get CC. There was the end cap. Can they follow it up? Waz, no survival instincts left. We're not even into dampening. Double leg sweep, a full clone. This could be it for Waz. Realzen trying to light him up right here, right now. He's in that cat form. He switches to bear. Zuniaki pulling his feral back to his pillar. Bear form comes out. He catches a huge heal.
He's getting this
just before that, they weren't actually able to get that clone before when he was at nice and low health, but I like that they're adapting. I like that Realzen is punishing Waz for this aggression onto his Mistweaver.
Yeah, but there's a ton of pressure coming up from NG Blue. They have that Incarnation back. They have the True Shot back. This is where the jungle is going to go very offensive onto him. We have dampening starting in a minute. We do have that meta being used. They're going to pressure right through here. Pace Up gets used. He does have the Turtle Soul. He might end up using it. He actually uses the aspect of the cheetah, giving himself that 50% dodge chance. Going to let him kite Realzen and just run to safety here. Keep himself topped off. Pulls onto the turtle for another setup, but gets offensively cloned by Corki. Now the pressure swapping to Waz, who has that Incarnation popped, but he's not able to get damage onto anyone in this window. They use the True Shot. They use everything, and Waz just goes down.
Wow, unbelievable. So, I mean, both teams like going back and forth, peeling for their team, looking for kill opportunities, and it actually looked like it was in favor of Northern Blue there for a while. You know, they were doing so much damage to Drainer, and they were getting so much so fast. But it takes that one swap. They got through all of the survival instincts of Waz. They forced Zuniaki off of his pillar and ultimately pull ahead here. And we did not even hit dampening that game. It was very fast paced.
Yeah, for sure. We're about a minute into it. I mean, that was the burst window that you would expect the jungle to get a lot of pressure, and they just got turned around by KFC managers, and that was very unfortunate for them. Waz wanted to go aggressive and just ended up getting killed.
But the most important thing here to realize is now that NG Blue, it's tied up 2-2, but they did win the blind pick in the beginning on Nagran, so they do have the map and comp advantage here. And I mean, they're a smart enough team. They're a tournament savvy team. Yeah, it's 2-2 right now.
Yeah.
So they're a tournament savvy team, and you know they have the map advantage here, and I think they know exactly what to do with this.
All right, so it's Northern Blue versus KFC Managers upper bracket. And I believe the winner who makes it through this, even if they lose every game after this series, still get points.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they get points.
So this is for points. This is for guaranteed points, and this is the final game of a best-of-5 series. So. Oh my god, it's so hard to even know what they're gonna do. We also saw Survival Hunter Boomkin come out as well. Like I have no idea what they're gonna think is the best composition to pull out. But it is Northern Gaming Blue's opportunity to choose the comp that they want.
Maybe they wanted to force them into that situation where they play that as well, where they play the Demon Hunter Boomkin, and maybe the Rogue Mage just does very well into that.
Yeah.
So this could be fine. I think this is a good spot to be in, because I mean. Maybe the jungle could have done well into that matchup, so they just felt like, okay, we could pick this, and then later on we should still have the advantage. And they probably got out a bad map for them as well, just by picking the blades or by having that Blade's Edge. So I think I feel like Northern Gaming would be in the winning position here, obviously because they have that advantage. But
of course,
I mean, KFC managers, we've seen them also just pick up a lot of like odd compositions here.
That can be so big. I mean,
yeah.
You talk about these composition advantages. To be able to actually utilize these things, you have to know your own comp and you have to know your opponent's comp. And when you're multi-classing a whole bunch, you might not be super familiar with your own composition. You might not be super familiar with that composition that you're facing or the matchup and how that plays out. So there's a lot of variables that they need to consider when they're trying to like grab an advantage here from their position of Northern Blue. And this is one of those teams where it's rough to know where your advantage lies, because there's not many teams that run the comps that KFC managers run.
Yeah, because I mean that last game, like you're in a situation where you have like 3 mains versus like 2 alts, basically. You know,
right?
And I mean, even if it's like a more favorable matchup, that still can be a very rough position to be in, especially if that's the only team that seems to be playing this composition. So how can they really get practice in war games in that specific matchup? Like, how are they going to just spam play versus someone that's playing KFC managers constant? And they're really the only ones that have these really off-the-wall picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, one of the teams is going to use their a lot of time here to try and think about things. I mean, all power to them, man. It's 2-2. The winner of this gets points. and the loser has to go to the loser's bracket and fight all the way up to try and get points. And points matter, especially we're basically halfway through the whole entire road to BlizzCon year, and points don't only matter just to get to BlizzCon and the regional championships, but points matter for seeding. And I mean, these teams really take it seriously. They want to be high seeded there so they can have the best advantage at regionals. So while they're taking this break, we will also take a break. Be right back. A big thanks to SkillCapped once again. I mean, they produce so much content for WoW Esports and WoW Arena. If you guys ever want to learn how to play a certain class, or you see a certain comp on screen, you're like, man, I want to play a Demon Hunter. Where can I go to learn about Demon Hunter PvP? Well, Trill has a guide up on SkillCapped that you can watch and learn how to play Demon Hunter just like Realzin does. And I mean, honestly, it is a really good resource. I've used it. DIlly says he's used it. I'm sure David has used it as well. I mean,
I use it for alts too.
Yeah, just to like learn. Like if you want to pick up a class, you're like, I'm not necessarily sure about this. I pick it up, I learn, and it's good stuff, good quality information, and it's awesome. It's an awesome resource, and we really appreciate having them in the WoW community. So. Exclamation point SkillCapped. You guys can click on that link, go down below, explore what they all have to offer. I know they have a free guide actually on the UI thing that I actually have used, right? So for a little bit on my background, I came from a PvE background, so I'm used to the command center UI with all these add-ons and stuff. But once I started doing admin work and getting in the PvP scene, I realized I had to kind of get used to the normal standard Blizzard UI. So I was looking for a resource like how can I set mine up to look like the players and kind of like understand why that is. And the UI guide on skillcap.com actually really helped me. And that's Brian who put that up, and good shout out to Brian. So the teams are still trying to decide their map pick, and I mean, it's a big deal here for Northern Gaming. I mean,
it's not only just like points that are on the line. Like whoever wins this gets guaranteed points, but it's also whoever loses this isn't just like you get a second chance, you're fine. No, you're dropping down to the lower bracket where you're gonna face another one, which has been a very scary composition, a very scary team for the last like 3 cups at this point. So these guys aren't someone that you want to drop down and have to face in a lower bracket. These final 8 tournaments have always been just stacked full of incredible players.
It's brutal. It's a brutal gauntlet to run. If you got to go to the lower bracket, and you especially, I mean, dude, our offline games, every single team was above like 2,600, 2,700. That's crazy. And then to get to the top 8, to where all these teams have participated in tournaments before and they're veterans, and then you have to fight from the losers bracket to get points. I mean, that's a lot to ask. So you got to do everything you can to stay in the winner's bracket and guarantee yourself some points. So these teams are going to take advantage of all the time they have. And
I love seeing new players like this though. Like for example, KFC managers, they've come out of the woodworks to this year in Legion. And if they lose, they have to face a BlizzCon champion Joe Fernandez, who's very familiar with this game. But I just wanted to point out that like anyone, if you put your mind to it, you can be here. You can be competing with the best of the best. And all of these tournaments are completely open sign-up. So if you want to start getting involved, you want to start solidifying your own team, you want to play with the best players that play this game, sign up and start learning, because all of these tournaments are completely free entry, meaning you don't need a rating, you don't need high rating. All you need is a group of friends and Legion and level 110. You don't even need artifact power or gear, because we're all on tournament war games. Obviously, I would recommend that you do get some of those stuff so you can practice on ladder, but that's a different story in terms of like actually competing here. So if you guys want to get involved too, I highly recommend that you look out for the signups for these. Follow GCDTV on Twitter, twitter.com/GCDTV_, and check out the blogs on the World of Warcraft website, and just keep up to date with all of these tournaments that are coming out. The signups are always open to whoever wants to, see if they got what it takes.
And if it does, I mean, honestly, it does look daunting at first to be like, oh, I'm going to sign up for this big tournament. But I mean, all of us admins are here to help you.
That's what Ratapie did though the first time.
Exactly.
They came out and then now they pump.
So if you guys want any information and getting help, contact any admin, and we are more than happy to help you with signups. I know it's a little difficult at first, but once you get it, you get it. We have a great UI or a great format video for those who don't understand the format made by Aya on the Battlefy link there. It's super explanatory. It's really good. So if you guys have any questions about signing up, or that's the one thing holding you back. You have your team, but you guys aren't quite sure how to sign up, or if you should sign up, do it. Just
and
do
you don't
it.
think you're good enough.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's holding a lot of people. It was like, oh, why would I sign up? Now that like obviously Reelzen's gonna knock me out. Sign up anyway, man. The best way to learn is from getting knocked down by the best.
I mean, if you get to play the people you see on stream, your heroes or whatever, like, it's awesome. We have a team in NA that has signed up every single cup, every single GCD cup, and they get knocked out pretty early because they face.
They're getting better because of it too.
They're getting better. They're taking some. I mean,
why are you insulting me?
Okay, that's
not even cool,
talking
dude.
about you, dog.
This is the team that's taking DIlly out, actually. But no, but they
DIlly gets to play against his heroes every turn.
He does. Yeah, but no, this team has come back to me and says, even though we're losing, we're having the most fun ever. It's fun to play against Cedo. It's fun to play against Jamili, the people that you watch on stream every day. So just sign up and see it. I mean, it's a good experience. It's better than playing ladder. You know, it's a big tournament setting. You get your name out there, and who knows?
Exciting.
In the next year or two, you might be competing at BlizzCon because of that opportunity. There, everybody starts somewhere. And because it's open signups, just start now. Open everybody. So we did learn the map. The map is Tol'Viron, which tells me NG Blue has a certain comp in mind.
Oh man, these guys are taking a while. They're like, no, not go. Okay, we have what? Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
What? Okay.
Wait, which team is this? No, this is KFC.
This is KFC, but this is slightly.
This is why I don't guess KFC, man. Can't guess KFC. We have an Unholy Death Knight Boomkin Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah.
Hello? What is that comp? So we're waiting on Northern Gaming Blue to lock in now, and they have the composition advantage. We were talking about how important that is all the time, but we are also talking about how important it is to know your matchup. Do you think they know Boomkin DH? Like, what's good into that? I have no idea. I wouldn't.
They kind of do, because KFC kind of runs that. Like, they're the only team. Obviously, they're the only team running this. No, I don't think anybody else runs this. But, I mean, they have seen KFC run it before in a tournament. I don't think they've ever faced it personally.
Waz is familiar with Boomkins. You know, he plays with Boomkin himself.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Maybe they know what to do.
But, I mean, is he the Corki? You know,
is he the
Corki's like the EU Asper, you know, where you see, like, no one else playing Boomkin but this guy, and he just crushes everyone. I mean,
it's super good in a tournament scenario too. Like they just like, you know, RMD mirrors for days have been like evolved even without like, you know, like balance changes. That matchup has just evolved into like some crazy strats, and but you don't have that, you know, ability to solidify your strats against like a composition that only one team plays.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Man, we're gonna have to see what NG Blue's gonna play here. I mean, they also have a multitude of comps they can play. I mean, we saw during the offline games they were playing a lot of TSG with Zinyak and the DK, Waz and the Warrior, and I mean, they're tournament veterans. I don't think they're surprised by that. I mean, they're probably surprised by this. I don't think they're worried about this. I think they're gonna buckle down with a comp that they feel safe against this and try and get it done. But they are gonna use their delay time to get. Okay. Yeah, like I said, they're gonna go back to the bread and butter. Yeah. Easy peasy. Assassination Rogue, Fire Mage, Wrestle Druid.
I think that's the same.
A common phrase in Europe land?
I don't know.
Bread and butter.
Is bread and butter bread and toast? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Crumpets.
We have
to have
chips and dip.
We have to ask Adrian. Adrian has he has.
You guys are finished. Anyway, and so what we're trying to say is that this is a composition that they are most comfortable with.
Yeah, I think this is the best thing to do. On the last game, when it's kind of gone back and forth, it seems so smart for you to pick your most comfortable composition. They've played the RMD for years, and even then the Unholy DK Boomkin Mistweaver, that's also something that's a very comfortable pick for Orky's team. They've played that a lot. But really just Boomkin Mistweaver, and then Reelson picks whatever class he wants to be on, and they do well with it. I feel like he's confident to play pretty much any melee in the game.
Tol'Viron Arena has popped finally. The game 5 of this series. I'm so excited to jump into this. Here we go. And so we have an Unholy. Okay, so Corki, Draenor was on the Mistweaver Monk again. He's been playing Monk this entire series. This is another thing. Like we were seeing in NA, you know, Discipline Priests come a little bit later, but in the meantime, EU is just like spouting at the top of their lungs. Discipline Priests are good. Trust us, they're super good.
Oh no, they have been.
And now we didn't see a lot of them, but now, you know, a lot of the top EU players are saying Mistweaver Monks are good, and we're seeing slightly more of them in NA, but not not to the same point as we've been seeing, like, you know, Drainer and another Mistweaver Monk in this tournament. So we're going to have to see. Drainer, obviously super familiar with this class, as he's shown us.
And he's definitely behind with the with the meta a little bit. Definitely the precinct too, because, or maybe it's because they have the different factions. Maybe that's why. Everyone on NA plays like Horde, and Alliance is what you people play. Maybe those classes are a little bit better on Alliance, like Presar for sure.
That's a huge variable, man. It definitely is a huge variable, especially if everyone is Horde. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, that definitely affects, like, you know, ladder averages and finding partners and stuff. But here we go. Drainer's actually going to get sapped in the middle. I kind of like that he's always in the middle. He has that port available to him, so if they go on him, he just port away from them all. Corki actually going to get kidney shot out of form. He's going to bark skin immediately. Full blind goes out on the Drainer. He's going to not trinket it just yet, as Corki is going to use that bark skin. He's in bear form as well, and they don't want to utilize too much. Drainer does port into that full polymorph, though, into a follow-up polymorph, and Corki's bark skin is finally down. He has that renewal available to him. He's going to get corroded up. He's jumping into that bear form yet again. Corki looking for a clone. He gets interrupted on it. Full stun goes out into Mimpoike, and it looks like they actually might be splitting. The DK is actually going onto Poike, forcing that displacer and the bark skin.
Well, we do know the way the crane also being used, so he's going to get that extra damage out here. Unfortunately, because it is that bigger map, you're going to be able to punish him a little bit more, but Mimpoike is being swapped too, getting a lot of damage going out onto him with that Unholy DK, having that gargoyle down. You get the Boom King getting the damage with his Celestial Alignment just setting, but really all of NG Blue is rotting right here, and we see that offensive AMS coming out there by the DK and just trying to get some extra pressure onto pretty much whoever he can. But now we have a good clean setup from NG Blue. Gets the full sheep onto Drainer and the full clone onto the DK with Corki all alone here, looking to get that follow-up CC. They do get the resheep, don't get the reclone onto the DK though, but now they have that follow-up clone onto Drainer there. So Corki, this entire time, has his team get in this full CC chain, and really nothing happens to him. Now we see that little bit of an overlap in cap with that solar beam onto Mimpoike, but it looks like they go for the leg sweep onto him. Are they going to try to swap him? It doesn't look like they are. They're just trying to get that extra CC onto him with some pressure onto both Waz and Raikou, making it very hard for Mimpoike to kind of play out this game.
God, they respect that full moon so much. They use like all of their kicks, and they also even utilize stun DRs just to interrupt those full moons. And so Corki forced defensive in that bear form as Drainer gets caught into that full bash. Do they have the follow-up? This is Vendetta. That's going to force the bark skin. He gets stunned in cat form. That could be it. That's going to force the Trinket Cocoon. And it looks like Northern Blue are finding these opportunities to force these defensive cooldowns. And Raikou doing a fantastic job on the back foot, also controlling the, this Death Knight. This Death Knight's getting a lot of pressure out, but he's also getting kited quite a bit. Cocoon is going to finally be fading at this point, and Raikou's interesting choice of adaptation, maybe for like those asphyxiates.
It's for the asphyxiates and like so he's been breaking out of them, but. I really think that this setup here, getting that Trinket Cocoon, this is going to be really good because Waz will have his Vendetta up soon, and he actually didn't use his blind to force that Trinket. So there's going to be this window where he just gets his blind here, and there we go. We see that full blind coming out. Now we're going to see Corki get pressured very hard, and this is going to potentially put them very far behind. Do they have the follow-up CC? Unfortunately, they don't get any follow-up out of that blind, and essentially that blind got wasted there. He did use that Vanish, but wasn't able to get the sap off of it. So I mean, where they once had that very strong window, they really weren't able to get any sheeps or Vanish sap onto him, but now Mimpoike instead goes for the recover, goes for the offensive clone onto Corki there, keeping him low, making sure he can't get topped off at this moment. We see that offensive AMS by the DK being used, putting the Soul Reaver onto Raikou, trying to get that extra pressure. He does have that temp shield going out there with that clone onto Waz, so a lot of pressure going out there, and now an offensive clone by Corki right before he gets Kidney with that full sheep onto Drainer there though, and Corki really has nothing. He has that renewal to keep himself topped off, but still there's a lot of damage going out there. We see the way of the crane being used by Drainer, and that's actually going to quickly top off his teammates here. Barkskin gets used, Iron Bark gets used by Mimpoike onto Raikou, who's at about 70% HP, but really all Northern Gaming Blue seems to be like they're getting their setup stopped, and they really need to make sure that this game doesn't go on too long and they can keep up the pressure on the Corki.
Yeah, no dampening just yet, and you can definitely tell as Mimpoike is just keeping his team completely fine for now. Everyone's kind of dipping a little bit, but Mimpoike, keeping his calm for now. Corki, though, just from start to finish is just being trained by Waz. Raikou connecting now, dipping down to half health. He's got no Barkskin, no Cocoon available to him. Corki's got to be careful. He's in that bear form, defensive bash out onto Waz. He pops that Cloak of Shadow. Waz cannot be peeled right now. As a vortex coming out from Mimpoike of a sheep. I believe it just got triggered, but a full kidney shot onto Corki gets cloned up at low health. Way the crane for Drainer isn't going to be able to heal his teammate up right now. Can they get the follow-up CC? If they can, Mimpoike looks for the clone. He wasn't able to get it. Celestial Alignment so scared, but at the same time, he wants to turn this around. A Cyclone on a Waz at 10% health here. Raikou has that temporal shield up, but he's got to be so tackle because there's a huge shield. He's getting swapped to. He's in the bear form. He pops the barks and he gets the heck out of there. And in the face of death, Corki and this DK are going to swap the damage over out onto Minpoike. He's in bear form. He's got the bark skin up for now. And Minpoike's still not popping that Displacer beast, though. He's just going to run away well because he is timing that with that grip. And it looks like he's going to be A-okay for now. It's a DK. He gets the grip off, but he still has that port away. Is he going to have to use it? He uses the port now after the grip. Polymorph to follow it up. Corki fought into that kidney shot. No CC. As I say that, the full blind lands. No trinket available.
But he gets blown right on it. Wes isn't going to be able to get any follow-up, and now Raiku's not going to be able to get the sheep. He's casting the sheep, tries to get the sheep. He does get the sheep there, but Minpoike is getting pressured very hard. They know that Minpoike has to push in and get these clones, and with the dampening just starting out, they know that they can kind of stop this, swap to Minpoike, get this extra pressure onto him, and now Corki is going to be a lot safer through these CC chains. I mean, this game has gone back and forth. Banana's back up, though, and now the full kidney is actually being used onto Drainer just to have that CC on him. Corki's so low, he's at 90% HP, gets DR Dragon's Breath right there. They do use the cocoon at the very last second. They're keeping Corki alive here, but I mean, how much longer can they keep these setups going? We have the leg sweep being used on the Waz. He's getting rotted down by the Starfall here. And Poike is also at about 60% HP. Drainer caught into that full sheep. There's no Vendetta left. Corki's at 70% HP. He doesn't have any defenses. No Bark Skin available. There's a resheep. I don't think they're going to get the follow-up clone. They do go for the cast on it. They put the clones onto the DK. Nothing going to follow up onto Drainer, though. And Northern Gaming Blue doesn't really have anything really going after the setup.
Yeah, the way I see it, Northern Gaming Blue is looking for a setup opportunity. They're looking to get a kill without defensive cooldowns, an efficient trade onto Corki. On the other hand, Drainer's team is looking for an attrition-based game. We're at 7% dampening, and Minpoike's mana is dropping. There's the stun going out onto Corki, a bash onto Drainer. Raikou isn't able to follow it up, though. The stun goes out onto Minpoike. This could be it for him. He displaces away, or actually just trinkets and displaces immediately. He has the Bark Skin as well. He's okay for now. Corki now forced the Bark Skin as well. No Cocoon available for Drainer. He's forced to sit into that bear form for this entire time. Waz desperately trying to get close to him, but a nice leg sweep full clone is going to force Waz's trinket. Kidney shot goes out into Corki. He's going to Bark Skin immediately. No Cocoon still. We're going deeper into dampening, and as we get deeper into dampening, these Cocoons
is getting his drink off, though. He's getting a very safe drink.
So important going into dampening. It's going to give his team more and more setups to be able to try to land that kill and keep his team aggressive for now. Waz has no Cloak of Shadows, though, so he's got to be a little bit careful, and that drink is forcing Minpoike's team to get really low. Still no Cloak of Shadows available for Waz. That's going to force an Iron Bark, but here we go. Vendetta onto Corki. A great AMZ, though. Full Moon from Corki is going to be interrupted immediately. Looks like he's just trying to juke Waz over and over again, but Waz gets the kick on the Cyclone, and Corki's on the run. No Bark Skin available. Full blind onto Drainer. Can they get the follow-up? Renewal is going to be used, but at 14% dampening, it's not a whole lot of healing right now. Double leg sweep from Drainer is going to stop the follow-up onto Raikou and Minpoike. That should allow Drainer to get some healing out on to Corki. Now there's the cheap shot into human. He's still got that Bark Skin available to him, but he's going to go ahead and hold on to it. But there's the full polymorph. That's going to force the Bark, and this could be it for Corki. When Drainer gets out of this, he can't heal at 60% dampening, and Corki's so low, and he gets knocked out. And Northern Blue, regardless of the consistent pressure, are going to take the series here on Tol'Viron Arena with their patented Rogue Mage Druid comp.
Yeah, that was a very smooth game. I mean, in KFC managers, they played it really smart. They knew that the way that Northern Gaming Blue had to win the game is obviously getting that cross CC, so they really waited for the window where they know Minpoike has to kind of push him for that clone and use that where they can freely hit him, because obviously the DK doesn't have that much mobility. He just has the grip. But if they let Minpoike push in to them, they can kind of force him in this position where they hit him. He might have to grip or blink away, and he can get grip back, and there's just so much pressure constantly onto him. So I really like it. They did what they could to try to get that extra pressure onto him. But at that moment where he got that full drink, they were able to safely recover, and that was definitely where they just took control of that game.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Northern Blue is going to move forward, and that means that KFC Managers is going to drop down and face another one in the lower bracket later, I believe. Is that today?
Yeah, that is today. We get to see that crazy matchup
baby.
Today. So if we take a look here quickly at the brackets, you see Northern Gaming Blue advancing. They are guaranteed now points. And now we're going to move on to Enjoy Legion versus Making a Movie. And this is Making a Movie with two new players, a brand new roster here. So Pry and Maro moving in now. And wow.
My boy Pry, dude.
I'm excited.
If you haven't been to a LAN before, I highly recommend you go to BlizzCon or any sort of LAN like that where Pry is at, because that guy is so vocal, so loud, and so hype.
Yeah, standing behind him.
Love watching that guy play.
Standing behind him adminning, sometimes you have to watch your hearing there because he is very loud, very excitable.
You just hear the full kidney.
Even in the,
doesn't matter.
he is loud. He is loud no matter where he's at. Even in the practice area during opening week, you'll hear him everywhere. And I remember the first opening week we were at the first year I was at a LAN, and I remember him screaming
like. Kick Arcane, no blink. Kick Arcane, no CS, or something like that.
And so you would have people from other games that were also in the same practice area, like looking over, like what is going on in the WoW section. And Pry was getting
the WoW
hyped.
section practice area, because like if you guys don't know, like for a lot of Blizzard tournaments, especially like BlizzCon, we share a practice area with a lot of other games, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, these other players who play other competitive Blizzard games. But the WoW section is always so hypey. Yeah. There's always someone screaming. Even practicing, there's someone getting in the minds of their opponents around them.
Yeah.
It's so freaking exciting. The energy that arena players bring, because these games can be so quick. Mm-hmm. You can just die in an instant if you don't have that block or something like that. It's so quick that these guys get so loud. And it's so awesome when you're there in person.
So, I mean, speaking of LAN events, BlizzCon coming up, guys. Make sure you guys get your tickets. I mean, anybody who's at last year's finals, like, I remember on stage adminning, like, it was actually hard to hear anybody on my comm set, and then the stage was rumbling. That's how many people were shouting. So
we were shaking the stage.
It was a LAN, like a WoW on LAN is a different experience. It's different live. So if you guys have an opportunity to go to BlizzCon, please make sure you do it and watch the events live, because it is a crazy experience. But now we have,
it's the culmination of a whole year. I mean, like you see tournaments like this one that we're doing right now. These are what these players are fighting for. These players are fighting tooth and nail to get to regionals, to be able to prove that they are the best in their region, to be able to prove and represent their region at the World Championship. And this is the first steps to get there. And all these teams are kind of like solidifying their rosters, figuring out what they want to do, what's going to give them the best shot to go and get to the World Championship. And that's when you see roster swaps like this, and you see players like Pry come on. We have Valet on that roster as well, and Valet, runner-up BlizzCon champion, incredible player. Maro, Prey, and Chaz. Chaz, also a longtime teammate of Pry. We saw him at EU Regionals last year. We saw him, regardless of without No Lifer, those two were able to, take home a title. Yeah. And they made it onto the World Championship. They qualified as one of the world's best. So these guys are the definition of veterans.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to look through our teams and look at the rosters and just see how many tournament savvy veterans, and not even just like online tournaments, but LAN tournament veterans, people runners up at BlizzCon like Valet, and then people that actually have made BlizzCon and won European regionals like Pry and Chaz. It's really exciting nowadays to just look through our World of Warcraft esports and just see how many people are just experiencing stuff like that. And looks like the game is ready, as I am preparing the UI. It is blind composition, so we don't know what it is yet. But is anybody surprised? Right. Is anybody surprised?
Not by either team, no.
Okay.
I would say not at all, honestly. The only thing that is a relative surprise to me is the DK. I mean, honestly, we saw some other compositions come out, but we've also seen this team play DK, Demo Warlock so many times. Oh, it's an Outlaw Rogue. Yeah, okay, I'm very surprised. Very surprised.
Fry has been playing Outlaw this expansion. Like, I swear, you see it disappear, and then he just is like, yeah, I'm gonna play Outlaw again, and it just starts to pick up once again. But I like this pick of Outlaw Frost. I think it's not too bad. They can get a lot of damage, especially with the tricks of the trade with that Frost Mage burst and the Icy Veins, getting those even bolts off. They can do a lot of nasty damage in this matchup.
For sure. Playing it nice and patient. Enjoy Legion. One of these teams that are just so consistent. There's the full stun going out onto Walrix as this RMP goes in. Full stun goes out onto Chaz. They have a follow-up for him. Doesn't look like it just yet. A stun goes out onto the DK. Fell Lord gets popped from Walrix as well. And Maru is just out of there. He is not messing around. Pry gets knocked down by that Fell Lord for just a second. And I want to see this RMP get aggressive. That's when the fun really starts. But oh my goodness, Maru just taking a huge amount of damage. Chaz healing him up just fine.
Oh, this is the setup right here, though. This is the big. They're going for this even bolts here. We do have the true bearing for Pry for a couple more seconds, so he's going to get a lot of pressure there with that cooldown reduction, trying to get something done onto Walrix, but he actually takes no damage throughout all the CC chain. I mean, nothing ends up happening to him. They get the DR Fear out of that blind, get the full CC. I mean, he's still at about half HP there, so I mean, making a movie is going to have to look to get more cleaner setups in the future, because that was like pretty much everything used there.
No, it really is. Walrus, it just seems like this team, Enjoy Legion, is just a wall. We were talking about a little bit earlier, but this team not only is a wall, but brings out a lot of consistent pressure that's going to have forced Chaz to deal with this, and that's why they've been so good. They have the most points in the entire standings right now to qualify for regionals, so this is going to be a heck of a team for making a move to get through with their new roster. But here we go. Pride getting aggressive. Stun goes out onto Looney. Looks like they're actually making a swap onto him. Looney going to go ahead and gate away. Lots of mobility to deal with. He still has a displacer as well. Looney avoiding that polymorph to follow it up, and Walrix though doesn't have Dark Pact. Mind control from Chaz. Walrix was a little bit scared there. I would be too. That was a bunch of damage onto him. That's going to force the artifact as well. Walrix seems to be okay. Still has that port available to him. But
they actually forced the tree form there.
That's a big deal.
They got a lot of pressure because Pride got the back-to-back True Bearing buff for the Outlaw Rogue, and if you don't know what that is, it gives you a bunch of cooldown reduction, and that actually lets them use that Between the Eyes stun, which is essentially the kidney shot for Outlaw Rogues, but it's ranged, and when they have that up, they can pretty much use it on multiple targets. So now we see it being used once again here. He doesn't have that, has the actual damage buff here, getting a lot of pressure onto Walrus there, getting him at about 40% HP with that fear onto Looney. They don't have the follow-up CC since he was in that Tree of Life form for a couple more seconds, so can't get him with this polymorphs, but still looks like making a movie starting to come back with these consistent setups instead of just seeing these very strong openers. So I like how the game is going for them at this moment.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, Tree of Life is down, it's right, but they do have Iron Bark moving forward, and Enjoy Legion is just rotating through their defensive cooldowns. They're very well known for that. On the side of the RMP, though, there's still, regardless of them playing, Walrix playing defensive there, they're still getting a lot of pressure out, and Chaz's mana is at half because of it. Maru constantly taking a whole bunch of pressure, still a bunch of defensive cooldowns, bunch of damage. MC stun on the Walrix. This is it right now. Looney needs to get out of this and heal his lock. No port available for Walrix as well. Pry actually getting stunned up out of desperation from the Death Knight of Enjoy Legion, and Walrix is somehow alive. He sat there, he stayed calm, and he casted Fear, and he stayed alive because of it. Great job by Enjoy Legion. It just seems like whenever they get close, they somehow still survive. Now Maru on the back, but still hovering at half health, and Chaz just healing.
They get the sap out of the stun, out of the full stun. They didn't get the sheep, and now Warg's surely gonna go down. They use the AMZ, but he ports out of it. He's trying to survive. They get that DR stun onto Looney out of that. Warg's is super low HP. They use the full blind. Has to break out of that, but still
have Fear. It doesn't end. 13 seconds until Dark Pack comes off of cooldown. Artifact is going to be popped by Looney, and Walrix supplies. Walrix survives another go. I don't understand. This RMP is getting so much leadway, but they're just rotating through these defensive cooldowns, and now Walrix has Dark Pack for the next go.
Pry is non-stop getting this True Bearing cooldown reduction buff. He's like Yahtzee champion over here, just getting the most True Bearing buffs, just always being able to get these multi-stuns, and this is like amazing for an Outlaw Rogue. Like, this is the best situation to be in. You're getting so much pressure with this. They're getting damage onto Walrix here with the Frost Snake, getting that orb down. He's trying to get some strong pass out here, but they don't really have too much CC to start going here. But I really like where Chaz has been getting these strong mind controls out, and they actually use that gouge onto Looney as that setup CC there, knowing that they can't get those polymorphs onto him, and now they catch him with that full mind control. They don't really have a stop for that mind control, end up breaking it at the very last second, but now get that full stun onto Looney and swapping him. He's at 30% HP out of form, has the Barks can use 40% HP. He's gonna get re-stun there and die.
Mama said knock you out, and that's exactly what
he got the True Bearing. He actually got it the entire prize, like Yahtzee champion of 2017. He actually is just like rolling the dice, just screaming top of his lungs. That was actually amazing.
And there you have it. Gods do bleed, as Enjoy Legion is going to lose on the Grand Arena here in the upper bracket against the newly formed team of Make a Movie. I absolutely love to see like really high level RMP plays, like the clutch mind controls and like the hard swaps to healers like that. It's always so much fun. But at the same time, Enjoy Legion, they survive in the face of things that the vast majority of us would never even think that is possible.
Yeah, that was such a good setup because they caught him out of form with that Between the Eyes, and then had the re Between the Eyes out of that, and he skinned himself, but just had nothing left. And I really like how they're using these mind controls because they know that they have to use so many stops onto those even bolts for some shatter combos, or maybe use them when they're just going for a big glacial spike, or even using them just to get those polymorphs on the healer. So really they just force them out of stops, and they find this situation where they can just get a clean mind control, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they know that they can kind of leave the mage alone, know that he's going to stay safe, and eventually just get this scary pressure onto Walrix.
Yeah, I would like to point out though that watching Outlaw Rogue is actually so exciting because that grapple thing, the grapple animation is cool. The grapple into the sap off the stun was actually, I mean, mean,
Yeah, that was
it was crazy. Like, I like watching him just like fly over there, and I'm like, wow, like that was really cool. So I really enjoy watching Dalaran. I mean, it worked. They took a game off Enjoy Legion, and now like all they have to do is win on their map picks. It's so important here for making a movie.
Yeah, I mean, like,
it was as sick as grapple.
I'm curious. Like, DIlly was pointing out how lucky he probably was getting being a Yahtzee champion.
Yeah,
the Yahtzee champion. Though that being said, like it doesn't matter if it's luck. If they get the W on the Grand Arena, that's gonna be a huge asset to them moving forward. So let's see if the luck continues for this RMP. Do you think that this RMP is gonna change comp now that they won? Something a little bit more universal, less risky, or something?
Well,
they seem so strong.
Yeah, I think they might say to RMP, maybe they'll stay with that. See, what they might do is just swap the specs around.
Oh, okay.
The Outlaw, I mean, I feel like that's the time you play Outlaw that one game, you just never play it again. You'll never get that lucky in your life. Get
you just hang up the towel, you're like, oh, it was a good game.
Yeah.
Good job, Outlaw.
Cool. Nice job, Spec.
Oh my gosh.
But just to reiterate on how the format goes, each team does have 3 minutes to pick their map and composition. The losing team has map, they pick map, then the winning team has to declare their comp, and after that the winning team or the losing team declares they're able to counter comp the comp they just heard of. And each team is allowed 3 minutes, right? We want to give them plenty of time to talk about it. We want to see the best games possible. We don't want to have them rush their decisions. So, and I mean, with two tournament savvy teams like this, they are going to take a lot of time, especially Enjoy Legion. They are very smart about their picks and bans, their picks and map. And so we have 30 seconds left here on the map. And I mean, I'm curious as to what map they're going to pick here. Enjoy Legion likes the dampening games. You like to play those wizard cleaves, and I'm thinking a big map. I'm thinking Tol'Viron. But they may shock me.
They may shock you. Is there anything I learned from the EU meta is that I have no idea what the EU...
I think Tol'Viron...
They picked Ruins. I was wrong. That. Never listen to me ever. Wow, never listen to me.
So for now on, my new guess is always the exact opposite of whatever you guess.
Yeah, well, I'm always wrong. Dang.
I think with Demo Warlocks, you want the maps where you can drag people into the room, and Ruins is great for that. Bring them into the forward. And also the other map is the Blackheart Cult, so that's really strong there. I feel on Tol'Viron, they can get themselves in really bad spots, and the RMP can actually get just a ton of offensive pressure onto them. So I don't think they're ever going to want to pick Tol'Viron. I think that's actually going to be a map that's going to be in the RMP's favor in this situation, because even though they want to be those dampener, they don't want this big map where they're out in the open. They want it to be like an enclosed space, because that makes it a lot easier for them to stop them and prevent these setups.
For sure. Also, I mean, it doesn't seem like the RMP is having is going to have trouble connecting to a target. They're going to have more trouble, if you have an open area in which you can interrupt them and be disruptive. And that's something that I wanted to point out, was just like how disruptive these players really are, especially when you see Zeepai like on his Elemental Shaman with this Demo Warlock. It just seems like they rotate their interrupts so well. They look for the stuns, they look for the fell wards, not only just to look for the setup kills, but also to provide them like a defensive. And on Rune's Lordaeron, like you said, that bottleneck of the entrance can really be awesome for a fell ward.
Right, exactly. I mean, also, I think that when they do start to go to different maps like that, I think they're going to swap around their composition. So right now, they probably will stick to what they've just played. But obviously they have Zeepai on their team, who's like best LA in the world, and they're gonna have him play on probably something like a Blade's Edge. I feel like I don't
think many players would disagree with that either. That Zeepai is like probably the best. I mean, there's very few shamans out there that have mained it for this long.
Yeah, Zeepai is always there. I mean, and the thing is too is when you have someone that's good, you also like breed other really good players, because there's plenty of other really good Ellies on EU as well. I mean, there's Jamie who's always played Enhance and Ellie and has been very, very strong recently. And also Procket, I think, has recently started playing in this expansion, and he's also done very well. And I think we've seen him play with Corky. So
I'm excited to see this composition choice, which is the same composition choice for making a movie. I love seeing these guys play. Love seeing the creative mind controls coming out from Chaz too. That was pretty exciting. Not only utilizing them to stop some heals, but also utilizing them to CC a healer. So great job by him. And we have Unholy Arms Resto Druid. So we have a TSG from Enjoy Legion, and we saw this TSG in previous tournaments do very, very well.
Can Pry beat the Yahtzee champ yet again with the Outlaw Rook expect, Dilly? Or do you think he's not going to get as lucky?
He's like channeling his inner Clint Eastwood at the moment, and he's feeling lucky.
Gosh. I immediately knew that you were gonna say he's feeling lucky.
You know what?
Well, the Outlaw, they have the pistol shot. Like how is he not?
Oh my gosh, that actually
how is he not?
Dude,
Yeah.
that's actually so good.
Adrian is so proud of you right now.
Rogue, dude.
Adrian is so proud of you right now, Dilly. You've made Adrian's.
I know my reference game on point.
It's a solid reference, dude. It's solid. Are you feeling lucky? But you have to add Punk, dude. You gotta have.
Well, I mean, he just punked the rest of Drew with the double.
I just heard that line in my head with Pride's accent. That actually is so funny.
Oh my gosh, it should be his new emote on his channel. There's a picture of him with like the Clint Eastwood face with like, you know, the thing in his mouth and like a pistol next to his face. Oh, that's probably not against terms of service or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Give me the Clint Eastwood face.
So while we wait for the map to load here, I just want to shout out really quickly the Mascherino. Use the code GCDEU and add $1 for free. It supports WoW Esports, guys. It supports the prize pool in this tournament. And wow, look at that. Admin Toxic got us in the game so fast. We are already in the game. Thank you, Admin Toxic. You own.
Okay. All right. TSG, frost me on that warrior.
I think that might be that might not be too bad. Obviously we know Disperse do really well versus these melee cleaves, but I think their goal is just going to be to stop them a lot. And I think TSG will be able to stop the Frost Outlaw a lot more. Like it might do worse against some other variations of the Rogue Mage with the Disperse. But I actually don't think it's too horrible of a pick. And obviously enjoy Legion. They're always smart with their map picks. So I think this is a good comp for them. I think overall it's a smart decision.
No, I totally agree with you. I think that this absolutely can go either way. We've seen it go either way. Maru running that Frost is something that's really going to help them in regards to the double melee. Like at least in the regards to my rep paladin, I feel like every time I face a Frost Mage, I definitely lose about 30% of my mobility immediately.
The thing that's good though is I think Looney will be really the only kill target now, and if he can play safe, I think it'll be okay. Whereas Walrus is more of that kill target before, but having the Warrior and the DK, I think it's harder in particular for Outlaw and Frost to kill, so now they are using that cheap shot onto Looney, go for the gouge out of that into maybe a half volume, or if they're not going to go for that, they're immediately going to use that damage onto Katsura right there, popping that orb, the Icy Veins, getting all that damage done there, but just trading that out with an AMZ and the Icebound Fortitude, so pretty efficient opener from the Enjoy Legion, knowing the RMP is going to go very aggressive there. They're holding on to that Iron Bar for later setups, which is a smart choice. And now we're seeing Pry once again has that true bearing buff, going to look to likely get a new setup very soon.
Yeah, and like you were saying before, Looney being like the prime kill target for this RMP, which I totally agree with you, but that is not a position that I would want to be in. Because yes, he is a Resto Druid, but he is also Looney, and there's a reason why they call him Looney the Live Lord.
Pre-AMS on the Sun.
Ooh, that's actually so very sick, dude.
Very, very clutch. This is going to save him through
his follow-up.
Yeah, they get the half stat, but I mean, that's going to keep him relatively safe here. He gets half stunned here once again by Pry, likely going to get the stun onto Looney as well, but yeah, I think he blinks out of range there, so even though he had that true bearing, had the short cooldown reduction, not going to be able to get that follow-up stun, does finally get it now with that grapple, I believe. So now it looks like they're starting to get a little bit of damage onto Looney there. Price just kind of touching him, not really doing too much there. Does force the tree form there with the pressure still going out onto Katsura over there, and now I think Price seems kind of very ahead in this game.
No, he does, and there's a full stun. No Icebound Fortitude available. He's not going to trinket it out as well. That's going to force Looney to go ahead and just pop tree form. He's going to respect the damage of the RMP yet again, and it looks like going on this Death Knight seems to be working out for him so far. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait and see.
This RNG is crazy. Okay, so now he has to go in the spot, and he actually is going to get a ton of damage here. Looks like he's gonna wait for this setup, going out onto the Death Knight there. They want to get some CC onto Looney as well. Looney's sitting in that bear form. Instead, Prize is going to go for that gouge and using that as that CC, looking to maybe get it between the eyes off of that. No, they go for the full fear, get the full stun onto Katsura there, gets the AMS on it, and there is the big damage from the Outlaw coming out there onto him. He is going to stay relatively safe. They use the coin cooldown onto Katsura, getting a lot of extra damage there. And now the sun goes onto Looney, swapping the damage onto him, getting him about half HP there. He does swap the bear form, blinks away, and is going to be relatively safe. So
he just uses just the the displacer. And it's like that presence of mind to be able to know what it is that you need to use is so key. There's the artifact weapon for Looney going to go ahead and be used to keep his healing throughput and keep his team nice and healthy here moving forward into this game. And I just want to see us like some setups here, but it's really difficult for Maru to get away from these guys and to get a polymorph, and especially get a polymorph on a class that can change forms to prevent polymorph and immunity.
There's the true bearing, and I think they're gonna look for the setup now that they finally get the true bearing. They won't have that coin for that extra armor pen there, but still have a lot of damage onto him. They do use that full stun, just getting pressure on him without that CC onto Looney. Now they put the full stun onto him. He's in bear form. Looks like they are gonna swap to him through that bear form, getting a little bit of pressure on him, and they're just going to gouge him out of that. So just hitting him slightly there. Now putting that stun onto Frosty as well, getting that extra pressure onto the entire team of Enjoy Legion, just controlling them all, probably just being that one-man army there. And I mean, it looks like they're kind of just stabilizing, but I feel like they know eventually if they can keep getting clean setups, they're going to have this window of opportunity to get this kill onto this TSG. I mean, Looney's going at about 50% mana. Chaz is at about 65%, being really mana efficient in this game. And now we have that full blind coming out. There's the Icy Veins and Orbs, immediately using that AMZ there to prevent some of that damage there. And now we see that full stun catches Looney into human form. He does have to use that Bark Spin. He has no true bearing, so can't get the reset on him. Looney is going to be able to blink away here, stay safe, but still very strong setup from making a move there. And now once again, Pride goes through the reroll, gets the true bearing, uses the stun onto Frosty. Looks like they're kind of swapping to him. They have the Shadow Repain onto him. Actually not going to end up doing too much damage there, and Looney's just trying to pull back, getting himself in stealth, gonna go for that drink right there. So just gonna try to recover in mana. Yeah, this is a huge drink. He wants to stay ahead of this priest in mana. They are gonna eventually break it. He's throwing that orb. Oh, that's a very smart play. That is actually, I really like that orb there. That's actually very next level. Not getting his R orb there.
It's solid, because if you're looking at the mana, it's really, really close. There's the full stun on the Looney, pre-bear form yet again, and he should be completely fine because of that.
He can restun him though. He has a true bearing, so he gets a restun, gets him to about half HP, but yeah, like you said, that bear form is going to save him. He's going to put that vortex there, gets the bash into a clone onto Pry. Pry's going to get peeled up here, and Maro's not going to be able to get too much pressure, just trying to cast these blizzards on both these melee, making sure to reset that ward cooldown so he can constantly have these goes going. But now we have the buffs up by Pry, has the true bearing, has a lot of damage here. They are going to look for a very scary setup here. I do believe they should have another orb back up soon. He does use the orb, tries to get the polymorph. Looney is constantly shifting and sitting that bear form, and we can just see Chaz chasing him. He does not blink the fear though, loses that mind game slightly there. Now Pry's going to go for the full stun onto Looney, out of form. They're going to swap blink behind the pillar, casting the evil wall. They have no stop for this. He's going to surely go down half stun.
Can't get peeled.
He gets GR tree shotted from that banish from Pry. He's at very low HP, 10% HP. Does pop the Tree of Life, going to keep himself topped off there.
Wow.
Almost such a clean setup there. But now he's not going to have Trinket for the blind. You always see him using the Trinket for the blind, and then they got that clean setup there, blinging and getting that clutch even bolt in time. I mean, very, very scary for Enjoy Legion. If that was higher in dampening, he would have definitely died. There would have been no way he would have topped himself off at that point.
Yep, no Icebound or AMS available. So if they do want to make that like blind setup onto this DK, it is a very viable option here at 4% dampening. Let's see if they can actually make that happen. However, Mario just getting CC'd or just getting stunned. There's the full stun out on the Looney. Pry actually going to get stunned up. A great job by the DK to follow it up. Can they get anything? It doesn't look like it. Looney's going to go ahead and jump to that board from, get a bash onto Pry. Maybe even a Cyclone follow-up. Nope, it's a DR bash for now, and Pry is going to run away without the clone. But Chaz is actually kind of like, spacing out Looney, but he's going to get caught into a Cyclone because of it. Looney not getting caught into a fear. There's a stun going out, but it looks like the team of the TSG is doing a great job at, just continuing to delay the inevitable of the setup on the Looney, and Looney just sitting in that bear form. There's a display. He actually gets stunned on it. That's so big. Still, and he's popping the coin. He has a lot of burst here. This armor pen onto Looney. He can potentially go down. They don't have the rallying cry here. Actually, they do have the rallying cry, but they get a big damage setup onto Looney here. He does have the Iron Berg available for himself, I believe, and he's going to be able to keep himself topped off. And now there's that full asphyxia onto Prize. Immediately onto the DK.
Now they're swapping onto Kessler. He has the Bark Skin, and he's just going to die through it.
I love that they had those multiple kill target potentials. I love that regardless of the swaps on the Looney, they still were doing damage onto the DK, forcing the AMSs, forcing the Icebound Fortitudes, maybe even if they were aggressive, but finding those opportunities to make those swaps onto them. And overall, I actually thought that this RMP was going to take this game to like dampening to the point of like a mana war, because the goes were actually ooming Looney. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they still have these really scary setups. I mean, because not only is it those windows where they do have that true bearing, obviously getting the short cooldowns there, or sorry, getting the short cooldowns, but also the Outlaw Rogues do have that Plunder armor, and that's a 2-minute cooldown that they have available to them. They give it the disarm.
but it reduces their target's damage dealt by 10% and their maximum health by 20%. So when they do that, it's like this huge window where they can really kill those Resto Druids easily, or even the DK, just because those are normally very high HP targets. So you can kind of use that, bring them down low HP, and get an even bolt shatter off, and that will end up killing your target.
For sure. For sure, like because their setups weren't getting a lot of defensive cooldowns earlier on in the game, and it was pretty apparent. But their goes, like they're just like stun into stun goes onto Looney was forcing Looney to have to heal multiple targets, because a lot of the time it was being like damage on the DK and damage on the Looney at the same time, and healing those multiple targets definitely like tapped on Looney's mana throughout the game. And it actually, regardless of like the consistent pressure of the TSG, it actually looked like the mana was actually in favor of the RMP as well. So it was like a double-sided advantage there going into that game. And Tol'Viron Arena, trying to remember what series we're on at this point. Are we in like game 3?
Yeah, game 3.
This is going to be game 3. Rise up 2-0. Yeah.
Making a movie is up 2-0 over Enjoy Legion. I would have never expected that. And
I mean,
Pry MVP.
The Outlaw pick. I mean, it's really smart because obviously you have the first game where you got really good RNG, but really what Outlaw needs is it needs the games to kind of go on for a long time. Like it's not going to do well in a fast game like you might see Subtlety do, where they can always have these clean setups and maybe not as smooth into dampening as like an Assassination Rogue will be. But you can just eventually find these really scary setups with Outlaw where people really just don't have anything and it's hard to react to. But the main thing you need is you just need that time. You just need to make sure that you can delay for you to re-roll your buffs if you get bad RNG, which we saw Pry have to do a little bit more this game, whereas the previous game he actually just got really lucky. He didn't have to spam re-roll a lot. But I mean,
and coincidentally, this is against Enjoy Legion, which is a team notorious for their dampening comps. They like to go dampening too, and it's not working out against Pry in his re-roll buffs. And
exactly. Outlaw Rogue, it is. I think that is where he started playing it the first few times. I think the meta was dampening before. Yeah. And he started playing Outlaw, and that was when it also reset. Or the Trooper made the blind cooldown shorter, and that made so many people rage. I remember there was a Joe VOD. He got blinded, or no, he got Penny blinded sap, and then next DR the same thing happened.
2v2, yeah. I remember that on Blade's Edge.
Yeah, he was just like raging. He was like, I know, and the Outlaw Rogue even was playing the Disarm too, and it was making that shorter. So he just never played his character.
Oh, poor Joe.
So if you guys are unfamiliar with the current standings, I believe Making a Movie dropped down even further in the standings because they made 2 roster swaps.
Yeah.
So I believe they got deducted points. So they're probably close to last place, if not last place in the standings, versus Enjoy Legion is first place in the standings with 200 points because they won first twice.
Yeah.
These guys are incredibly consistent, incredibly good, and the fact that they are currently down 0-2 here in the upper bracket against Making a Movie's new roster says a whole lot about this new team.
So they do have 6 points. Making a Movie has 6 points. Thank you to our wonderful admin Toxic for doing that. So I mean, they have a way to go here, right? 6 points is definitely not safe for them, and they're in the driver's seat right now to get themselves some more points here. And Blackrock Hold is the map here from Enjoy Legion, another Enjoy Legion map. And do we think we're gonna see Walrus come back out on the demo lock?
Yeah, I think so. I think the demo, I mean, it's super tanky. If anything, I don't know. Maybe I don't think Ellie is actually that good into this either.
No, it's not. They need to have something that can kind of break up the setups, but also they need to be able to end these games kind of fast, just because of that.
You want more damage.
Because
more tankiness. Yeah,
because with the Outlaw Rogue, they are going to have the potential to kill through even if you're a tanky target. That's the biggest thing.
I love that.
As long as they have that game that can go on long enough, and he's not really much of a kill target either. I mean, it is really a smart pick by Rye, or by Pry, not Rye.
So yeah, I mean, looking at these two teams, we got the lock-in composition coming out from Making a Movie. They're going to continue to play that RMP with Chaz on the Priest, Pry on the Outlawed Rogue, and Maru on the Mage. So we're waiting on just the composition for Enjoy Legion. Now, I'd like to point out in the past, Enjoy Legion has brought it to Game 5s a lot. They've had a lot of Game 5s, and they have never, ever been scared to change up their composition. Even when, 2-2, final game of the series, they've never been scared to change up their composition to try to gain a composition advantage. So, and they'd have a bunch of compositions available to them. So even in a situation like this, when they're down 0-2, they'll throw like, you know, a crazy not comfort pick card just to, you know, throw their opponents off or maybe even grab an advantage or avoid a disadvantage. So, yep. And there we go. We're going to have a slight change in composition. When I say slight, I mean it's a huge one. It's a Demo Warlock, Unholy Death Knight, and Mistweaver Monk.
So Looney hops on
they changed out the healer, yeah.
Yep.
I think maybe that's smarter because, you know, he could also go for that Way of the Crane, and that actually could probably save him a lot for those outlaw goes. He might not have to be as scared. I think it could potentially be a smarter pick into this. I mean, I haven't seen this played. None of us have seen this played, so it could go either way. But I mean,
we talk about that practice, man.
That seems to be the EU's thing, is we just see things we've never seen before.
But you can kind of tell, like, just on paper, like, when they have the Rescue Druid, they're going to kill him regardless if he has Bear and they can't get the CC on him. So maybe just having the Mistweaver Monk. Mistweavers are known to be very strong. And I mean, Way the Crane can be really good for helping with those stun windows. So maybe that's exactly what they need. And this is a good map to have the Mistweaver too, if he goes for the he immediately has it. So they're going to be clumped up here. They can actually do a lot of burst damage too with the Mistweaver, getting them in that Fell Lord, you know, catching them in the leg sweep, getting a lot of burst damage onto someone. So I think this might actually be the smart pick from Enjoy Legion.
All right, here we go. It's Black Rook Hold. We have the RMP for making a movie versus the Demo Warlock, DK, Mistweaver Monk. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier, the differences between the metas on each region, and we've been hearing a lot from the players about Mistweaver Monks being very good, especially on Twitter, especially in games. And this is Looney swapping over onto that Mistweaver, and he is. Looks like he is running that Way of the Crane too.
Are you saying you people? They tweet a lot complaining about class? Are you sure about
I never said complain. That word never.
I specifically heard you say that word.
I mean, we can check the VOD. We'll check the VOD later.
Okay. Check the VOD. Probably can roll for it too. He's rolling in my favor.
Oh my god.
All right. It looks like the DK is going to connect on the Maro here. Amaro's just going to walk 3 feet away from him and put him in that root. Stun goes out on the Walrus. Looks like he's going to be the kill target for now. And Looney playing very, very defensive, very far in the back. Stun goes out onto Chaz as he's pushing up. Maro's still kiting this DK, though. And line of sighting Walrix. Walrix is the one who's in a little bit of trouble. He gets kicked. He cannot use Dark Pact for this just a couple seconds there. Looney keeping him up just fine out of line of sight, though. And it just looks like this is the RMP's turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that they play, too, in their opener. Like, they know the mage can't really push in for the sheep, and they're just mostly waiting to get those offensive setups. We do have Walrix using that Reflector, making sure to avoid some damage with that Icy Veins being used, as well as the Orb, and now they have that Fell Lord being put down. Looney does get full stun by Pry there, but they were able to force the block for the first time, getting a lot of offensive pressure onto Maro here. He does cancel the block, goes for the sheep onto Looney, gets the full sheep onto Looney, but he's still getting pressure very heavily. The Fell Lord just ended. The Demo DK team had a lot of burst onto them, but still, I feel like this map in particular and their composition switch is definitely paying off heavily. He has no block for a while. There's still that fearful onto Chaz there. He's getting pressured very, very hard here, and it looks like now both teams should be safe. Pry's chasing around the pillar with that grapple, and now he has that full stun onto Looney. Can they get the sheep off of that? He's casting the sheep. He does get interrupted, though. No, he jukes it. Oh, does not get the sheep, though, to follow it up, and Waller should be safe here.
Yeah, regardless of missing the go, too, Walrix was forced to use that Dark Pact, getting dipped even lower. So Looney is doing a great job, you know, getting away from this CC and avoiding it, and this team is doing a great job at being as disruptive as possible. But when that's still happening, this RMP is still pumping the damage, and that's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, no, they have the plunder on him. They don't have CC, but they have him in the full stun.
Looney got kicked. He couldn't cocoon. He gets the cocoon off at the last second. That was so close. But it doesn't matter. They ripped through it immediately, and the Walrix is just on the run. He ports back and gates away, and he was just like flip-flopping throughout the entire map and survives because of it. But that was very close.
Yeah, that plunger burst is insane. And now they're swapping onto Katsura, have a lot of damage on him, getting the shatter combo onto him, get him to about 70% HP. He's going to get himself topped off here. But we know that these RMP goes are so scary at this point. We know that they just really need to wait for those windows where they can get that damage out. That's mostly what they're looking for. Not really the spam CC chains with this. It's mostly just getting the stun 7. We have the full between the eyes onto Walrix there. He's at 35% HP. Really has nothing left. Has no gateway. They need to get anything onto Looney. Probably leaps over there, gives him the gouge. Now they re-stun Walrix, given the half sheep there. Does he have the follow-up stun? Walrix is going to go port back behind that pillar, though, and now there's nothing left onto Looney. Walrix should be fine. Looney's just going to gate into the room. Keep Walrix safe here.
Huge heal from Looney. Walrix is going to be okay. Still has a minute left on that Dark Pack and 30 seconds left on Cocoon, so there's still an opportunity to switch on to Walrix, and Walrix has got to be careful because of that.
For
so
sure.
the RMP, though, moving forward, has got to be feeling a little bit good about that exchange that they got just a few minutes ago.
They had the full blind, and there's an even bolt in that full stun. Walrix immediately knows he has to use that human string. It does use the reflect there, avoids the damage there, knowing that that's a very scary go. And we already got the out used by Looney as well. So, I mean, this is such a scary position for Enjoy Legion. They use that full stun onto Looney, does pop the way the crane on that. Getting out of that, they use the Fell Lord, putting that full stun onto Marrow and getting Pride bursted a little bit, but looks like making a movie is really not going to take any more damage like we saw in that one opener there. So, I mean, they're in the winning position. In 17 seconds, they have that Plunder armor buff, and that is going to do a ton of damage onto Walrus if they get that going.
There we go. Stun goes out onto Walrix yet again. He's going to have that Dark Pact in just a few seconds here. Pry running in. Gets a full stun on the Looney, making a slop onto him. Huge amount of damage. Is going to force the Cocoon to follow up stun as Pry gets another lucky roll. It chunks right through that Cocoon, and Looney is on the run. He is just running away as fast as he possibly can, and Pry is just going to make a hard swap over onto Walrix. Walrix still has that Dark Pact available to him, however, but that swap did force that 2-minute cooldown of Cocoon, and these swaps, more and more of them, are getting a very efficient trades, and I definitely feel like Chaz's mana maybe at half health, but
this is huge though. They forced the Cocoon without actually using the Plunder armor. They just used the Icy Veins. So, I mean, they have this window where they could just have Pride get this damage. They could get the orb. They're going to wait for the next orb. They're using it here. I think this is definitely going to be their go opportunity. Pride does have the true bearing buff. It looks like they're trying to get that set up. They swap onto Looney, give him the full stun there, trying to get some damage onto him. He should have the restun out of that. They don't get it though. They get healed. Walrus doing a great job healing him. Instead, they have to go for the sheep onto Looney. And I mean, this was a window of opportunity for them, and they ended up not getting it.
Yep, not right now, and Walrix has that Dark Pact available to him in the future, and just look how aggressive this team is. They are literally inside the starting zone in Looney's face. Polymorph's being cast, he gets it completely DR'd out onto Looney. If there's anything to follow it up, it's surely going to be Walrix's wall. 1% dampening hits, and both teams need to be conscious of that. If Looney is able to continue to keep his team alive throughout all of this setup, he possibly will win. I mean, he has full mana versus half mana, and they're still getting defensive cooldowns. Maru is still inside the room, regardless of that block being forced. 40 seconds until he needs that second block of that second block that's going to come. There's the full blind. Walrix is going to go ahead and trade out that Dark Pact. In return, a gouge to follow it up. There's still a Cocoon available to him.
There's the Plunder.
They have to use both of them in regards. And it doesn't matter. It's chunked right through. Looney has so much mana, but can he even use it on the Walrix? This is their kill potential. A sap goes out onto Pry, and Maru pushing in, trying to get some polymorphs. He gets polymorph on the DK. Looney, not in any CC, but just can't heal through this pressure. Walrix at a sliver of hell, full fear, and bam goes the dynamite. The RMP are going to take out Walrix, and they're going to end up leaving. I thought that there might have been a cross kill on Maru because he didn't have ice block, but it looks like he's going to have that ice block. He's going to be completely fine now.
He just pressed it.
So there you have it.
That was actually...
That's a 3-0 victory for making a movie, man.
Yeah.
3-0 victory, the #1 point earner in the region.
That game was so dominant by them, just playing that Outlaw. That was insane. That actually looked really frustrating for Enjoy Legion. I think right now they're not enjoying Legion.
That was absolutely insane. Making a movie 3-0s.
That
pointer in the Legion. That's actually crazy to me.
Yeah,
wow.
That was like very one-sided. We've seen other like RMPs like play against this team, man. Never is it that one-sided.
No.
All right. Well, Making a Movie moves on to face Northern Gaming Blue. And then in the lower bracket, we have KFC Managers against another one, and Enjoy Legion versus ABC. So don't go anywhere, guys. This is going to be 3 incredibly good series.
Yeah, and dude, we have KFC Managers versus another one, Enjoy Legion versus ABC. Enjoy Legion or ABC, one of them has to leave this tournament. Like, wow. Wow, we have some good games left for today. Before we get to those games, which will be KFC Manager versus another one, we have a quick ad here from our friends over at MSI. And if you guys do want to check out MSI, make sure you guys check the link down below. They have helped us so much here in terms of sponsorship, and they are generally do enjoy WoW. They love the WoW esports scene, and I mean that's all we can ask here is that we have a sponsor that enjoys WoW and wants to help WoW out and the WoW esports scene out. So real quick, a quick ad from them.
It was 2016, the year of VR. You saved up $800 to invest in the future of technology, a VR headset. Sadly, you realized your computer was too weak to run
Warning, your computer sucks.
You started doing research, trying to piece together a beefy machine by yourself. The road to PC Master Race was bumpy and lonely, but you didn't give up. You alienated your girlfriend and family because you knew you had to keep going. You had to master everything about it. By the time you were 40, you had become a technology tycoon, receiving a Nobel Prize for innovation in computer science. On the stage, you suddenly thought of what you'd lost during the journey, and that old VR device you once owned, which you never had a chance to go back to in all these years. I just want to play some games, you told yourself, but it was too late. As a human being, you found yourself still a noob. Don't try too hard. Just try the Trident.
And remember to gear up with Legion with the all-new Trident from MSI. Seriously, guys, check it out. It's in the link down below. Wonderful company, wonderful guys. We thank you so much for sponsoring us. Also want to shout out Twitch. They are another sponsor of ours. You guys have done awesome. We all love Twitch. I mean, that is the platform we spend a majority of our day on. Even when you're working, we know you're watching Twitch TV. We see your streams. We're all guilty. Yeah, I think we're all guilty of that. But I mean, here we go. The matchup we've all been waiting for right now is KFC managers versus another one, and I guess we're waiting on KFC's, the blind pick for everybody to be ready. And I mean, it's KFC, so we don't know what the blind pick could even possibly be. I can't imagine being an opposing team about to play KFC and having a game plan for them. I guess you just have to they can play anything crazy.
Oh gosh, yeah. So. I would anticipate a Boomkin. I mean that's a pretty solid assumption. I think there's like one comp that we've seen him play that didn't have a Boomkin in it. So far, but yeah, whether that's a Boomkin DK, a Boomkin Demon Hunter, or Boomkin Hunter, roll the dice.
Exactly. Like
against another one. So they do obviously these teams aren't just like completely locking in a blind pick. Completely, like they know who they're facing. They know what the other team traditionally plays. So there's a lot of mind games that go into the blind pick of game number one. So not only are these teams locking in a composition that's universally capable of taking someone out like a ladder composition, but they're also locking in a composition that may be catered slightly towards their opponent. So looking at another one and what they played before, correct me if I'm wrong, another one had did they have TSG? No. So this is Joe Fernandez's team.
Yeah,
so
they have a KFC.
They do have KFC. They also have Cavi, who plays the Paladin. We've seen Cavi on a Paladin in the past, as well as a Warrior. And then we have Joe Fernandez on the Warrior and Riplaw on the Disc Priest and Adam Rex. We've seen mostly play on the Hunter. So Jungle Cleave, KFC, Rhett Hunter.
Yeah,
even Rhett Warrior.
So coincidentally, another one also had a roster swap, which is why we're all kind of confused here, because they were playing something else completely different than the other cups, and then Joe Fernandez hops on that team, and then all of a sudden they have multiple comps available to them. They have Beast Cleave, they have KFC, and it's crazy. So we also real quick want to shout out to Matcherino once again, guys. We're getting so close to our goals here. If you guys, that's the wrong one. If you guys want to support WoW Esports, make sure you hit the donate button and then type in GCDEU. It's real easy. Wait, spelled that wrong. GCDEU. It's real easy. Adds $1 to the tournament. You just have to hit the donate button, and if you haven't already used it, you will be able to use it. And guys, it takes 2 seconds of your time. We thank everybody who's done it before. And remember, if we get to 1,200, we will have our very first winner's interview with the EU region. And I mean, at this point, that could be anybody. We saw Joy Legion get dropped to the lower bracket, so it can be anybody.
All it takes is syncing your Twitch account up, going to the website, and typing in that coupon code.
Yep.
Doesn't cost anything to use. So if you support WoW Esports, if you enjoy coming back here for this entertainment time and time again, show us some love, show GCD some love, and go jump into that Match Arena page.
Yeah, this all goes to players.
I want to hear an interview, man.
I do too. I want to interview some players. I want to interview some Europeans. I'm tired of the NA guys. I'm just kidding. I love the NA guys.
But something else to note as well, Joe Fernandez and the team of another one played an enhancement shaman earlier on today.
I kind of like that swap because before, their team they just had jungle really that they were playing with priest and paladin, but now obviously Cavi can play. He can play the feral. They lost the paladin jungle because Cavi would have to be both the paladin and the feral. But I mean, they gained so much more just having that KFC that we already knew they played, and then I mean, Cavi plays 70 other classes, so I mean, we're good to go with that one. I like their decision on that.
And so, who are they facing again? They're facing KFC managers.
Oh,
of course.
I actually think he has a rogue too. Cavi has rogue.
Okay.
Ooh.
So.
No. It's a possibility. I don't think that's a lock-in.
Possibility.
But I've seen that. I've seen comps like that on the NA ladder. But I'm gonna stop talking about it now because I can't actually say it out loud because I might like give something away.
Yeah.
But realistically, this matchup, I am going in completely blind. Like Joe Fernandez playing an enhancement shaman has kind of boggled my brains, as well as the survival hunter Boomkin kind of boggled my brains. So they're like both of these teams have shown that they're capable of doing some weird stuff.
I'm excited. Q Inc. says toxic admin or admin toxic.
All right.
He's a toxic admin. I'm just kidding. He's really good. Everybody loves him.
The Grand Arena has popped. And so that's game one. So just so you guys know, it's game one of the series is always in the Grand Arena, and it's a completely blind pick, and it can completely affect the series completely. I'm going to say completely one more time. And but it's really important to note because when you're looking at a blind pick win, that could allow you to, take a series on just your own map picks. So winning on the blind pick is arguably the most important game of the series.
I hate this comp.
All right, we see a Retribution Paladin, Marksman Hunter, Discipline Priest coming out for the side of another one versus KFC managers. They're running Elemental Shaman Boomkin. I actually don't know who got an advantage here. My first assumption is that the Ret Hunter did not get an advantage here.
Yeah, I hate Ret Hunter, but this definitely is I think this is
for them.
Yeah, because they have so much mobility by having the Ellie. The Boomkin is going to be playing that renewal, so he's not going to have as much mobility. But the Mistweaver and the Ellie are going to be, pretty rough kill targets for him, and I feel they should be able to peel a lot. So this is probably not what they expected KFC managers to play. And now immediately they're going to use that full Hodge onto Corki, going to put the Scatter into Half Trap onto him, and they're getting so much damage onto him. Have that half line out of that Corki, just gets chunked there. Immediately has to use that renewal, trading that out, and they actually
and the cocoon, and it's gone. And
wings though, they didn't use wings. That was just True Shot. That was just
no, they did use wings because he's running.
He's playing Crusade. Okay, so
that means that the more uptime that this Ret Paladin is going to get, the more damage that he's going to do on the Corki, and he gets this stack. And they've already gone through Barskin, they've already gone through the cocoon, and if Cavi can connect with these wings, this could be it for Corki, and that's what's so scary about Crusade. But it is finally going to fade. Super DR Trap actually lands out onto Trainer. Not DR, but just Lordaeron. And Corki's dipping down to half health again, and he's forcing that bear form again. And so this Ret Hunter team and the choice of Crusade is just doing a massive amount of damage, which isn't allowing Corki to really play aggressive at all.
Yeah, and I like that they're using the Hodges onto Corki here because, the Ret gets the extra damage in those stuns onto him, and they are just going for those Scatter Half Traps. So looking for those burst windows is going to be very scary for Corki throughout the game. I mean, immediately we did get all their defensive cooldowns there. They're not going to have that much pressure for a while because their pressure is going to stagnate against this composition, especially because of the strategy they're playing with. It's going to be very all-in based, but still, we know that the next setup that they have and team is going to be very scary for them, and they still have a Scatter into Half Trap coming out. We are going to likely see that full Hodge coming out onto Corki. Illustrated looks to get that full bursting shot onto Drainer out of that. It's still Corki's just getting pressured here. They don't have the Hodge on him, but I mean, they're just falling more and more behind, it feels like.
Barkskin immediately has to use as soon as it's off cooldown, and Cocoon is now back off cooldown for Drainer. Huge heal is going to come out from Drainer and keep Corki completely fine. Cavi dipping low. He's got to be careful. He has that bubble available to him, but he doesn't want to use it just yet. Hodge goes out onto Drainer. If they can follow it up, the CC, Corki sitting on top of him. Is it going to get the CC?
We know they got the trap.
But they get the free cocoon before the full trap. Solid move, but maybe not worth it. But there's the wall going out on the Cavi, but it's going to get cycloned up by Corki. Great job by him. Maybe if there's any more CC to follow that up, they could force the bubble out of Cavi. Doesn't look like it just yet. And, going into this matchup, I immediately thought this Ret Hunter was just done for. But they're doing a fantastic job continuing this pressure on the Corki.
Yeah, their strategy is definitely very solid in this game. Just going for that offensive pressure, definitely playing with that Crusade, and just getting those stuns onto Corgi, especially using that full Hodge. Now we get a double fear onto both Drainer and onto the Elemental Shaman here. So Corgi is all alone here. He's casting this full moon, trying to get a lot of damage. Gets full Hodge, gather into half trap, goes out. They have to use the trinket, and he's gonna die in the Hodge.
Wow. The power of Crusade. If you have that uptime, you're getting those stacks, you do more damage than anyone can really heal through. And there you have it. Corgi, I mean, Drainer had all mana, right? I don't know if he had a cocoon at the very end there, but the damage is just unbelievable. Yeah,
I don't think Corgi is playing. He's playing Relentless that game, and I think that ended up being that also is a factor as to why that was so scary, because without having that trinket for the Crusader, like if he can't just immediately trinket Bear Form Renewal, you know, he's just gonna get chunked there. So at that moment, they just had nothing to get him out of that full Hodge, and he's just dead into that Crusade burst.
Yeah, I mean, I see Relentless against Ret Hunter a lot, especially Marksman Ret Hunter. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, I just want to, you know, like min-max the reduced time of CC. But I think you're 100% right on that, DIlly. Like, if he knew he was running Crusade, maybe go for that trinket and maybe look for trading, because that's just so, like, especially like with the uptime that Ret was getting, that is so much damage that's being stacked. But it does require 100% uptime. It does require that Boomkin kind of just standing still. And I'm not sure if he was running Renewal again. He's been running Renewal. Against Crusade or something like that. I think that running Displace is probably your better bet.
Yeah, sure. you might be right. If he were to run Displace, he could probably play Trinket and then just Trinket Displace, because I mean they're likely not expecting the Crusade all-in strat and expecting the normal Ret Hunter Cleave strats, which we see a lot. But definitely going for that single target, stun them, pop everything, just do single target. I mean, both specs obviously have a ton of potential to do very strong single target damage. And I mean, the cleave is that's just the icing on the cake, you know. Marksman Hunters, they can cleave you down with Sidewinders, but they also can do very nasty bursts. And same thing with Rat Paladins, they can Divine Storm you to death, but also we can do exactly what we saw there.
Nice. So that was an exciting game, number 1, and it is going to go to the Ret Paladin, which warms my heart. Going into the next game.
But dude, the damage in the beginning was crazy. Yeah. Absolutely insane damage in the beginning.
Yeah, for sure.
Cocoon popped up and went away instantly.
Yeah, I was like, I saw Cocoon, I was like, wait, did I actually see that, or did my UI bug? Like, ew, it was insane. So.
Nah, Cocoon's not a defensive. It's just power word shield on a minute 30. Yeah. For that.
Just effectively.
So Tol'Viron Arena is going to be the map choice. I love it. If you guys aren't familiar with the Ret Paladins' biggest vulnerability is definitely their mobility. So if you're able to like get away from that Ret Paladin, dispel his freedom, and you know, kind of just kite him around, he doesn't have like those charges or anything like that. He has a charger, but if he's charging at you, he is putting himself in a position where he can't run away ever. Yeah. So it's a little scary in that regard. I love that Tol'Viron choice though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is definitely the smart pick by them. The only thing is, obviously, that losing that first game could be very detrimental to them. I don't think they would lose that same matchup again, probably. Like, they could probably have played it differently, especially like having Trinket for that Crusade burst. But it's like they might not need to rely on the Ret Hunter later on. They have so many other Hunter discompositions that they could play that could do well into many of their other comps. So I mean, this is a bad position to be in as KFC managers.
Yeah, I love seeing these Hunter teams, you know, coming in competing too. Like, obviously, there's not a whole lot of them that make it into the top 8 of these tournaments, but when they do make it, they always give us these fast-paced games.
Yeah,
so, that was an easy selection. Maps Tol'Viron, both playing same comp, so the Ret Paladin's gonna have some troubles on the bigger map, and I know Dmachine will be screaming.
Maybe just run an Ellie, or I'm not really all that sure. Maybe don't run Crusade. We're gonna have to wait and see how they adapt to this. But I mean, like, I kind of like the choice. I mean, they won on game number 1, so who's to say that they won't win on game number 2? And it's they only have to win on their own map choices to win this entire series, right? So maybe they can make something happen with the same comps. We're gonna have to wait and see. Tol'Viron popped. I'm joining it now. But yeah, I'm curious. I love to see the versatility out of Cavi. Not a lot of Rets play Crusade anymore.
Yeah, so I've seen Avenge play it into like a couple matchups, but really that's like only like those Rets I've really seen do that. Like usually people just love doing the classic AoE Divine Storm. You know what I mean? Too.
Yeah, because
exactly that you're not hitting.
you're not only like you're not only putting yourself vulnerable as a Ret Paladin running that, but you're getting rid of Divine Purpose. And the reason why that's important is because when you spend holy powers as a paladin, you generate your Hodges. So you're not only like, you know, saying like, okay, I'm going to have good uptime so I can get good damage and value out of the Crusade, but I'm also, you know, trading up the ability to Hodge on a shorter cooldown. So you're losing CC and consistent pressure throughout the match. So it's a big deal, and it's working, and it's awesome. I love seeing creativity like that, and creativity from Corki as he uses that displacer. Love to see this out of him as well.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe he still could have played that trinket just because of how much pressure they're getting in that. But now we see that bursting shot into a full trap here. Now we see that full Hodge going out onto Corki, gonna get that same burst onto it. They actually
this isn't even waged yet.
Yeah, they actually didn't pop it, but they forced the cocoon just with the true shot, and I mean that's actually also pretty expected. The true shot is still a very scary damage cooldown, and both of those don't have to be stacked up together. They can wait till that next setup is available to them and get a ton of pressure. They won't have cocoon next time, and Drainer won't have his trinket. So with him not having trinket and cocoon with that second crusade, I mean he could just easily flop here. We are seeing that celestial alignment. They are casting that full moon, hitting Illustrate a little bit, chunking him down to about half HP. He does feign death, uses that survival tactics, you know, clear all those dots, but he should be relatively safe at this point. I mean, KFC managers have to be terrified. They have pretty much nothing left, and they know that the Crusade is still available, so this is just such an awful position to be in. Oh, but I actually love the position. Corki is trying to give him the triangle formation, trying to drag him out all the way here in the edge of the map. They do have the full Hydra with that full trap onto original job. He is going to displace away, trying to kite the ret when he does pop that Crusade, and he's not able to get as many sacks as he was before. Corki now puts that bash onto him, so doing a much better job kiting him. Now he's going to go for that bash, trying to get the clone, does get stopped by the counter shot, and not going to be able to get any more clones onto Cavi here, but still doing a great job kind of kiting. Oh, uses the Starfall to have the cast wall moving to get that full clone onto Cavi. So now he's going to heal himself. We do see that Lexi being put out onto Illustrated. A lot of damage kind of going out onto both of them, but really going to be able to stabilize. I think both healers are just going to be very mana efficient at this point.
Yep, and then Corki preemptively bear forms this Hodge. 2-second trap lands out onto Drainer. Displacer are going to go ahead and be used, and that Crusade wasn't actually able to get to its full potential. Like we were saying with the Displacer, and also the respect to the Crusade of peeling him up. So great job by him. But in 40 seconds, we are going to have True Shot Aura for Adam Rex, and as we saw earlier, that can lay some serious pain as well. And no bar for 36 more seconds. Drainer does have a cocoon for it though moving forward. And you have to think to yourself which team is actually getting the best trades here in this position. Cavi just desperately trying to connect and even using his chargers to run in here.
I think Corki's really ahead because if you could see the way he's positioning, he is out in the open for some Marksman Hunter, but he's kind of dragging the ret into this position where the Ellie and the Mistweaver, they have this triangle going on where they're all left to free cast, and all the wizards are kind of spread out from each other, and they're able to do whatever they want, and it makes it very scary for these cleaves. This is something I've seen many wizard cleaves, especially European wizard cleaves, do against certain Hunter cleave matchups like this, and it is definitely a very, very wise strategy. Instead of trying to play the room on this, or trying to play the pillar, it's a lot better to just keep dragging them out into the open where they get this free damage and they can easily kite here. And now we see another scatter into a full trap coming out here, and this is the Hodge, but again, Corki A3 bear forms it. He's not going to let the same mistake happen from the last game, and there's a true shot being popped here. He's going to go to about half HP. We do have that DR Fear going out onto Drainer there, and Corki looks to go in and get that full clone, and he does get it onto Illustrated. They did have that full hex onto Rip Wall there, and I mean, KFC managers definitely playing them out very well, not letting the same mistakes happen to them, just adapting very quickly to the situation from that first game.
Yeah, there's so much scary stuff happening in the beginning. The overlap of Barkskin, as well as Cocoon for just True Shot Aura, and then we had the Crusade follow-up. But now that True Shot Aura just got Barkskin. They still have Cocoon available to him, and Corki caught into this Hodge now. This is going to cause the Crusade to happen. There's the Displace in reaction to it, and Drainer still has the Cocoon available to him if he desperately needs it, which I think he does. He's going to use it. Corki's going to go into that bear form, respect this damage, get the Cyclone out on the Crusade. He needs to stabilize here for now and respect these cooldowns, and if they can consistently do this, they surely are going to, run low on cooldown. Sorry, Peter Pan was also wanting to get in on that.
Oh, but Cavi's just getting chunked here. Gets a 4% HP, has a Vengeance Shield on himself. He is going to stay safe. Interesting choice, too, by Ripple. He's actually playing the Strength of Soul in this matchup, which is... You really normally don't expect that since it's actually two wizards and he's playing Strength of Soul into them. But he's actually able to be very mana efficient just because of that. So, I mean, this is actually a pretty interesting choice. I guess he figures because they have just a sustained dot damage and it's really more bursty windows, just having that shield that also will just slightly heal you, he's going to not go in from casting those radiances. And I mean, that's barely just saving Cavi so many times this game. Yeah,
I'm both of these guys.
but these are the two most mana efficient healers when they are playing the talents that they are. I mean, Trinket Soul is incredibly mana efficient compared to the Radiant spec that Disbreeze have, and they're always going to stay safe on mana. And I think both teams realize that it's going to be maybe more of a dampening game, and they just need to be as efficient as they can going into these longer games.
Considering the defensive cooldowns that are being forced, it's usually like, the Bark Skin. As I say that, there's the Bark Skin that's going to be used in the full Hodge. The trap lands on a Drainer. Corki is on the run. Drainer's going to go ahead and port right back next to him. Cavi with his charger connects. Full Moon, though, is being casted. Who's it actually going to be on? It's going to be on Adam Rexter now. Not getting a whole lot done. Cavi getting knocked out as well, and it looks like the triangle formation is going to go ahead and come to this pillar for now. Crusade is up in just 8 short seconds. True Shot Aura is also available, but Cavi's got to be careful. When he pushes out like this, he is going to be taking so much damage. He's using these chargers to connect, so he's never going to be able to really run away. He's basically all in. Here's the Crusade. Here's the True Shot Aura. They're doubling it up. The Hodge goes out on the Corki. He doesn't have Trinket. He's going to displace away. The trap goes out onto Drainer. He's not going to Trinket it either, but maybe that's a mistake. Cocoon is going to be popped, and they are still connecting. The Cocoon gets ripped apart immediately. Corki looking for a Cyclone. It gets kicked. Full Moon now can be casted completely free. It lands out on the Cavi, but he's got lots of bowls from his Discipline Priest. It's going to be completely fine. A defensive clone lands out, and that was a scary moment for Corki. Cocoon was ripped right through, but that was at the cost of both Crusade and True Shot Aura.
Yeah, they pretty much traded out defensive cooldowns pretty efficiently there. And I mean, I think this is starting to get to the point where Cavi's going to start falling behind. He didn't get that Bubble Force in that one setup where he lived at about 4% HP, but I know that this Ellie Boom King Calm can get these setups pretty consistently, and they're going to find another window in the future where they're just going to be able to rip through that, and the healing from the Priest won't save him. I think that's exactly what they want on this map. They want to play it safe. They want to live through these first windows from another one, and after that, they're not going to have too much to go with. Corki sees that his healer's in a full trap right now from that binding trap, and immediately just bashes Cavi, blinks behind the pillar, tries to go for that clone. Does not actually end up getting a clone. I think he just used it on the pet for a second. Yeah, he cloned the Black Arrow pet, and that just despawns, so I mean, there's that. But also, it's important to note that the LA Chump's also just casting a bunch of these off heals too, just trying to make sure he can do what he can to keep his team offensive. They do get these hexes onto Ripwall, and there's a clone going out onto Cavi. Corki not going to be able to get a follow-up clone onto Ripwall, so both teams are just going to be pretty neutral at this point in the game. They are casting that Storm Peter, trying to get some counter burst, but here is the scatter into the full trap here. Corki does have that Celestial Alignment, but it isn't going to be able to go offensive with it. He has to blink away with that full Hodge being used onto him, and there's the Cocoon once again, but we do know that Crusade is going to come up soon. True Shot's going to be up in about a minute, and that's when another one is just going to go so offensive, and they actually won't have the defensive cooldowns to line up with that, and that can be very scary for KFC managers. They need to make sure that they can survive that next window of opportunity, and once that happens, I think they'll have this window where they can kill Cavi.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, Cavi still has his bubble available to him, but the mana is slightly going in favor of Drainer as we get deeper into damping. 16% at this point. This is the Crusade coming out from Cavi. He gets leg sweeped by Drainer immediately. Can he reconnect? It doesn't look like he can, and Corki is just running him. He's just ranging it. There's the stun that comes out from the Elemental Shaman as well, and this Crusade is just not able to connect. He's desperately trying to use his ranged Divine Storms, gets put into a full clone, and that big offensive cooldown from Cavi, regardless of the window of opportunity of the Cocoon, they're going to abuse that mobility, and it's a big deal. Now Cavi finally connecting out on the Corki, gets dipped down to half health. There's the Hodge. He's going to Barkskin in the pre-bear form as well. The Elemental Shaman stunning out Cavi yet again. There's the Displace as well. True Shot Aura comes out, and this is another defensive cooldown that Drainer's team has to deal with. There's the trap, the cross CC fear on the Death Run. Corki has no Barkskin available or Cocoon. This is their kill window, but Cavi caught into a Hex. Great job by Death Run to be able to cross CC in there, and Corki is going to be able to stabilize through it. 22% dampening, and the mana pools are dipping lower and lower.
Right, and they still haven't even forced out the bubble from Cavi, but now they're chunking him right now. He's going to 50% HP. They do have that Earthshock on him. They're trying to pressure them as much as they can. They do use that Solar Beam there, but it's not going to end up blocking anything out with there. And now we have another full Hodge being used on the Corki. He gets the spell because they actually don't get that scatter in time. A little bit of a miscommunication by their teammate. Corki's still getting chunked. He has to use that Trinket Cocoon from Drainer. He does get bursting shotted immediately on that, and Corki's getting just pressured the entire game. I think they still need to work very hard to get some counter pressure. I mean, the game is at 25% dampening. They should have a window where they can start putting them behind, but even with the Strength of Soul spec Dispriest up against a double wizard, they're not really getting anything done. I mean, it's actually crazy.
Yeah, it is banana. I mean, they're getting the cocoons, they're getting the bark skins, but they're rotating them perfectly. Drainer and Corki could do this forever. They need a lot more dampening for them to be able to be trading less efficiently than this. And on the other side, we have defensive cooldowns. The only one that's really being used is pain suppression. There's the Hodge on the Corki. He didn't bear form this one. Finally, there's a bark skin as well. Trap lands out on the Drainer. Corki is on the run with that displace. This is Crusade. It's back again. It's here to play, and Corki's in trouble. The Cyclone goes out and he lands. Ashbringer will break him out of that. He's going to trinket out of the Hex into the bash, and they are shutting this Ret Paladin down on these wings every single time. The Elemental Shaman even knocks him away, gets the slow as well, and Corki gets away yet again, and Crusade is going to be falling pretty soon here. They need to get efficient trades for these offensive cooldowns, or surely the dampening is going to go in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing a good job, though, making sure to peel. But 30% dampening, and now Cavi's getting chunked. This is the point that we want for them. They're going to get pressured very hard. He is going to about 40% HP, but still, they haven't forced the bubble. Like, they had the Stormkeeper coming up in 4 seconds right here. So I think they might go for that burst of that. They're trying to drag them out into the open. Corki looks to be getting the clone, but we could just see the entire team of another one is just sitting behind the pillar. They know they just need to play defensive here and just kind of wait to stay safe. They know they can't really get much done. I think it's a very smart play from another one, knowing that they just need to be the ones that are playing at the pillar at this point. Now Cavi knows it's safe to go out, and they're actually swapping the pressure onto the Elemental Shaman, getting about half HP, forcing the cocoon onto him, and now they're using that Hodge onto Drainer there, getting a full trap out of that, and the Elemental Shaman's still taking a ton of damage. He has to use his wall. Yeah, he has to use his wall. Does use the Thunderstorm, knocking them away, and now is just the true shot from the Marksman Hunter getting a ton of damage out there.
Yep, and then he's going to just swap the damage over into whatever he can get, which right now is Corki in the middle of the map at 37% dampening. Ripwall is actually the one who's falling a little bit behind, but Adam Rex has got to be careful. At that low health, he can surely die. He has cooldowns, but he's got to make sure to use them, and Full Moon is a scary button to deal with. Cavi now trying to push in here onto the Elemental Shaman, but both of these casters do have roots, and they do have mobility. They have ways to get away, and they have ways to purchase freedom. So there's the leg sweep in the middle of the map. Drainer constantly going for these clutch leg sweeps as he repositions themselves over and over and over again. And Adam Rex and Cavi are now starting to feel the pain. 40% dampening. Ooh, DR Hodge is not what you want in this deep into dampening.
Ooh, they go for the clone. They do get locked out immediately, though. They have the pressure onto Illustrator. You got to use the Roar Sacrifice on himself, but they get a good defensive hex onto Cavi. He's going to have to sit that. Corki's going to be able to keep himself topped off. Now we can actually see Ripple's the one's falling behind in mana. He's at 40% mana. Drainer's at 70%. And this game's in 42% dampening. Cavi is going to 30% HP. He has that pain stuff being used by Ripwall, and that's a very good trade right there. They still haven't gotten this bubble. This entire game, not one bubble has come out. But I think once they do get bubble from the Ret, that's where they're going to win the game. It's just a matter of forcing it. It's so crazy that the game has gone on this long, and Ripwall this entire time has kept this team so safe.
This is Crusade coming out from Cavi, and he just gets kited completely. I love that even the Mistweaver Monk is getting in on the action of sapping up the Paladin to make sure that he doesn't get the connects that he needs to generate the stacks of Crusade. Now it's off cooldown. They make the swap over out onto the Elemental Shaman. Toll Trap lands out onto Drainer. That's going to force the wall, but now it's down, and this Elemental Shaman is scared. Even if they don't have any CC, if they can continue to connect, this could be it. But Cavi has got to be careful as well. The deeper he goes in, the more damage he's going to take, and the more vulnerable Rip is going to be pushing forward. Adam Rex now pushing forward as well. Cavi getting lit up in the middle of the map. This has got to be his bubble here. Is it? He's going to pop the wall. It might explode. He gets out of line of sight, and that bubble is forced regardless. And now defensive cooldowns and mana are now not on the side of this Ret Hunter team.
Yeah, this is where they fall behind, because once both people are pressured, he doesn't have the radiance, so he can't keep them popped off easily. Now we have the wind burst being popped here. They're trying to get some bursts. They don't have the cocoon for a couple more seconds here, trying to get damage. Looks like they're just hitting whatever wizard is out in the open, kind of hitting Corki and both the LA Shaman, but Cavi's just going to die here. Yeah, there's no way. Once they do get that bubble, that's when the game's over. They're going to be able to keep him alive, let him live, but eventually it's going to get forced, and he's not going to be able to keep him popped after that point.
This is what we expected from game one when we saw this matchup. We expected, the Ret Paladin's mobility to be taken, utilized from this team of the double wizard cleave of Elemental Shaman Boomkin. And we saw Renewal, we saw Crusade, and we knew exactly what they needed to do. They brought it to Tol'Viron Arena, though, which is a much better map to do the strat that we assumed that they were going to do. Mm-hmm. And if I were them, I would not play Ret Hunter into these guys anymore. I mean, now that they figured that out, there's not really a way around that. They need uptime, and they're never going to get it unless they go on a very small map.
Yep.
Which can go both ways.
Which hey, they have. I mean, they have the opportunity to go small now since they do.
I'm thinking they might swap comps. I mean, we still know that Cavi can play the Feral. They could play the Rogue. They could play the Thug Cleave. Maybe they could just kill the Mistweaver with that, or someone on the team. Maybe not, because maybe he'll just play the way of the Crane and stay really safe. But I feel they have so many other compositions that they could play into them that could be very scary.
Yep, and then now they're going to have that composition advantage as well. So it's tied up 1-1. Now going into this next game, this Ret Hunter team, aka I believe are they another one? Yeah, another one. Another one has the opportunity now to see what their opponent is playing. Lock in a map first, see what their opponent is playing, and lock in their own comp. So who knows if their opponent changes to like a more universal composition? I don't know. Elemental Shaman Boomkin's pretty universal. Yeah. Or if they go into like a different composition, maybe that Ret Hunter fares better. They might just stick with the Ret Hunter. It all really depends on what their opponent chooses to decide what composition they might want to switch to. It's still 1-1.
Yeah, no, it's a crazy 1-1 series, and I apologize to the chat. I didn't have my dampening goggles on that for that game. I did not expect it. But Ruins is a map, so yes, KFC or another one is going to go to a smaller map. They have a lot of comps that actually work on the small map though, so it's not necessarily meaning they're going to run back the Ret Hunter. They do have KFC. They do have Beast Cleave. They've got a lot of cleavy things, which are fun to watch here. So. KFC will probably choose their same comp. I think they're pretty safe with it, right? Universally, it's okay. I think they can.
Maybe they'll stick with the same thing, man. Yeah. Now that we see what map choice they're choosing.
Maybe Joe
That's a really small map choice. So they brought it to Ruins of Lordaeron. The Ret Hunter team, another one, just brought it to Ruins of Lordaeron. So with a map like Ruins of Lordaeron, they're gonna have a lot more uptime, and that Crusade is definitely gonna get more stacks. But at the same time, it wasn't just mobility that they were using. They were using CC. Mm-hmm. They were bashing them. They were stunning them with the elemental stuns. They were doing a bunch of things to stop Crusade. It wasn't just displacer or mobility that helped them out. They even used paralysis on Crusade as well. So their whole team reacted to that cooldown, which is what made it negated it so much.
I mean, I think the thing about Crusade is it's something they can really catch that specific composition off guard one game, but these players are obviously super good that they're going to be able to adapt quickly. Like you can get caught off guard once, but they're not going to let that happen again. They're going to immediately identify what caused them to lose the game, know that they just need to watch out for that, prevent that from happening, and like we saw, they were able to get a relatively clean game, even though it was very long. They still stayed safe through every single burst window, made sure that they weren't ever going to die, and got to that point where the disc isn't going to be able to keep the ret topped, and he's just going to go down.
Yep, we're going to be jumping into Game 3. And just so you guys remember, the Grand Arena was won by another one. So another one just needs to win on the choice, or on their own map choice, meaning every single time they lose, they need to win on their own map and composition advantage. So if they're able to win twice in a row, they'd be in an incredible position, right? They only need one more to win. But this is really what it comes down to. If they're able to figure out a way to, when I say they, I mean KFC managers. The KFC managers is able to figure out a way to beat another one on their map choice that could completely just shift the tide of this whole series. And this is the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay. No,
so this is a smart pick.
Yeah.
All right. So for the team of another one. No, wait, right? No, this is for the team of
yeah.
Wait.
One. Yeah, another one.
Yeah, that's we didn't get
we didn't get the first
right? Yeah, we didn't get the first comp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm assuming it was the same. I'm
assuming the same comp. Gotcha. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what the first composition is later, I guess.
Yeah, so it's same comp. So KFC's playing the same comp.
Wait,
and then,
what?
Yeah, so KFC is playing the same comp they just won. They're playing the Boomkin Elemental Shaman. And Joe Fernandez is getting off the bench. He's going to play Fury Marksman Disc into that.
Oh my gosh,
Fury
this is so exciting.
Yeah.
We were hearing about this a little bit earlier, the Fury Warrior. We don't see it that much in NA, so I'm so excited to see Joe.
Okay, you ready for the jokes?
Okay.
I'm ready, dude.
Well, Corky's team should win. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be managing KFC, would they?
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh. I get it. Because this composition, for those of you who don't know, Warrior Hunter is a the composition name acronym, or what Kung Fu Cleave is that what it stands for. I don't really understand that, but anyway, it's known as KFC.
I need bad
and
joke
so this
goggles.
is
now,
KFC
too.
managers.
I'm gonna put my bad joke goggles on this.
I have to say, I was really disappointed when I first heard about KFC managers and that they didn't play KFC. Like I was like, what? Come on, it's in your name. You
Well,
don't
they
even
got
play
the
it?
They got the Boomkin. He's the chicken though.
I
DIlly,
suppose that's true.
DIlly,
I
the
suppose
goggles
that's
are
true.
on. You can't make any more bad jokes.
Bad
joke.
I don't. Do you think the goggles will be needed with a
Well,
Fury
the-
Warrior?
No,
thing-
these
no,
are
they-
these are bad joke goggles. These are different. They might look
No,
like
they-
dampening goggles, but they are different
No,
actually.
the thing is, the bad jokes come out when the games are dampening you. Like you have to keep your sanity somehow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so we're just waiting here for the game to load up, and man, I'm excited. I enjoyed watching the KFC Fury actually. During the offline games, Joe Fernandez was playing it well, and they took it to pretty deep dampening. That Fury Warrior being able to heal a lot. So it was they're playing Method, so Joe Fernandez's old team, and it was a doozy. It was a doozy of dampener. But we are into the arena, and it is ruins.
Dampener doozy.
So hopefully we don't have the dampener doozy, and I hope I don't need to use the goggles.
All right, here we go. We do have the Fury Warrior entering the arena. I'm excited to see him play, and a Marksman Hunter as well. I like Ruins of Lordaeron on it for a map choice with a Marksman Hunter. You know, nice open field for him to get good uptime. Very few places to line of sight. I think there's like, other than the rooms, just like 2 places that you can really line. I guess there's 3 if you count the wagon, but it's still difficult to utilize. Ooh, Ring of Peace possibly coming out from Drainer. Utilizing, trying to get away from, just try to give another defensive cooldown to keep the warrior off their kill target, but we'll have to wait and see.
The warrior has so much uptime just with the multiple leaps, you know, and they also have a lot of self-sustain, so it is going to be better than the Ret, where he's not really going to be much of a target, I feel like, and they're just going to have way more uptime for damage, so I think it's probably a wise pick from them.
No, absolutely. Here we go. The gates have opened, and this is Ruins of Lordaeron. We're going to see this team of Drainer, Deathrun, and Corki. I'm assuming we'll go for a late game. Adam Rex is just running in immediately. Joe Fernandez popping the cooldown. This is also the True Shot aura coming out from the Hunter. That's going to force it. That's going to force the wall. That's like literally every...
They broke through it. There's nothing left. I mean, he trinketed to get the cocoon off, instantly half scattered him, then got the bursting shot, and then just a ton of pressure just went out there with that very strong KFC opener. Obviously, he's going to be able to top himself off with all that CC ending, but still, that was definitely some very scary damage coming out from another one right there.
I mean, they definitely got their money's worth. Popping True Shot, Crows, Battlecry, Avatar, Artifact, like everything, they got everything in return. So based off of the duration of those things, if they're able to do that over and over and over again, they will pull ahead here moving forward. Now they're swapping over out onto Adam Rex, taking a bit of damage there, and Ripwall is already having a little bit of trouble healing through this, dipping down there a little bit, but he's playing very, very defensive. He's very, very, very far back at this point, but the swap onto Drainer, he's going to go ahead and wall. He has no cocoon available for this. Ring of Peace is going to be used to try to keep Joe Fernandez away, but that doesn't mean Adam Rex can't light him up, and he continues to do so. They're swapping off a Drainer for now, but that's just another defensive cooldown. Use the wall onto Drainer, so another swap onto him could be deadly.
I kind of like the way they're playing it too, is they know that the priest won't really be able to push up too much to get a fear onto the Mr. So they're just using Rip Wall, getting these defensive fears onto Corki here, especially because he doesn't have the display, so they use those. And then the Hunter instead uses the bursting shot into a trap onto the Mr. non-stock, because obviously the fear and the bursting shot are on the same DR category, so in order to not overlap, they're able to constantly use those extra PLs onto Corki while they just kind of tunnel the Elemental Shaman, which I feel is a very strong strategy for them.
No, yeah, totally. Defensive clone is going to land on a Joe Fernandez, and that's going to let Deathrun catch some big heals and catch up on the healing there. Joe Fernandez taking a bit of pressure for now, but as you can see, that they're playing this comp the same way as they play like the Ret comp, where they're just going for like a very defensive playstyle, a very like consistent pressure playstyle. Trap lands out onto Drainer. Mind Control actually lands on the Deathrun as well from Ripflow. Getting a little creative there, but there's the cooldowns from Joe Fernandez, and Deathrun has got to be careful. He has no wall available to him.
Oh, he tried to MC the cocoon. He tried to, that's what he was going
close.
for. He was trying to get the stringy cocoon, so try to use the MC to get that. Unfortunately, he didn't get it, but you know, props for the play. Props for the presence of mind. Yeah.
No, it was sick.
He was looking to put that in the Ripwall montage video.
So what we're referring to right there is that if he mind controlled at the exact time that he pressed the button, there's a chance that it could have been casted right back onto Drainer, and he might have self-casted it by accident because he'd be targeting an enemy when the mind control hits.
Right.
That's the theoretical scenario that we're referring to, but that's so hard to do, and it's very clutch, and Ripwall was so close to hitting it. But that's the type of things that these players are capable of doing, and it's the presence of mind like that knowing exactly when your opponent is going to use those offensive cooldowns because your teammate is going ham. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of synergy too.
Yeah, you have to know the damage output going out at that time, and also it's like kind of both teams being greedy. It's like, well, if he's casting this MC on you, maybe they're going to give up some damage because they actually did lose some of the potential pressure they had in that CC chain by going for that and not immediately getting it. So.
No, for sure.
This
is a Celestial alignment, but that's the full trap that's going to go out onto him. They're going to make the swap over out onto Death Run yet again, forcing the wall. Cocoon in 10 seconds. Do they have the window? The follow-up Fear. If they have any more CC for Drainer, this could be it. 5 seconds until Cocoon. He catches a bunch of heals. Death Run should be okay, and now Cocoon is off cooldown. Short window of opportunity there for the KFC to land a kill, but so far the Mana Pools say that this has been a very close game. The defensive cooldowns have been constantly getting forced out on the side of not on the side of another one rather, and so another one is playing a much more aggressive game than their opponents. I think that moving forward in the dampening, that's when you really see this Elemental Shaman Boom King composition shine.
Ooh, scatter on the incap there, just picking up the CC a little bit, and now Joe's getting swapped. He gets very low, has to use his defenses there, gets about 40% HP, tries to use that regen, keep himself a little bit topped off. It's still just getting chunked so quickly right there.
Yeah, I mean,
has to be very
that
careful.
was in that elemental stun too, so he possibly may have needed the trinket. So it's a scary moment for sure. They're swapping it over onto Adam Rex, getting the clone out onto him, and I just love that this team is capable of just pulling back. KFC Managers is really good at just taking control of the game. But as time goes on, and Joe Fernandez has all his cooldowns available to him, if they get the setup, there's the trap, there's the cooldowns. Death Run getting lit up. He has the cocoon. He's going to go ahead and get out of that CC and pop that cocoon again. But every single time this cooldown is popped, a cocoon or a defensive cooldown in general is forced.
Yeah, but now we actually have the avatar and that true shot being split up, so the true shot will be up in about 30 seconds. Illustrated is already on that Incat DR, so as soon as he gets the CC, 100% he's just going to go in, pop that true shot, try to go in. They're not going to have that cocoon available. They will have the wall from the Elemental Shaman, but there's potential that they just kill through it if they can find that good CC chain onto the healer. And now, there's the Fear coming out here, so likely to get that full trap. He goes for the wind burst, gets ready for the full trap, gets the full trap, pops the true shot there, just hard casting these aim shots over and over and over, gets the binding shot onto the Elemental Shaman, and Ripple is in position to get that full half ear onto him. Looking to get some defensive healing touches though from the Elemental Shaman to just keep himself safe through that whole burst window.
Yeah, he didn't even have to use his wall there, so I like the idea of splitting up the offensive cooldowns, but Death Run's fantastic positioning and line of sight is gonna hold on to the defensive cooldown regardless. 5% dampening hits, and it looks like the team of, I always forget their name, KFC Managers, are going to start catching their stride here as that red number gets bigger.
They go for the off MC there, though, onto Corky with the trap full, onto Drainer. I mean, they're getting some good pressure here. Wait, I think he broke the trap because he MC'd Corky and then the Starfall hit the miss.
Oh my gosh. Feels bad, man. Cocoon is now off cooldown for Drainer, though, so these guys are sitting really pretty moving deeper into dampening here at this point. It's really up to this KFC to set something up and get the defensive cooldowns going, but they got to be careful. Celestial alignment from Corky is now going to be popped here, moving forward into that. There's the half trap, bunch of damage on the Death Run. He immediately is just going to go ahead and wall. Maybe they can get a cocoon to follow it up. Joe Fernandez is actually going to get cycloned on his cooldowns. Fantastic job by Corky, CCing those offensive cooldowns to try to avoid more of his own. Stormkeeper goes out onto Adam Rex. Bunch of damage out onto him. He's on the run for now. Avatar's still up, though, but it's not really getting a whole lot done. Joe Fernandez trying to connect. They finally get some damage connecting onto Death Run, but he looks like he's completely fine as Drainer's not caught into any CC yet. As I say that, there's the Fear from Joe Fernandez. Maybe they can follow it up. There's still a cocoon to deal with, but they have the CC chain. Corky actually getting mind controlled as well. Death Run seeming to be completely alone. Joe Fernandez still connecting. The Stormbolt to interrupt the Cyclone. Nice job stopping that the next defensive Cyclone, but the Ring of Peace is going to come out, which is going to prevent Joe Fernandez from connecting on the Death Run here, and they're still going to hold on to the cocoon.
Yeah, they're definitely looking super ahead. It looks like they kind of touched the missing a little bit, not hitting him too much. I think potentially that could be a swap target though in the future. I feel like the Elemental Shaman's really tanking. Maybe they could swap to him. But as I say that, they do get that scatter into a half trap, have the Battle Cry being popped, getting some pressure onto the Elemental Shaman here, forcing the Trinket Cocoon out. So, I mean, that's a pretty scary window from another one onto them. But it's like they really just keep going through this whole rotation where they're just safely trading defensive cooldowns. No one's really getting too much. You see each team kind of get low, but it's been very hard to really find who has a direct advantage as far as getting very clean setups.
It's scary, man. Like as you get deeper into dampening, because it's not like a definite thing either way. You don't know if this like strat that you're investing in for this long period of time is actually going to pay off, and that's like the number one thing that would tilt me for sure.
Gets the bursting shot right on the roll though too, and now the Mistweaver's not going to have too much mobility. They are going for this full moon cast, don't have a stock for it. Illustrated knows he just needs to pull behind the pillar and just play it safe, knowing that that's going to be a lot of damage onto him, trying to get pressure onto the Elemental Shaman still, but he's just staying chopped off. I just kind of feel like the LE Shaman is just always going to keep himself safe. The Boomkin's a pretty bad target, and the Mistweaver's not playing away the Cranes, and maybe he's the person they have to kill, even though they only are going to have to kill him with that Storm Bolt, or maybe they just have to somehow cleave them down. It just seems very difficult for them overall.
No, I agree. There's the trap. There's the Storm Bolt on the Corki. No cross CC. The Shaman's alone. Boom. That's all it takes, man. 24% dampening. You just need to line up that CC. You just need to line up your offensive cooldowns, and you can just light somebody up. They had a very short window of opportunity, less than 10 seconds there before Cocoon was coming back off cooldown. Yeah. And they found it, and they nailed it. And great job by this KFC. They had that, but like you said, it could go either way all game long. You aren't sure. You have to be confident in yourself, and that's exactly what these guys are. Joe Fernandez, you know, playing this warrior for years. Adam Rex, we've been seeing him time and time again, and Ripwell on that Disc Priest. These guys have been doing it incredibly well, and I can't wait to see more of this KFC. I hope they lock it in again. Yeah, they're going to take the game. That means the 2-1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 2-1.
Yeah, they chunked him down so hard there. He got 2 aim shots off into the, like, wind burst mark shot with Joe just popping his Fury Burst in that CC, and I mean, all those hit at the same time. He's max range on that LE Shaman, and just instantly just takes him out with that.
And now that puts another one 2-1 over KFC, and I think Toxic can correct me, but I don't think another one has that many points, if points at all. So and they're fighting to get points here, right? I mean, this is the losers bracket. Like if they win here, KFC is knocked out, and KFC is a team that we thought could potentially win this tournament. And you know, the Cleave comp, so the Red Hunter and the KFC there from another one doing their job. And man, what do you do as KFC right now? You won one game in deep dampening with the standard.
I think another one has 12 points right now, so you're 100% right. Yeah, that's not a whole lot of points. And they're facing KFC managers that's 48 points. So these teams are both kind of like fighting for points, and this is the series. I believe the winner of this actually does get guaranteed points, right?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, no, this is a big deal for both of these guys. These points matter so much. Not only do they qualify you for the regional championship to be able to, you know, go to a LAN tournament and experience that, which is awesome in itself, but it also provides seeding. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's a huge deal for both of these teams. Down 2-1 against this KFC. Man, I say KFC and I confuse myself.
Yeah, I know.
So KFC managers was the team that actually just lost there, so they're going to go ahead and lock in Ashamane's Fall. We got a confirmation for the comp of another one, which is Rhett Marksman Disc. So Ashamane's Fall, what do you think about the Rhett Hunter composition? They think that the Rhett Hunter might be the composition that they have that has the best chance against everything that KFC managers plays, I guess.
I don't know, honestly.
Yeah. KFC managers
I suppose
play
like
a multitude of things, so it's just
they did not manage the KFC very well that game.
No, they didn't. No, but I guess like on the Grand Arena and Ashamane's Fall, it's like a similar size, and they won with Rhett Hunter on the Grand Arena. So maybe that's the key, that they need to have good uptime. But I don't know if they're playing Elemental Boomkin again. We see things like the Displacer coming out as well, and like trying to negate things like Kravi continues to run Crusade. I think we're going to see, I think the Grand Arena, a big reason to why they won on that matchup was not necessarily the map size, but because
they got them off guard.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, this is not their map choice, because they won on the Grand Arena. They just have to win on their map choices here. So if they get a W on a map that isn't theirs, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah. But they also have that second chance. They also have game 5 if they need it, and they'll have the advantage there if they lose here.
So same comp here from KFC. They're gonna play the Boomkin and the Mistweaver.
Makes sense.
And the Elemental Shaman. So because they did have success against the Red Hunter, and on a semi-similar map there on Tol'Viron. So we'll have to see. And I mean, it's gonna be up to the Ret and the Red Hunter there to try and get full uptime there for the Ret. The poor Ret. I know internally, David, you are
poor Ret.
You're
whatever.
Screaming inside us. He gets CC'd on all of his cooldowns and can't really make it to his target. But we'll see if they can do it. They're up 2-1 right now. At the same
time, the Rets definitely do have struggles with mobilities, but I need to give credit where credit is due. KFC managers are not just slowing him and dispelling his freedom. They are shutting him down. There was actually a crusade that went into like a bash into 2 elemental shaman stuns into an in-cap into like a dispel on his freedom into like a clone, like just annihilating him and just completely controlling him. And they're doing it as an entire team. So if they're capable of doing that, that is really where they're going to be able to negate that crusade. But who knows? Maybe he doesn't even run crusade. We'll have to wait and see. Ashamane's fall has popped. I'm jumping in now.
Here we go.
Nope, he's got the crusade.
Still got the crusade. I mean, it's a deadly thing, right? And I mean, like his Hodges, he's been using them on Corki, so. And there's a chance that, he has to sync them up with CC out onto Drainer anyway, or they're just going to get dispelled, right? So I guess, like, that uptime. Is he actually running Crusade? Oh, yeah, he is. Okay.
Illustrate chilling on the goat mount.
It's a solid choice, dude. It's a solid choice.
They got fresh mogs going on here, too.
Yep. We have Displace for Corki as well, so anticipating that.
Yeah, I think, well, it's similar to, it's just basically a smaller Tol'Viron. But they might have more uptime here, so that can
maybe.
And they can't really do the triangle kind of thing that they were doing before, where they just have all the wizards out in the open. Like they can, but not as much here. I feel like.
Right.
I mean, they might just go for a different kill target. Maybe they'll just go onto the LA instead of going onto Corki. But I'm already wrong. They already put the black arrow onto Corki here, so. Looks like he's going to be the kill target. They go for the bursting shot, full trap, pop the wind burst immediately, get the full Hodge onto Corki here, looking to put the binding onto the elemental shaman. He's not going to get any off heals. Corki's in bear form, uses skin, immediately displace her beast away. He goes for the half scatter, and then there's a ton of burst in that opener. They do have that crusade still available to them, but using that Hunter's True Shot, just chunking Corki very, very low in that opener, but still not getting too much. There's no cocoon being forced.
I want a CC chain on the Drainer and a Hodge on the Corki right now to get that maximum amount of uptime. With no displacer, this Crusade could be juicy, but they're not finding the opportunity just yet. There's the Elemental Stun onto Cavi in the middle of the map, and yet again, this team is just on the run, doing a fantastic job. Oh, Corki tried to eat the trap, but wasn't able to actually do it, and now Corki is using that displace and getting the heck away yet again. Clone onto Ripwall, though. A swap onto Drainer in the Hodge. Whole bunch of damage going out into him. He's on the run. He's going to port away and hold on to that bubble for another day. Celestial Alignment now on the other side of things, trying to get something done. And regardless of Crusade, knocking Drainer down, it's not forcing cooldowns. I mean, that's what it really needs to do.
I think this is still a smarter choice for the later game. I think they have to be making swaps onto Drainer. He isn't playing the way of the Crane, so he's not going to have as many outs. So if they can get a full Hodge onto him, especially when Cavi does get kited, he's definitely a viable kill target, especially because this entire time Illustrator's been getting traps on his own. He's getting bursting shots into traps, so he doesn't really need that stun DR. And that means that they're available to get the swap out of the CC chain onto him, and I think that's the right call. And Cavi's actually getting pressured very hard here. They have a DR in-cap going out onto Ripwall. Cavi's getting very low, and they might get the bubble out here. I mean, this is actually relatively early compared to the last game. You get the Earth Shock, very low HP, 20% HP. Use the Roar Sacrifice onto him. He should be able to stabilize. He actually gets full fast here. Looking to get a setup now, though, from KFC, or from another one. They do have that full Hodge into Corki. Do get the bursting shot out of that, but there's no follow-up trap here. But Cavi should be okay. Doesn't have to use the bubble. But there was definitely a ton of pressure on him in that moment.
No, oh yeah, for sure. He still's got the bubble available moving forward, but we saw that time and time again last game. He didn't bubble all game, but the moment he did, he died soon after. So he's got to be careful moving forward. There's a trap going out onto Drainer. They're going to make a swap over out onto the Elemental Shaman, just hitting whatever they can, whatever is in front of Cavi. Full Moon now being casted. It's not going to land just yet. They couldn't time it out of that Cyclone. But Cavi's just sitting in the middle of this, trying to desperately connect to something throughout this entire game. 14 seconds until he has that Crusade back up again. And both of these healers are sitting super pretty on mana. And I like you said, like Drainer is actually positioning himself way more defensive than I normally have seen. And the reason why I bring that up is because the swaps out onto Drainer it seemed like he's positioning himself, making it a bit difficult for this Ret Hunter to do that. There's the trap, there's the fear, they have the cross CC, they're trying to connect onto the Elemental Shaman instead of the Boomkin this time, which I like, but that's going to cause more Cyclones to come out, and there you have it. Adam Rex is going to get Cycloned up immediately after that CC hits on Drainer.
Yeah, they've had so much pressure on both sides, I feel like. I think what Illustrated Team, they have to kind of look for more swaps, I think, on both targets, where they're kind of just hitting whoever. Because I think if they just hit one person, it's just going to be very difficult to them. And I think it's going to be super hard with Cavi getting kited all the time. And it's probably going to be a lot better for them to swap back and forth. But I still like them going for those CCs with this Hodges onto Corki. They actually missed the follow-up trap out of that last scatter there. And we actually saw Drainer being able to roll out of that. I'm not sure what caused that. But now, you know, we're going to see him walk into the ult trap from the Elemental Shaman. And another one really doesn't have too much damage going out here, but they do have that true shot available. And Illustrated just got on that full clone DR. So he actually has potential to go very offensive. He does have, you know, his procs ready. I think he gets some nasty damage. He just needs to get this trap onto Drainer. And now there's that bursting shot. We do see that Cocoon getting used immediately though, as he gets that CC there. And it's when he pops the true shot. So I mean, Drainer's doing a great job making sure to get these pre-Cocoons when he needs to. And they actually forced out Illustrated's deterrence. And we didn't see this the game before that. They didn't get that much damage out onto him. But now they're pressuring him very hard. And now Ripwall is actually kind of getting chunked to about 70% HP.
Yeah, that pre-Cocoon, I'm still not over it yet because it was just that sick. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Not only did it stop the true shot's momentum, but it also was like right before a CC chain. So good. But here we go. Now they're switching the pressure over on the Cavi. Still got that bubble available to him. Can they get it popped? Doesn't look like it just yet. Corki going to go ahead and displace away. Gets stunned up actually out of that. Death Run to following it up, trying to get a Hex out. Doesn't look like he's able to actually land it for now. Full Moon now being cast out on the Cavi in the middle of the map. Actually, they're just going to go ahead and Cyclone him up, and I can't tell whether or not they're going to like light somebody up or just control them all game.
Yeah, it seems like
he's got 30 seconds on Cocoon though. Just keep that in mind.
They have to use the pain stuff, but Illustrated's getting pressured. He has nothing defensive. He's at 18% HP, has the pain suppression. Ripple is doing what he can to keep him safe. They do have that half trap going out onto Drainer with that Hodge onto Corki, but they're not getting anything done with this. They're not getting any counter pressure here. Illustrated's getting chunked, and he has no more defensive cooldowns. I think that the target choicing of the Hunter is really good, especially with how offensive he's been. He's been pushing up onto Drainer, trying to get that CC onto him, and if they can just start punishing him for that, he's gonna have a much harder time getting any of these CCs onto them. And now it looks like they kind of started to cleave up Drainer a little bit, but he's gonna end up topping himself with Illustrated getting defensively cloned over and over by Corki. They're just doing such a good job shutting down another one this entire game.
Double leg sweep as well. Speaking of getting shut down, Cavi's going to go ahead and sank him out of that leg sweep, but he's just going to catch a full clone himself. We have that Crusade available to them. There's the trap on the Drainer. They're trying to get aggressive here. Crusade, it gets popped. Corki getting chunked down. Cocoon going to be forced.
Broken.
Just fine, but it's broken through. Crusade is still stacking up, and Corki's got to be scared. There's the displace away. Cavi trying to reconnect and looking for the Cyclone from Corki. He's going to actually get it onto Ripwall, so Cavi's going to continue to keep this momentum out onto Corki. Cavi's going to go ahead and trick it out of that bash and push the pressure into Corki, but he looks completely fine as Drainer gets out of that CC. Now Cavi getting Cycloned low at low health. If they can get some cross CC over out on the Ripwall, that could be his bubble immediately. 8% dampening. This is going to get harder and harder for this Cupid/Ret team to make it past this defensive wall that is Boomkin Elemental.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're getting defensive cooldowns like every once in a while, but it's really just not enough. And now they have that full Hodge onto Drainer. He doesn't have the Cocoon available. They get a lot of pressure onto him. I think this is a really smart decision, swapping onto him. And now Corki's very low. I think they just need to hit both of these targets when they can. I feel like the full Hodges being used onto the Mistweaver can be very, very scary. They could potentially even swap up from him instead of using these full Hodges onto Corki. They can just maybe go for Hodge on the Mistweaver, hit him in that, and then trap him out of that, keep him low, and then swap to Corki. I just think that whatever they're doing where they're only training the Boomkin is just not working out for them. But like we saw there, they were able to churn Drainer so hard in that setup.
No, you're 100% right. They were forced so many defensive cooldowns, and they weren't able to actually follow it up. But there's the DR trap. It's a half trap, and the wall is going to be forced out onto Death Run. 4 seconds until that Cocoon is back up. And it just feels like this team of KFC managers just have an answer for every go. There's a stun going out onto Cavi. He's got that wall available to him. He's going to hold on to it for now. Hodge onto Drainer. Here's the swap over out onto him. No cooldowns. They're already chunking him down, forcing that wall. Drainer on the run now. Rip looking for the mind control. Walking him back.
On the roll, too.
That's so sick. Now, Cavi is finally out of the CC, not able to connect yet again, just trying to get the pressure out somewhere. But I can only imagine a swap like that as we get deeper into dampening could just be the end of Drainer.
Yeah, definitely. This has to be their kill target. There's there's no way they're going to really kill this Elemental Shaman. They're going to have a hard time killing Corki. But if they can go on the healer in these Hodges, they're going to get a ton of pressure. The only thing is that it's going to be a little bit more all-in and put them in a little bit of a scarier position where they take a little bit more free damage. I think that's going to be the only way they win this game. I think that they can't just be super passive here. They need to be the ones that are the aggressors as this plays. They can't just, you know, wait for something to happen or they're just going to lose.
Crusade's still available right now. Drainer does have that trinket available to him, but no wall. This could be the bubble from Cavi. There it is. Pop goes the bubble. 20% dampening, and Ripwall has his work cut out for him to get deeper into this game. And just look at Drainer understanding what happens when he gets swapped to. He is positioning himself across the map constantly away from this Ret Paladin. And it's really key. It's going to force this Ret Paladin to push forward, and he can't afford to. He's got no bubble.
Yeah, and same with the Hunter. He has to push in to get the CC, and now they get the clone on the Hunter. Then he rolls on the other side of the map. He's just doing a fantastic job cutting them both. Cavi's getting pressured very hard. It isn't that full Hex. We do see Ripple have to use that Pain Suppression on him to keep him safe here, and now we see that full trap onto Original with that Hodge onto Corki, but they just don't get anything done with that. They try to do some damage, and now on that binding shot, they're swapping to Drainer once again, getting pressure onto him. They put the crows onto him. He's at 70% HP. He's trying to keep himself top. I don't think he has any rolls or port at the moment, but Cavi's still very low. He's at 20% HP, has the Roar Sacrifice fading, and there's the Solar Beam onto Ripwall, gets the Arc Clone there. Corki's looking to get a half lane here, not getting too much damage, and another one is actually just on the back foot at this moment.
Trap and Hodge on the Corki. They're trying to turn it around here at 30% dampening. Corki's going to get out of there with the Displace, and in the face of death, Cavi's going to turn things around onto this Boomkin into a fear. Corki's still in trouble, and finally some momentum for the Ret Hunter is coming into their favor as they found an opportunity to really punish Corki's aggression. But now Cavi's caught in the middle of the map. This could have been a misplay. He gets the Sank on the Ripwall stun, immediately overlapping with the Trinket. That might be a big deal moving forward. Cavi having no bubble available to him is going to hug that pillar with his Disc Priest for now. Great job by them surviving through that. Surely I thought Cavi was going to die there, but a great life grip is going to keep him in it. Now a Hodge onto the Elemental Shaman, actually out of line of sight of Drainer, forcing him to push forward. No Trinket or Cocoon available for 19 more seconds, and the Elemental Shaman is on the run. He doesn't want to use his wall just yet. 31% dampening, and this Ret Hunter team is going to have to pull something out to take down KFC Managers. It's looking really rough.
Yeah, they need to make sure they can just get a very, very incredibly strong burst window the next time that True Shot's up. I feel like that's the only time they're going to win the game. They have to make sure the stars pretty much align for them. And at this point in time, it just seems like it's going to be so difficult. They don't have the bubble for a bit. They have Drainer with the mana lead onto Ripwall. So another one has to really find some way to get pressure. I do think the Mistweaver swaps have been good for them, but at the same time, it just seems so difficult for them to get anything done just because of the Boomkin LA kind of constant. Cavi went out, tried to get pressure, and now he's the one that's falling behind with the enemy healer in a trap. He can't go aggressive even when his team has that offensive window.
Crusade now on to Corki. Corki pushing in, trying to end the game. Maybe gonna go turn around. There's the Hodge out onto him. Drainer not actually able to get the Dispel. He's so far away. Cavi chunking him down. This uptime from Crusade may just win him the game. The Cocoon is gonna come out. The Cyclone at low health onto Cavi. He got aggressive. This is so scary. If that full moon connected, that would have been it for Cavi. Cavi had a sliver of health. Can he stay alive and take out Corki? He can't. In the face of death, he's trying to turn it around, but it's too little, too late. The Ret Paladin will fall, and KFC Managers just looking completely dominant here on Ashamane's fall.
Oh man, that was a game.
That was a long one. I mean, it wasn't as deep as the first time that they brought it into dampening, but they have to play that way. They have to play patiently. And when I say they, I'm talking about KFC Managers. But I actually think that the only way that the opposing team can beat them is by playing patiently as well. Maybe waiting to dampening, where they can rotate those defensive cooldowns and maybe trade those defensive cooldowns to continue to stay in their face, where they can't heal through it. Well, it's hard to even get there. It's
because I mean, if the Wizards are playing like that, they can't just simply run into them because they're just going to take free damage. Like we saw there, they eventually get to a point where they're getting offensive CC onto the enemy healer, and then they're the ones that are forced defensive. Cavi ran in, and he's like, oh, well, I guess I have to horse out, and then he ran back, and I mean, that tied up the series 2-2.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are tied 2-2.
I'm trying to remember, like, which team was 2-1? So there we go. Okay, so it's 2-2. That means going to the final game. We said this before. Even if this, this Ret Hunter team loses here, because they won on the Grand Arena, they could possibly pull out a composition advantage going into the final game. Maybe we see JoJo Fernandez come back out with the Fury Warrior. I hope
or
so.
the element or the enhancement shaman. Maybe
Or
Joe
the
enhancement shaman. Who knows? He's got a couple of things now. So in terms of maps left, we have sewers. I think sewers in Blackrook maybe.
I think Sewers is going to be the map choice over a Blackrook. Blackrook, I feel, is really good for a Mistweaver. Sewers is kind of bad for a Mistweaver, and they have more uptime there. They already have runes being used, and they played the KFC on that. So with the map pick advantage in Illustrated Team's favor, I feel like they might. Maybe they don't even have to play the KFC. I wonder if they could play the Enhanced Jaunt. Might not be good into that.
It's all about what their opponents are going to play. So we have KFC managers who just won that. They have to lock in their comps first. And this is match points, 2-2, lower bracket. This is for points as well. After this threshold, after this series, every team after this will be earning points. How much points is then going to need to be decided. So Dalaran Sewers is going to be locked in. That's by the losing team. So that means that another one locks in. Is it another one? Yeah, it's another one. Locks in Dalaran Sewers. Sorry, these roster swaps like make my brain hurt, so I'm just trying to keep up. Dalaran Sewers. So now we're gonna have to wait and see what KFC managers locks in for their winning choice composition and then losing choice composition to follow that up. So could KFC managers throw them a curveball? I mean, I know they can, but whether or not will they?
I don't think they will. I really do think that the Dalaran map choice is good. I don't think it was a bad decision whatsoever.
So you think we're going to see Boomkin Ellie again come out from these guys?
Yeah, I feel like that's probably their safe pick overall into the Hunter comps.
I mean, like we saw, they're taking a very far lead on Ruins of Lordaeron against the KFC. Another one, and it wasn't until like what was it, like an 8-second window of no cocoon, no trinket available to them, double Fury Warrior cooldowns pop, just annihilating something within just like a blink of an eye. To ask them to replicate that scenario is a tall order.
Well, I think they know with the Ret Hunter that they're probably not gonna do as well, like into that matchup. But they want them to kind of they want them to be like forced to pick something else, because if they just played the KFC again,
change up.
Yeah.
So Demon Hunter Boomkin Mistweaver is going to come out from KFC managers instead of Boomkin Elemental. So we'll have to wait and see if this is.
I think
that's
better. That probably is better on this map. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't know.
You think we're going to still see the KFC in response to this?
No, they might play Ret Hunter still and try to kill the Demon Hunter. I'm not sure.
Demon Hunters are really, really squishy, but Blur's a relatively short defensive cooldown. Metamorphosis does a lot of leech, and Darkness is something they also have to deal with. Not to mention the mobility of the Demon Hunter. But like I said,
the leech for the meta, it really depends on what talents the Demon Hunter plays
that's true too, yeah.
Because usually they don't play the leech. They play they'll play the Netherwalk or they'll play the Auto Blur.
Right.
I mean, both of those really don't do too much with the Marksman Hunter. It'll stop the Red's damage, but it's kind of negligible with the Marksman Hunter, because it's not like they just have that one burst window. You know, they can generally get some consistent damage onto him. So I feel like he could be a good kill target for most of the game.
I'm excited. If it's going to be Ret Hunter versus Demon Hunter Boomkin, I'm really excited for that matchup, mainly because I don't know what to expect from that matchup, really. I feel like Boomkins are a rough kill target for Ret Hunter, but on Dalaran Sewers, that might be exactly what they need to maintain good uptime. We'll have to wait and see.
Right.
Well, while we're waiting, let's give a shout out here quickly to Match Arena. Sorry to cut you off, David.
No worries.
We are so close, guys, to our chat goal, or our donation goal, I should say, $1,200. We have a winner's interview, and we have not yet had a winner's interview in Europe. Remember, you can donate for free using the code GCDEU. Hit the donate button, type in the code GCDEU. There we go. GCDEU, and it will contribute $1 for free to this prize pool. Remember, this prize pool goes complete to the players. They see every single dime and penny, or whatever else what other currency you use in your region. And yeah, Ret Marksman Disc. They're gonna play the Ret Hunter again.
Into the Demon Hunter Boomkin.
Yep.
All right, there we have it. I like it. I think that they could play probably a bit more aggressive and maybe get a bit more uptime. Demon Hunters do have some peels, but I think between like the purges of the elemental and the constant roots, as well as the stuns of Urshock, I think that losing all of those for sometimes the random slow from the Demon Hunter, or maybe even a stun from the Demon Hunter, is definitely going to allow like the melee, the Ret Paladin, to connect more in this matchup. So possibly we're going to see probably more damage from both sides, which is never a bad thing.
We like damage.
Damage.
Joining match.
Here we go, guys. Yeah, we do apologize for like the amount of duration that occurs between these games. It's difficult to let you guys know, but there is a format that needs to be executed for each and every match to maintain that tournament integrity. Each team is allocated a specific amount of time to make a decision of compositions, and this is their tournament lives. This is the lower bracket. This is match point even. So these guys are going to take every second that is allotted to them to make these informed decisions, because it could be their whole tournament lives right here, right now.
Yeah. I think Ret Hunter is a good pick for them into this. It's probably their best comp. Maybe Cavi just not wanting to play the Feral into it. Maybe doesn't think it's that safe. We did see them already beat another Jungle Cleave anyways from the KFC managers, so probably didn't really think about playing it too much. Looks like they're going to be going Corki here. So maybe they're going to go Corki and try to off-field the Demon Hunter. I mean, he can't keep Corki as safe as the Elemental Shaman was the other games with those Thundershock stun, or is it Thundershock or Urshock? Just the Urshock stuns non-stop.
One of those.
Peels. Yeah. There's a lot more peels from the Elemental Shaman, I feel like, than there are from the Demon Hunter. But they do have a lot more burst from the Demon Hunter, and they're already popping that meta, using that Chaos Hammer, going ham on the... Yeah, they are going ham onto him, popping that Incarnation as well. So those are all those 2-minute burst cooldowns onto Cavi, getting a ton of pressure onto him. But if this game goes on long, it definitely has a shorter cooldown than his bubble, so they could go through everything and end up getting a kill. So we have that bursting shot there onto Drainer, but not getting too much pressure here. Now there's the crows being used onto Corki. They're trying to get some CC out here. Not really seeing it go out yet. Drainer just trying to run, trying to max range the Hunter, trying to delay getting CC'd as much as he can. Illustrator running up to him, trying to get something done, and really just has no CC onto him at this point, with Corki just staying at about 85% HP.
Yeah, this Crusade is trying to get something done, but a nice ring of peace is going to prevent Cavi from continuing to stack these up. Full Moon actually trying to get lined up outside of the Cyclone. It looks like he's not going to get it just yet. Another Cyclone goes out onto Cavi. Maybe he can line up the Full Moon now. He does. He gets the Full Moon connecting out on the Cavi. He's going to chunk him down, but Corki's the one who needs to be careful. He's got the Cocoon available to him, but he doesn't want to just have to deal with it. He's going to go ahead and just displace away, get away from this Ret Paladin's consistent pressure. The Hunter, he can't really do much about. Double stun coming out from the Demon Hunter, and Corki continuing to be the main kill target for Cavi, as well as Adam Rex. Now, both of these teams do seem to be playing a bit more aggressive, but both of these healers are also dealing with this pressure incredibly well. There's the full stun out onto Corki. He has no displace, he has no Bark Skin available, and that's going to force a Cocoon. Another defensive cooldown down. Can the Ret Hunter continue this momentum? If they can at a decent pace, this could be the game. In 50 short seconds, they're going to have True Shot Aura, and 40 short seconds, Crusade.
Yeah, they're definitely getting a lot more pressure onto him here with that same setups with the Hodges onto Corki. Whereas when they had the Elemental Shaman, I feel like the off-healing he was providing, plus the Urshocks, plus those DR hexes, like that really helped out so much for keeping him defensive here. But now it's like both these teams are way more aggressive, way more all-in. We have the meta being popped as well as the Incarn, so they're going very strong onto Cavi. Probably going to force his bubble here, 20% HP, trying to keep pushing into that. They're trying to get the bubble there,
so
but
hard.
Ooh, they get the Massive Entanglement Root Beam on the Rapture from Ripwell, and that's going to force the thing. They tried it. They tried to use the Rapture, hold on to the bubble there, but unfortunately,
even Ivern was used, man. They tried everything to try to prevent that from happening, and now Bubble's down on that 4-minute cooldown, like you were saying earlier. They have if they have to trade up multiple 2-minute cooldowns, perfectly fine. If they can do it again, that could be the kill. So moving forward, we do have True Shot Aura and Crusade available. This PHP now wanting to push forward and try to get aggressive on here. They got the cooldowns, and every second that passes is closer for that Cocoon of Drainers to come back off. So if they need to get pushed in, I think that the Cavi needs to get aggressive, and that's exactly what he's going to do, but he gets double stunned by the Demon Hunter. Great job by him healing for his Boomkin. Now Drainer repositioning himself, making it difficult for Adam Rex to get some CC. Hodge goes out onto Corki, gets reflected. Great job by that Demon Hunter with that reflect. The trap lands. Not really going to get a whole lot done. It's super short, and Drainer has that cocoon back off cooldown.
Now Full Moon's coming out, hitting Cavi pretty hard. He has the Roar Sacrifice and that Vengeance Shield, so that's going to keep him relatively safe. He does have that Crusade up, trying to get some damage with it. But really, he's not going to be able to force anything. They don't have any CC. They're having to use the defensive scatter shot onto Reelson right there, and Illustrated just caught into that full clone. Corgi just always doing such a great job controlling the entire team with another one. Illustrated trying to kind of sit there, tee off, cast some aim shots, get sapped by Drainer there, looking to get in a position where you can CC. You can see him just slowly chasing after Drainer, waiting for himself to get a bursting shot onto him, and he does get that bursting shot. Looks to get the full trap. They have that full Hodge onto Corki there with the binding shot to follow it up, and binding shot him on the blink there, so getting a ton of damage. Ripwall trying to cast some offensive damage there as well. He is trying to cast that MC, doesn't get the MC in time. They do get the cocoon though, being used once again, but now there's the meta. There's the incarnation from Corki. A lot of burst damage here. The Sparksting comes out from Illustrated onto Corki, trying to silence him up, prevent some of that damage. They're trying to line of sight because they know that they can get so much damage out with those defensive cooldowns. They have the Rapture available, and they're not going to be able to end up getting that kill onto Cavi here.
Yeah, they're swapping over out on Adam Rex. He's got that turtle form available to him if he absolutely needs to pop it. He's going to get cycloned up at relatively low health here, but I really think they need to be paying attention to Cavi here. Without that bubble for 2 more minutes, they definitely have an opportunity to make something happen. But here we go. Cavi now pushing in onto Corki. Corki in the middle of the map, though, positioned very well for his healer to heal him out of line of sight. And Cavi needs to be careful. He can't push in too far here without his bubble, but it looks like he's trying to go for it. 1% dampening finally just starting to tick now. Corki very positioned far back, forcing this PHP to have to push really deep into the box of their opponent. Double stun yet again, a ring of peace.
Corki looks to get a clone off of that, but he gets counter-shotted by Illustrated. Really good reaction time by him. Now they go for the scatter into the half trap there. Corki's the one getting pressured here. They don't have the Hodge on him to stun him down, but they do get the Barks in. They do get a Hodge late with that bursting shot, but they end up getting the dispel into it. Now putting that silence onto Corki. He's not going to be able to cast anything. He is going for that clone as soon as that silence ends. Gets the clone onto Illustrated, and that's it for another one's pressure. Now it's back onto Cavi. He's at about 70% HP. He has a Roar Sacrifice being used onto him. The Demon Hunter puts Ripwall into that full ink cap there, and they're just trying to get this constant pressure going onto Cavi, but it just seems so hard for another one to really get anything done here. They're trying to get these smooth setups. The meta's back up. They're popping the meta onto Illustrated, trying to get that damage there. They do have the incarnation available from Corki very soon as well, but not going to end up popping it here.
Crusade and True Shot get popped, and they're not getting enough done again. The last one got completely negated, and then this one's not even getting Cocoon or Barkskin or anything. And so that's a big deal. They need to be able to connect on the Corki, but the Ring of Peace is preventing it slightly for the Ret Paladin for now. This is Incarnation now to turning it back around onto Cavi. 13 seconds until his bubble is back. 9% dampening and counting. If they're able to light Cavi up in the next 5 seconds, this could be the game, but it looks like they're not going to have the momentum just yet, and these bubbles should be back, but I really want something else to be done with these offensive cooldowns. They can do so much damage. Here's the Incarnation from Corki, a whole bunch of pressure going out in retaliation. Ripwell is popping those throughput cooldowns to keep his team aggressive. Adam Rex pulling back just a little bit. In-cap going out onto Ripwell. Hodge goes out onto Cavi. Oh, it's so DR2, and Drainer not caught in any CC. I really could have just dispelled it just as easily as well. But it looks like, I don't know, maybe like Crusade and True Shot onto Drainer might be even a valid option at this point.
Yeah, they need to just find a clean burst window, but it's been so hard for them. They have to kind of wait for a point where maybe they're on CCDR. But I mean, KFC managers, they're never going to just waste their CC random. They're never just going to use it and let them go offensive with them all in DR. So it's a struggle from another one. They're probably going to have to cross CC in some way, just try to save all their interrupts to stop any of this defensive clones, and that's going to be the way that they're going to have to push in. So now as we see them swapping onto Reelson over there, they get the cross CC onto both Corki and a Drainer, and now Reelson's the one that's getting chunked here. He's at about 40% HP. I really like the target choice here. I think the Demon Hunter's a lot better. He's going to pop that meta though onto Illustrated in a very, very fast pop by Cavi onto him, keeping him relatively safe for that entire metamorphosis. I think that was a very smart move by them. He's trying to get some extra pressure onto Cavi here. They don't have that Incarnation for about a minute, but still, I think that Reelson is the one that's starting to take so much damage from them. It's very hard for him to stay offensive anyways if he's the one that's just getting cleaned down. Yeah, there's a Cocoon, and they break through. They get the binding shot on him. Full trap goes out onto Drainer. He has to use the trinket there. They have the blur up from Reelson there, and the full Hodge goes out onto Drainer. I really think that this strategy is working out so much better for them. If they can keep on this pressure, the next time that true shot's back up, they're gonna chunk. They're gonna chunk Reels in so hard. And now the true shot's being popped. They're trying to get some pressure, but I think maybe they should have waited for them to have their CC back up. They used it a little bit too early potentially, and now they have that root beam going out onto Ripwall. They do use that Sank, getting him out of that, have him trigger that clone immediately as well. But they could have forced so much, I feel like, with this offensive cooldown on the true shot, but got a little bit too greedy and just kind of hit it as soon as it lighted up, and that could end up, you know, being the game for them. A little bit of an overlap too with that Hodge and trap onto Corki as well. Another one seems to be falling so far behind just from these little mistakes at this point.
23% dampening and counting. Both of these healers feel the pressure. Cavi has that bubble back, like we said a little bit earlier, but he's got to be careful. He's also looking for a lot of flash of lights, and just a quick dash kick could be the end of Cavi if he's caught flash of lighting like that, because he can't bubble if he gets locked out. Now there's the full CC going out onto Ripwall. If they have anything to follow it up, Adam Rex is just going to go ahead and pop that turtle in retaliation of the full moon being successfully cast. I like that. But no, I 100% agree with you. I think the Demon Hunter got them so much further than anything before, but we were talking a little bit about how quick Blur is off cooldown, and it's already back for their next go. Ripwall even looking for some smites here, because damage is just so valuable as you get deeper into dampening. We're 30% at this point, and the Demon Hunter is pushing in. This could be the end of him. Cavi pushing in, he gets binding shotted as well. Drainer now looking to get caught into some CC. There's the full trap. Hodge goes out onto Corki as well.
He gets a reflect on the trap.
That's a solid reflect, and it's necessary.
He swats with the meta onto Illustrated, forcing the paint up from Ripwall. Ripwall's caught into that full in cap, and now there's a ton of pressure going on to Illustrated. He should be safe with that paint suppression on himself, and now Cavi's the one that's being swapped to. He is taking a ton of damage here. He's at about 40% HP. I like how they're splitting up the meta and the Incarn, just kind of getting all these defensive cooldowns split up between another one, and KFC Manage is really taking a very securing lead in this game, and now they're swapping onto Reels, and once again they are forcing that Blur, but he's still taking a ton of damage to that Blur. They do get that full Hodge onto Drainer there. He doesn't have the reflect from the Demon Hunter this time. Now they get the full trap, put the half scatter onto Corki, and I really feel like this is just such a better strategy for them, that they can just play this way the entire game, make sure to get these clean 3v1s. This is what's going to win it for them.
Absolutely. Adam Rex is just trying to kite this Demon Hunter best he can, and it looks like it's working so far. 34% dampening, and Reelson has got to be really careful here. Incarnation from Corki as he's trying to turn things around.
Ooh, and the scatter on the Chaos Blade, that is very smart too. Even though they're killing him, I feel it's good to use that defensively just to kite, because he doesn't have the deterrence available. He has the exhilaration in 9 seconds. They have that Rapture up, but now he's pulling on that.
Reelson. And that's going to force the cocoon. But he gets annihilated immediately at 36% dampening. Those cocoons just aren't like what they are outside of it. And Adam Rex doesn't have anything else. There's the pop. Chaos damage goes through it regardless. And Adam Rex is in a world of hurt right now. Gets cloned up that whole health, and the bop is going to be fading out of this. There's a sap on the Ripwell. If they can follow it up, this could be it for Adam Rex. There's the CC stop onto Corki. Adam Rex is on the run. Can they continue this pressure? That looks like they will be able to for now, but a full clone lands out onto Ripwell, and Adam Rex is just taking the heat. 40% dampening, and a defensive trap will be used onto Reelson so Adam Rex can stabilize, but it doesn't matter. And there's the leg sweep out onto Adam Rex, and it doesn't matter. He gets taken out here on Dalaran Sewers. And KFC managers, man, they bring in the Reelson.
That one setup was super scary. They actually used the Blood Elf Silence onto Adam Rex, and it actually just delays the Hunter using the heal on himself for about a second, and then they had to use the bop, use the heal on top of that. They had the root beam being used. I mean, there's so much CC, but as soon as they had the bop on him, just using that Demon Hunter in cap offensively, it effectively works like a Cyclone, except on a different DR, and then able to clone him again off of that, and there's no healing whatsoever going out onto him, and they just fall behind and lose the game off of that, it feels like.
Yep, and there you have it. KFC Managers is going to beat another one. And if you guys are keeping track of that bracket on Battlefy, you can actually see that KFC Managers is going to move forward in the bracket to face the winner of Enjoy Legion versus ABC. Now, this was the lower bracket. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was the end of the series, right?
Yeah, that is the end of the series. KFC Managers will move on. Another one, unfortunately, very close to being in a point position, but they will fall 3-2 to KFC Managers. And, I mean, up next, we just had a crazy series. And up next, we have Enjoy Legion versus ABC. One of those two teams is going home. This is the lower bracket. Yeah. I mean, this is absolutely insane here. Wow. I mean,
ABC is looking super strong. Their Warrior Mage earlier on today was like downright impressive. Enjoy Legion is absolutely a monster of a team. No one getting this team in their bracket will ever be happy about it, no matter what compositions they run. Talk about composition advantages in this game. If you get Enjoy Legion, doesn't matter what you're playing, you are intimidated by these guys, and that is why they have 200 points currently in the standings. So ABC, though, not nearly as many points, is going to be looking to get past this next round and to push forward to really earn the big points.
All right, while we wait for these teams to lock in their blind pick, I want to once again shout out the Matcherino because we are so very close. If you guys, it's so easy here. You just go to donate. Type in the code GCDEU. It will contribute $1 free to this prize pool. And, you know, we're close here. We're close to our 1,200 goal of the interview with a winning team. And at this point, I can't even call a winner. I have no idea what's going on in this tournament. There have been so many crazy games, so many crazy upsets. And, you know, we're in the lower bracket. We're in the lower bracket right now, and it's ABC versus Enjoy Legion. Something that I don't think many of us expected, but we're here now. So while we wait for these blind picks here, do you guys have any predictions? I mean, ABC is a powerhouse, and so is Enjoy Legion. And can the ABC? I mean, ABC plays a multitude of comps now, and they even have a Thug Cleave, which I think is one of the strongest here in the EU. And man, like, can you even make a prediction here, or can you safely make a prediction?
I feel like it's kind of safe to bet that Walrix is going to play a Demo Warlock. I mean, statistically speaking.
Yes.
So maybe, you know, Demo
They're going to play
Warlock.
RMP, clearly.
RMP,
Well,
of course.
Well, no, Walrix will play.
Oh, no, absolutely. Makes complete and total sense.
Yeah, Walrix will go Mage. Zebai has the Rogue. I saw him play Rogue. I think he got rank 1 on Rogue. And then Looney will just play Druid. And they'll RMP mirror.
I think it's going to be... Wait, what? Maybe a Demon Hunter? Demo?
I think maybe the DK Demo. I don't know.
Oh man, Toxic just told David he's wrong.
I'm not even gonna respond to why.
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here.
Do you think that that's like somehow like a foreshadow of like what we're actually gonna see?
Maybe, I think he's
no
trying to troll
Demo.
you. I think he's
I
trying.
don't know.
I think he's trying to troll
Enjoy
you.
Legion without a Demo Warlock is just a completely different team to me, man. If there's no Demo Warlock coming in for the blind pick of Enjoy Legion, I don't even know what way is up anymore.
Yeah, I mean, because without a Demon Warlock, the Master of the Demons, how can you be enjoying Legion expansion? I mean, that's
very true.
That's important.
Very true.
Like they would be lying.
They can't enjoy Legion properly without that.
Exactly.
So this is the first game in the lower bracket between Enjoy Legion and ABC. Just confirming with myself so I can remember. And so here we go. We have the comps locked in. We're jumping into it. It's so unfair that Jacob gets to just hear us like talk about stuff and make us feel like fools, and then we go into it, it's completely different. Whoa! Okay, I'm blown away. I don't even know anymore. So on the side of ABC, we do see KFC coming out with the Fury Warrior, and then on the side of
they're playing
Legion,
the over the Marksman.
it's an element. It's Thundercleave.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, so it's an Arms Warrior and Elemental Shaman versus BM Hunter Fury Warrior. That's a lot of uptime. That's a lot of consistent pressure for the side of ABC. And so, what Hunter is this again? Is this this isn't Daisy Duke. This is, who is it?
It's
Kara.
Kara. Okay, that makes sense. Kara on the Hunter, Nixie on the Warrior. And Nixie is very familiar with a Warrior. I absolutely love the use of the gnome racial that he keeps busting out. It's come in valuable time and time again. It looks like Frosty's actually going to go ahead and connect onto Kara on the Hunter. For now is going to be the main kill target, while Nixie is pushing in with his avatar and not really connecting to anything. So possibly a big misplay from Nixie, getting no uptime. He's finally connecting onto something, gets bashed up immediately. If Looney can get a cyclone out of it.
That might have been a fat finger because he didn't actually pop anything else with it. So.
Yeah, I can only assume so at this point, because he wasn't able to get a whole lot. There's a trap that actually gets eaten by Z-Pie, and it looks like Nixie is just desperately trying to connect to Z-Pie. That has been his main kill target all along. He finally connects to him once and then gets slowed up instantly.
Yeah, they are pushing in, but I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to do anything. They know that they kind of just wasted the Avatar potentially, so they don't really have any CC going out. Now they're going to use that Snowball onto Kara there, trying to get that offensive pressure. He is looking to pop that Bestial Wrath right there, trying to get some extra damage with those crows onto Frosty, so it looks like he's going to be the kill target instead of Looney or the Elemental Shaman there. So a little interesting choice there. They don't have a trap out of that, or they do have the trap out of the Stormbolt, but I think
he ate it on purpose, man.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what was going on there, but Nixie is not able to connect, but Z-Pie is not able to do damage in retaliation as well. And so it's like a warrior versus hunter, like 1v1 that's like happening in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Finally, Kara the hunter is going to be pushing in, and he gets Stormbolted immediately. And Nixie just can't touch Z-Pie. Maybe Nixie says like, oh, if you want to just line of sight me, this is perfectly fine. Do this all you want. You're not doing damage to my hunter. So I'm perfectly fine with this. And he's continuing to do this over and over and over again. And he's content to continue to chase him around this pillar, ring around the Rosie style. And we're going to have to see which way this actually favors. There's a mind control going out onto Frosty. Frosty not able to connect onto that hunter, but the hunter's also kiting him quite a bit. In the BM hunter pets are getting 100% uptime, so he's not able to line of sight this hunter at all. Frosty is just taking pure amounts of damage, and Looney is forced to continue to ring around the Rosie, but also off-heal this warrior.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did see him use that Bestial Wrath, just getting some damage onto Frosty. I guess they would just want to keep kiting him the entire game and just avoiding the damage that comes out there, because I guess if the warrior does connect to him, not only is he dealing with the Strength of Soul, he also has to deal with the Wild Protector too from the BM Hunter. So I mean, there's so much damage reduction. I guess the warrior really won't be able to do anything on that hunter. It's such a weird strategy. The only ABC would come up with some of these strats like that. I have
no idea. I'm so speechless to what's happening right now. Cyclone goes out in the Looney, mind control on the Frosty, Nixie not connecting onto Z-Pie just yet. But every single time Z-Pie's out in the open like this, he's getting hit by these pets. Great job by Z-Pie to continue to drop
these
killed
his other pet, though. They actually killed the other BM Hunter pet. He doesn't have the Haiti, the artifact pet, so he only has that one pet out. Just stopping all the BM Hunter's damage. I feel like this had to have been a pick where they expected Enjoy Legion to play something else. Like it just seems like a very weird matchup.
Yeah, I'm not really sure which way it's going to favor, but I do know one thing. Regardless of Nixie's inability to connect onto Z-Pie, Frosty has been getting lit up this entire game, and it's forcing Looney.
Trap. Yeah, there's that full trap. They have so much damage going onto him. He's at 35% HP. Half Wyvern goes out. They've had the crows on him, forcing the retail there. So I mean, this is slow and steady by ABC. But
hey, they got a button. That's what matters. Nixie back onto Z-Pie as soon as that button was popped. Nixie Warrior still has that avatar up. He's trying to get some value onto Z-Pie, but Z-Pie is not having it. He's just going to go and hug the pillar. And this is like one of those scenarios where like both teams are going for a strategy that they're confident works, but cause very weird gameplay, and you just can't help but know which team is actually going to get ahead. And it looks like the team of Nixie is actually going to get ahead as they continue to damage out onto Frosty with no Die by the Sword available to them. Any CC going out onto Looney could very well be the end of Frosty. But Frosty is continuing to just be completely confident moving forward into this game and just getting 100% uptime onto this hunter.
It's just so funny. Like, he just has such a difficult time though, regardless, getting that damage out onto him, just because the Wild Protector, like we said, the BM Hunters, they have this challenge, and it's 15% damage reduction for anyone that's near your pet. So you have that. And then you're dealing with the Strength of Soul from the Disc Priest, which is 30% physical damage reduction. So you put those together. And then the BM Hunters also have the cat-like reflexes, so every time they're crit, they have 30% dodge. So, I mean, the Warrior just has full uptime and just doesn't do anything to him. It's actually pretty funny to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see Kara on his Hunter, and he's just sitting so pretty, completely fine. Well, Frosty, on the other hand, is actually taking the short end of the stick here, as Looney is desperately trying to keep him alive and just keep him nice and aggressive for now. But now that things are repositioning, Nixie is finally able to connect out on the Z-Pie. 1% dampening just starts ticking now, and Nixie is finally getting some uptime on this Elemental Shaman. That could be what overwhelms Looney as we get deeper into dampening. No dive of the sword for 2 whole minutes on the Frosty, but he's still just completely confident to just push directly in his opponent's face.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming out here onto Frosty, I feel like, but it's in these weird increments. Like, we just see him kind of just start taking damage at certain points. I mean, they were using the Iron Bark here, obviously, because the Warrior's popping that artifact, but there's been other times where he just kind of gets low without really that much being used there. I mean, Z-Pie's trying to do this damage, popping popping that Stormkeeper and just trying to go for the Chain Lightnings instead, just to AoE the Hunter's Pet. And as you can see, the BM Hunter's Pet's actually dying a lot here. He's always having to go for these reses on his pets, but it's still such a weird strategy by both teams. It's like you have Enjoy Legion just trying to spam kill the BM Hunter Pet, and then you have ABC just trying to bring the Warrior back, I guess. And Looney's always going for these strengths here, so he's going to be able to get himself to about full mana here. There's no one stopping the strength, but I don't think ABC's too concerned in stopping that, just because their priest is at full mana here. So things are kind of in this neutral point.
Yeah, it's weird. We're at 8% dampening, and nothing really extravagant has happened yet. I'm waiting for something big to occur. There's a Stormbolt going out onto Zpie. Zpie's going to go ahead and just walk away from him as Nixie gets caught into that full CC, or that full root. He actually trinkets out of that root to reconnect and gets knocked back away. It just seems like, we talked about it earlier, that how good Zpie is on the Elemental Shaman. There's very few, if any, that compare to him on this Elemental Shaman, and you can absolutely see like just the full use of these Elemental Shaman mechanics.
There's a Stormkeeper coming out though, so they should get some damage. He's always going for these Chain Lightnings. Yeah, and they get a ton of damage though here onto Frosty, forcing him to use that Rallying Cry and the parry there, so that's a ton of damage. And it's so interesting too, just watching Zpie going for these Chain Lightning always with the Stormkeeper. You know, normally you don't see Elemental Shamans do that. They instead opt in for the single target burst damage with it. But he wants to just keep cleaving the enemy team of ABC, and I guess just keep killing these pets. But it just seems so difficult for for anything to really happen on either side. I mean, we get defensive cooldowns there when the Hunter pops all his bursts, but it's so rare to happen. I think that's the only other window in the past like 4 minutes that they've really been able to force anything. And there's so many other times where they pop that burst and nothing really happens too. So.
Fear into Word landed on the Looney, and Frosty just wasn't taking a whole bunch of damage right there. And I think that if they're able to, like, you know, synchronize that a bit better, maybe they could just like completely annihilate Frosty. But this is the BM cools going out right now. Stormbolt goes at the Looney. If they're able to get any follow-up, this could be it for Frosty. He's got nothing left. He's got Rallying Cry up at this point. Ironbark in 3 more seconds.
He doesn't have the Rallying Cry. He actually overlapped it the last time, so he has nothing. He just has the Ironbark to rely on from Looney. I mean, it's just... It's so difficult. We do see the BM Hunter will have his burst coming pretty soon, and they're still doing a good job spam killing this Hunter's pet. He's even playing the Ferocity pet just to keep it alive as much, having that instant res, sacrificing the Roar Sacrifice, which it doesn't really matter too much in this matchup, but it's still so interesting to see the strategy here.
Stormbolt goes out onto the Hunter, and I like that Frosty is utilizing that so he can get good uptime, but he's just taking the low end of the damage every single time. Ironbark off cooldown for just a few more seconds. He's going to go ahead and overgrowth Frosty, which should be able to keep him completely fine for now. Looney playing for a late game, popping a lot of healing touches in between the regrowths here, and he's going to need them. We're at 23% dampening, and still both of these healers have a mana pool to play with for a much longer game. Nixie constantly trying to look at stopping this Elemental Shaman. I just feel like Nixie must know something that I don't, because he's constantly looking for this Elemental Shaman instead of getting good uptime on the Warrior, and he must need to stop the consistent pressure of this Elemental Shaman to really like bring this game into his favor. It's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Hunter's just trying to res these pets. I mean, they're dying nonstop. He's trying to cast them. They're charging onto him though. And now they're getting a lot of offensive pressure with him having no pet. Putting him in that full bash, they do have to use the pain suppression there. And now Frosty's just on him like immediately. They use the grip, try to get him away. He tries to cast the res, instantly gets pummeled by Frosty. So I mean, he just has no pet here, and a BM Hunter with no pet obviously isn't going to do any damage. Now using the Fear as a stop, now kicking him again with the Winter. They use the MC to try to stop him. He goes for the Revive pet, does finally get the Revive pet off. So I mean, all that effort going in there to just get that one res, just doing everything they can to stop him. That's a frustrating situation to be in. That's fun.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Zpie taking a bunch of pressure here. He's trying to line of sight, but it doesn't really work all that well with the BM Hunter. Line of sight doesn't do a whole lot. Half trap out on the Looney is going to force Zpie's wall, and now we're starting to see some buttons get forced. This is the avatar from Nixie Warrior as well. With an MD, or not an MD, I'm sorry, Mind Control goes out on a Frosty. Now Frosty's getting aggressive out onto the BM Hunter, popping everything in his arsenal. Not getting a whole lot done. Stormbolt onto Zpie, no wall available to him. He reconnects with the charge. Looney not caught into any CC just yet, though, is keeping Zpie up completely fine. But as we get deeper into dampening, I think these BM Hunters and Nixie might be what takes out Zpie.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that that's what they're going to have to rely on. I mean, we're at 35% dampening. We see a Stormkeeper coming out. Looks to maybe go in and push in for that Chain Lightning with it. I'm not too sure. He just has the buff up. Does go for that Chain Lightning. You see him zapping everyone on the enemy team. But really doesn't force too much damage with that. Now, immediately we see Nixie just kind of leaving behind the pillar, chasing after Zeepie there. They do use the Iron Bark onto him. Frosty's getting pressured here a little bit too with Kara popping that Bestial Wrath onto Frosty, and also using that aspect of the Wild. So both of those are really strong burst cooldowns that the BM Hunters have, but he's just going to use that Fear defensively, fearing not only Kara, but both of the BM Hunter pets, and that's going to stop a lot of the damage. We could already see that Looney's in position, trying to get another full drink off here. He's in that cat form, does get into self, and he's going to get full mana here with Frosty getting pressured with that Crows, but there's no Bestial Wrath up, so that's not going to be too much damage going out onto him. He should be able to recover in time for Looney to come out with full mana, and we have Doge Priest at 40% mana, so this is a pretty good lead for Enjoy Legion going into this Dampener. We have a Wyvern, maybe a Half Trap comes out, isn't able to push in for that, and now we have that Stormbolt coming out. The BM Hunter has no pets at this time. He only has one pet, but he needs to have both of his pets up basically, and they're just doing such a good job shutting down his damage by spam killing those. But now Frosty's in that DR fear there, Frosty's getting pressured while Looney's in that fear there, and I mean, it looks like they're falling behind. He's at 18% HP, 15% HP. If they have extra damage on him, he might just die through heals. They have the Iron Bark, it's at 44% dampening. Enjoy Legion's falling super far behind, but now Nixie's getting swapped to. He's at 34% HP. Doge Priest trying to do what he can to keep him top. They do use that Stormbolt onto Nixie into another DR Earthshock Stun with that Earth Grab Rook following him out of that. But I mean, both teams just going back and forth at this super high moment in dampening, but no parry available. Wyvern into Half Trap. Frosty has nothing left. He does have that Rallying Cry.
Nixie!
Nixie's getting pressured so hard, and Doge Priest Zoom, he has that Rapture just fading. He's trying to spam those shields. There's that fear. He has to trinket that fear. Nixie has that pain suppression on himself, trying to keep himself offensive here, and now it's just both warriors are tunneling each other. I never thought I'd ever see two warriors pressuring each other. But now Doge Priest getting swapped to, and that's Stormbolt. He's at 60% HP. Nixie's at 16% HP. I mean, Enjoy Legion is seemingly turning this game around. He's at 5% HP. He should surely go down. There's the double execute onto Nixie.
He's a Fury Warrior.
He has the Fury, but he's alive because he's
a kill something right now.
They both they get the double kill right there. Enjoy Legion takes it to 50% dampening.
Now I understand why Nixie was chasing around a pillar forever. Because the moment he leaves Zeepie alone to cast, he just gets lit up.
Oh man.
Game 1 is going to go in favor. Oh my gosh, 2.
Was that the dampening stretch?
I think
I'm trying to shake it off, man.
That's the 7th dampener stretch right there.
7th inning stretch turned into 7th.
No, the 7th dampener, dude. That's the 7th dampening game we've had.
Oh.
Okay. Well then. Well, I was not anticipating. Well, honestly, I wasn't anticipating that deep into dampening with that matchup. If I'm 100% honest with you, I thought that there was going to be like a really good amount of like uptime with the BM Hunter, and they were just going to like run at the Shaman and make his life hell. But in all reality, it was the opposite. The Shaman just toyed with Nixie forever, waited until dampening got high enough, and then just teed off on the Nixie, took him out.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they're swapping their comp. That had to have been like the wrong comp pick there. And I mean, I guess all they could do.
Someone got countered there. Someone got blind picked.
That's a moment. I can see ABC as a team. They're like, oh, dang. We really don't like this blind pick. Yeah. But also they're definitely like, well, let's try to win anyways. So then
let's do something. Let's pull this weird strat to try to make something win. Yeah, well, moving forward, I guess we can anticipate, a bit less weird games as
without the mage.
We'll bring out the Magus. So that being said, ABC may have lost in that first game, but they do have the opportunity now to gain a composition advantage moving forward, and they're also going to need to win on a scenario where they don't know what composition they're going to have to face before locking in their own if they want to take this series. So going into the next map, I can only imagine that we're going to see a bit more traditional compositions out from them, like Enjoy Legion playing a Demonology Warlock or something similar in that regard. We're going to have to wait and see from the admin. So they're going through those motions right now. The tournament format occurs every single game. It's not just like at the beginning of a match here and there. It's every single game we go through this tournament format, so these players have adequate time to really think about what it is that they want to do. But I don't know. I don't even want to guess anymore.
Yeah.
I guess Demonology Warlock from Enjoy Legion of all teams that have been playing this nonstop over and over again. And I got like, what is it? What did they play? Turbo or Thunder? Like
Yeah,
what
Thunder.
the heck?
The map is Ruins,
All right.
though. We have a small map. So
All right, Ruins of Lordaeron does give me hope in regards
Some
to a quick game. So I do want to see that
ABC
fast
plays
pace
everything.
action.
Just take one out of prize book. Play the outlaw. I'm
Play
sure.
the Outlaw Road.
Yeah.
Dude, those Outlaw games were actually super exciting, though. Shout
Yeah.
outs to Pry. Those were awesome games.
I mean, that probably didn't feel fun for Enjoy Legion. But at least definitely more fun to watch that game. I'm gonna.
Enjoy Legion definitely took one for the team for that
Yeah.
that entertainment. But man, they were so awesome. I absolutely love. The lucky rolls bring a completely different dynamic to the game. That I definitely enjoyed, and a lot of those rolls not only like cause them to get additional pressure, but also save their lives a lot of times. So.
Oh yeah, just getting
Cool.
the defensive between the eyes. I mean,
Oh yeah. Ruins of Lordaeron is an interesting map choice, and this was brought out by ABC. And I can only imagine that's going to mean that they're going for like a setup-oriented scenario.
probably be good at Hearthstone with all that. Like he's good at gambling, dude.
Oh
He's
my
got the
God.
RNG in his favor. He's ready to go.
The RNG can turn your back on you, though.
Yes, it can.
You have to be
Not if you're Pry.
RNG. I remember we used to talk about Ruins of Lordaeron, which is the map choice for this next game, and we used to call it Ruins of Hunteron, and it quickly lost that name because as time went on, it actually backfired on a lot of teams. It's not only like a map that allows these hunter teams to get good uptime, but it's also a map that makes them super vulnerable, especially to like getting their healer trained or CC'd.
I think it's just how hunters have changed over the years too, or hunter comps in general.
No, you're absolutely right. So that name kind of like went away, but going into that's still that whole notion that Ruins of Lordaeron can go either way still holds true. Just like dampening, like for example, if a team is just like dampening you deep into dampening, getting that attrition, that dampening can also work as like part of your CC chain and can benefit, the setup team. The setup team only needs one setup, one really successful setup to
and you'll never recover.
Yeah.
So
we will have to see here. Now, both teams do get 3 minutes there to think about their map choice, think about their composition choice, and wow, as I say that, Arms, Ellie, Resto Druid
okay,
from
so they're sticking with
Enjoy
the same
Legion.
thing.
Yeah, so they're gonna say same, and now it's up to ABC to figure out a comp that can potentially counter that, since it is their counter pick.
I can't imagine they're gonna play KFC.
I don't think that's happening again. I hope
If they do.
Man. Oh man, I have to say it's only on these EU tournament days that I scream my lungs out for all my neighbors are here at 8 o'clock in the morning. But I think it's absolutely worth it. The diversity that these teams show me is just so good.
Yeah.
Like in NA, we absolutely have our own meta and we have our own diversity. I mean, what is it like? The last tournament we saw literally every healer played, including a holy
we
priest.
have prot paladins, man.
Oh yeah,
We do. You know what we need though? We need outlaw rogues.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Okay,
need
there we
outlaw
go.
rogues, dude.
You know what?
RMP will be here to save the day, potentially from ABC on Ruins of Lordaeron. We shall see though. Maybe it goes dampening.
It is assassination fire.
The NA rogues aren't good enough to play outlaw.
Whoa,
Oh my gosh,
shots
calling
fired
out
from DIlly.
a lot of players right now.
My goodness.
Pry owned Pika. He owned my man Roasties. Took him both out. Pry is the legend, dude.
These are facts. These are true. No, I have
someone
to
clip
say,
this so I can link it to both of them. By
no, but like you absolutely can see both metas, evolving in their own ways for sure. But we're gonna be jumping into this next game very, very soon. Arms Ellie Resto Druid, otherwise known as Thundercleave, versus Assassination Fire Disc, otherwise known as RMP. So Assassination, if you're unfamiliar with the rogue class, is a much more consistent pressure out of the 3 specs. You don't really rely on RNG nearly as much as Outlaw, and it's not nearly as much control as Sub, but it does offer a lot of good, consistent pressure. And we're gonna have to wait and see how that turns out. I mean, looking at arms and elemental shamans, both of those classes are pretty tanky, and so that assassination consistent damage will definitely be put to the test. We got the queue for Ruins of Lordaeron.
Yep.
Here we go. I'm jumping right into it. I'm excited. I'm glad that it's on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Yeah,
Me too.
There we go. Mage Rogue. I know Enjoy Legion hates Mage Rogue, but man, I'd rather oh man, rather that than what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, watching Zeepai just kite Nixie around a pillar forever until 50% dampening is different. I'll give it that. It's unique. It's not something we see every day, but I have to say, it looks freaking helpless to ABC. It absolutely looked like it was a rough time for them. So that's what happens. You know, you talk about like game one matchups, you talk about compositions and blind picks in comparison. You know what your opponent is, you know what they traditionally play. Can you try to get counters? Risks like that occur, and you could just get completely annihilated. And the long games like that could cause tilt too, but probably not from ABC. Let's be honest, ABC. Yeah, no, I would be too.
I'd be so tilted I wouldn't be tilted anymore. I'd just go full 360 after that game. That was
you catch a second win mid-game? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, I caught it as the caster. I was so tilted that I'm untilted at this point. I mean, I'm ready for this Rogue Mage opener here. They don't have any CC going out. They're not going to be able to get that sap there. But I think they're going to hold that Vendetta. Probably going to wait to get that clean CC. They are really stopping this opener here. They go for the Dragon's Breath onto Looney and try to get the ring out there, but it gets stopped. So a little bit of that RMP opener is not too efficient over here. They are probably that Vendetta still going to get that trade with Ironbark there onto Knobber. So that's going to be really good. Or sorry, onto Zeepai. That name change over there. Not really getting too much damage onto them with that Vendetta. They're probably going to have to wait until later in the game to get more of that. I just feel they really weren't able to get a clean opener, and that really put them behind.
Yeah, I mean, Vendetta's going to be off cooldown for now 50 whole seconds, and they didn't even get wall there. Ironbark's coming back up in just 30 seconds, but a full polymorph does get landed, and Zeepai is on the run to try to play a little bit defensively. Nixie running in with the cloak, though, trying to get aggressive and trying to really punish Zeepai for holding on to that. Looney actually gets rooted up. He can't get in line of sight right now. Great job by them. He's going to go jump into that bear form, pop that artifact weapon, so Zeepai should be stabilized for now. But there's the full kidney shot. If there's any follow-up CC, this could be big, but Daisy Duke gets bashed up. Now Looney caught into that full blind. He's not even going to trinket it. He is going to drink it. He's going to stink it up, but Zeepai walls too. Maybe an overlap. That could be something that this RMP can cash in on later.
Oh, but they have that Vendetta coming up in 50 seconds, so there's the potential to maybe see that swap onto Looney or just get a bunch of pressure, just having no wall available and no trinket. As long as they get a clean sheep setup, I mean, they could get a ton of pressure onto Enjoy Legion here. They go for the DB, they hit both Prophecy and Looney with that, and now they're going to get that full sheep there. A lot of pressure going out onto Zeepai. They do get the Vanish Garrote onto him, trying to get some extra damage. Now following it up with the Cheap Shot, going for that follow-up half ring, but they overlap it with that half fear there. But there's the Vendetta coming out onto Zeepai, and using the Dwarf Racial actually to clear all the bleeds and the poisons from Nixie there. Really great job using that Racial to his advantage and getting the Ironbark now from Looney.
Yep, and he's constantly getting these elemental stuns on the Nixie and kiting him away, and I just absolutely love to see that coming out from him, just controlling the heck out of him. There we go, another Cloak of Shadows is going to prevent the Hex from going out. No wall available or Ironbark, and this Assassination Road's consistent pressure is paying dividends.
Ooh, they get a big deal off.
They did get the full sheep. This kidney shot is continuing to occur. And can they follow it up? Another polymorph into a half fear. This could be it for Zeepai. He's on the run. He's getting the heck away. He's got that kick. He's got the knockback. Is it going to be enough? Nixie right on top of Zeepai. Looney not caught in any CC, but Zeepai is so low. Daisy Duke desperately trying to get the damage out. A knockback onto the rogue into the whole full hex. Fantastic play by Zeepai, casting that hex in the face of death, and that's going to be enough time for Looney to keep his elemental shaman alive.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
And Looney also using that dispel as soon as they do that, and that just clears all the poisons as well as you know, the little extra dots from the fire mage, and that stops some of that damage there. But I mean, they're doing a really good job. And the big risk too is just with him having to play trinket, he can get DB sheep so easily, and it can set off those chains like we just saw. And now we have a full fear into a sheep. We do have that resell from Nixie, letting him get that Garrote into a full cheap shot onto Knobbers or onto Zeepai with that Vendetta being popped. And now there's a re-sheep. One more sheep. No, there's the Hang Control. He's dead. He's dead. There's the Ironbark. He's dead. Yeah, there's no way he lived after that point.
Dude, regardless of the Ironbark and everything, it just seemed like that's a much better matchup. That's a much better. Well, let's not say it's a much better matchup because honestly, that looked downright convincing for this RMP.
Yeah, that was super one-sided. The opener, a little bit shaky. Maybe they're trying to recover from the dampening they just experienced. And after that, they were just like, okay, we're ready to go. And they definitely cleaned up their game. Got so many solid setups. And like I said, it's really hard for the Druid having to play Trinket against that Fire Mage because eventually you just get DB sheeped and you can't do anything about it. But you can't play Relentless because there's the blind to deal with. So it's a lose-lose situation.
It's got to feel good as Nixie to go from like never being able to touch Z-Pi on his warrior forever to going to an assassination rogue that's like forcing more defensive cooldowns through defensive cooldowns like in his face. Like that's got to feel good. It's like, oh, I can't even touch this guy. And then to killing him is like, gods do bleed. That's got to feel so good. So that means that the series is tied up 1-1 now. So that means that this RMP of ABC needs to win. They need to win on their opponent's map choice and composition advantage.
I can think of why they didn't play that the first game, honestly, because we already saw Rogue Mage Priest.
I feel like it was 2 mind games and someone lost the mind games.
Yeah, ABC mind game themselves at that point. And then they're like,
see that a lot. Mind games are rough. On the blind pick, mind games are rough. Sometimes it's just it seems to be better for the blind pick mind games to just play safe.
I also didn't have my dampening goggles on. I did wear them for the last game and it worked. I'm just saying. Buy your GCD.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the Rogue Mage.
Buy your GCD net dampening goggles today. $9.99.99 free shipping. Anyways, the composition swap definitely helped there in the map choice. So, it is now Enjoy Legion's turn to pick a map, and they have a variety to pick from. So, DIlly Poo.
Let's take a look at what Enjoy Legion is capable of playing. I mean, we've seen Demon Hunt.
Tol'Viron. Great.
Tol'Viron.
Thanks, Toxic. Ruining it all for us.
Oh, man. Okay, so Enjoy Legion, obviously, his map choice is going to be Tol'Viron Arena. Very different than Ruins of Lordaeron. If you're unfamiliar with these map choices, Tol'Viron is basically as opposite as it gets to Ruins. Ruins is a much smaller map. Tol'Viron is a much larger map, and it makes complete sense for the compositions that Enjoy Legion has available to them. They're a much more spread out, wizard-based attrition team. Going up against ABC, which is a much more setup-oriented, mage warrior, mage rogue style, and apparently, like, what is it that they just played? KFC team. So Tol'Viron Arena is going to be a bit more difficult for a team that's setup-oriented to get aggressive and get in their face. Enjoy Legion, I can only imagine, is going to go back to like a bread-and-butter scenario of like Demo Ellie or Demo DK or something along those lines for a big map like Tol'Viron. I'd love to see Tol'Viron Arena get utilized with the ports, with the gateways, all that good stuff.
So do we think ABC sticks to their Rogue Mage, or do you think they try and swap it up in preparation?
There's no way they swap.
I think RMP is going to be their best bet for sure.
Yeah, it's such a safe overall composition.
They're taking their time though. They are taking their time there with their timer. So
I think Assassination's probably a good spec against whatever, Enjoy Legion normally play. Assassination has a really good throughput of damage, so they can bust through, and even when they don't have like that offensive cooldown, they can still get like defensive cooldowns and make efficient trades, which is the consistent pressure of Assassination. I think Fire is also a pretty standard choice. It's a bit better in mobility. Might stop the melee a little bit more on Frost, but I think Fire with like the DB sheep is just such a nice tool to have. Okay. Ooh, so we did get we're getting confirmation from the admin that Enjoy Legion might be slightly frustrated, and that's a big deal though. Honestly, like speaking like in a real scenario, being frustrated like that absolutely can affect your play. So they got to make sure that they keep a level head, keep their heads down, and stay focused. Because
that is 2 hours ago. Yeah. I mean, that's a classic.
So we're still here waiting on the composition from ABC. Now they do have 3 minutes to choose, and we do give team 3 minutes. They've got it. Toxic says they've got it, and he hasn't told us. DIlly distracted him. DIlly, it's your fault.
What?
Composition choice.
Are you serious? Like, how can you turn this on me?
Toxic says to ban him. Actually, Admin Toxic is the head admin today, so he has the power to ban DIlly. So goodbye,
All right.
DIlly. Sub BM Dis. So I was right. They were changing their comp. I'm just saying.
This is the first time
Wow.
you guys keep talking about this Thug Cleave. I haven't seen it yet, so this is the first time I get to see this Thug Cleave come out from. Actually, which team just locked in? The
ABC.
did.
They changed their comp, which you guys both said they wouldn't change it, but I was, my little intuition there, little beeps. My headphones, actually, the dampening headphones.
They seriously have a dartboard. ABC just has a dartboard, and they have all these comps. And
They have a dartboard.
and they're just like, all right, we'll pick this comp this game.
Yeah.
That'd be an awesome YouTube video after it's like, guys, we just won a GCD tournament and this is how we did it. And it shows like a compilation of them just throwing a dart at a dartboard for different compositions.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be more than impressive for sure.
Maybe it's a new tournament format. We make every team throw a dartboard for maps
Oh
and
my
compositions.
What
Individual classes.
It's about the slash roll. That's my jungle strat. You slash roll, you get 0 through 60, you kill the healer. 61 and up, you kill a DPS, dude. It's a good strat. It's very clean. That's what every team needs to do. Do a tournament like that, I would love it.
Oh boy.
What?
So now it's
Well,
Enjoy
yeah.
Legion's. It's Enjoy Legion's
You gotta
turn.
try it.
It's Enjoy Legion's turn to choose a composition, and they are gonna choose something that will do well against the Thug Cleave of ABC. And
That's rough, man. That's messed up, DIlly. I'm sorry about what Admin Toxic is saying to you in
I
chat.
know. It's hurting my feelings.
I'm sorry. Buddy.
Really though, I am excited to get into this next game. I
mean,
haven't seen
that is
Thug.
why.
I haven't seen Thug Cleave played yet, and I think Thug Cleave was actually played more in the EU region than it was in the NA region. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, there's only one Thug Cleave.
There we go.
Yeah.
And we get the traditional Demo Warlock Elemental Shaman Resto Druid from Enjoy Legion going up against the Rogue Hunter, and it's a Marksman Hunter, or it's a BM Hunter.
BM Hunter.
Discipline. So a lot of consistent pressure coming out from sub BM. Is this something where they're just like gonna tunnel down the Resto Druid? How do you think this is gonna play out?
Yeah, they're likely gonna tunnel down someone. I feel like all three targets are kind of viable for them. So it's mostly gonna just depend on the positioning they catch them out on. This comp just has so many consistent burst windows that really anyone anyone's open to be killed, basically.
Man, so that being said, I just want to point out that like both of these teams kind of have like their own strategies going into this game. From Enjoy Legion's perspective, I can only imagine that they're going to be trying to go for a later game, go for a game in which that they can like, kind of like run their opponent's or maybe even just like get through defensive cooldowns by like forcing this Thug Cleave like out of position or something along those lines, versus the Thug Cleave is going to be going for like a much more setup oriented, maybe even rush down strategy. So the clock is definitely going to be ticking in Enjoy Legion's favor in this next game. I can only assume, but dampening's a finicky thing, isn't it? It can definitely turn the tides.
Mm-hmm. Now we're
still waiting for the queue. What map is it going to be on again? It was a smaller map. Or no, it was Tol'Viron. It was the opposite.
Yes.
All right. So, Thug Cleave on Tol'Viron Arena. Now, I would like to also mention that BM Hunters, their uptime is really good because a lot of their damage is based off their pets.
Yes.
Right? So, Tol'Viron Arena, that might be a little bit easier for them to connect with the BM Hunter and sub-rogues. If you're unfamiliar with them, they have a lot of mechanics to be able to connect with their kill target, including one of the abilities that they use in their regular damage rotation does have a slight gap closer as well. So
slight. No, it is slight.
It's not that big.
It is 10 arrows now.
Shadow Step is way bigger, which they have that too, right? So
yeah,
they have those ways to continue to keep on their target here, but. This is Live Lord Looney. This is the Elemental God Zeepai. And this is Walrix, the Brainstormer. I mean, he gives NA players advice that win tournaments. Let's be real here. This team is ridiculously stacked. But ABC is also one of those teams that just surprise me every single time they play. And also have incredible synergy and really good abilities to brainstorm. Maybe brainstorm a little too much, as we saw in game number 1. But
yeah, they're definitely always very creative, I feel like.
All right, here we go. The gates have opened, and it looks like Walrix is immediately going to go ahead and try to get that gateway. Not sparing any time at all.
I feel like they can do a ton of damage onto Walrus, but also Looney if they can get a sap onto him. It looks like they're immediately just going to start tunneling Walrus, so he has the least mobility of anyone on the team, and they can do the most damage onto him, so I don't think he's a bad target whatsoever. So they're immediately going to open up onto him, putting the multiple cheap shots into him. But they don't really have any CC going on to Looney just because he's in a really safe position. Now we have that kidney. Full trap's going to come out there. He doesn't get the gateway at the trap. Okay, the gateway at the trap. Okay, unlucky there. So no follow-up CC, and it looks like Walrus mostly going to be safe. They're kind of swapping over to Z-Buy a little bit. Nope, now the damage is back onto Walrus. No CC is coming out by them again, but still those cheap shots. The BM Thug damage is actually really crazy onto Walrus. They've had to use the Iron Bark already, so Looney's kind of in this position where he's trying to keep his teammates up, but they don't even have CC going out. Now there's a full kidney. I don't think they have a trap to follow it up. They do have a blind out that. Yeah, there's a full blind. Yeah, there's the full blind. They should be. Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Wait, what? Hello? What the frick? He was at like 90% health the last time I took. I'm actually gonna go look at the stream and watch the delay. Oh man, it's too late. What actually just happened? That's actually unbelievable that he just got taken out like that. Was it actually the
fake heals for 1.5 million?
Oh my god.
Legion enjoyed.
Oh my god, unfreaking believable. That's crazy. So yeah, I was gonna mention like the hunter actually like was inside like the Fellward. Like Walrus is actually setting up like his Infernal stun, his Fellward stun, and just lining that all up onto the hunter. But because he wasn't caught, because his healer wasn't caught in any CC, he was perfectly fine with dealing with all that. But you know, when the stars do align and Z-Pi and Walrus are able to pump out something like that, that kind of spells the end for them.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
goodness.
So that was Enjoy Legion winning right there, and going back to their bread and butter composition of Elemental Demo Warlock, and just basically wiping a hunter off the face of the earth. Like I don't even know what to say in that regard. So there you have it.
You're gonna find his body at the end of the Tomb of Sargeras in the loot. He got deleted. Oh man. Wait, does anyone have an odd shot by the way? Because I actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2-1. It is 2-1 for Enjoy Legion currently. So.
All right, so that means Enjoy Legion is going to win on their map choice as well as their composition advantage. And then we're gonna go swap it back over out onto ABC. And so again, you know, it's all about like, you know, winning not just on your own composition advantage, but also winning on a scenario in which it's either a blind pick or your opponent's advantage. So at this point, ABC is going to have to win 2 in a row if they want to win, or if they want to win this entire series.
Yeah,
that's a rough.
I feel like
a rough position to be in.
I feel like they can just stay with the RMP.
Oh yeah, no, I think so too. I mean, we probably would see a very different series if we saw RMP for the first game, right? So, and right now, yeah, it's 2-1. Maybe just stick with their guns, stick with a composition that is capable of winning in every scenario. But Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map choice from ABC, immediately bringing it to someplace smaller. So regardless of if ABC wins right here, and we're going into the next game, it is going to be, you know, the composition advantage of Enjoy Legion again on match point. Tol'Viron Arena is out of the pool, regardless. It can't be played twice. So they do have that going for them as well.
I feel like that's a rough game to lose, just like that.
Yeah.
Because they had that awkward opener where the trap got eaten by the...
I'm actually blown away by that scenario. Like, was it as crazy and as fast as we think? Because I swear, the last time I glanced over on that side of the screen, he was at like 80% health.
Yeah, I think I was on the Shaman at the time, like observing, and all of a sudden he was just dead. And I was like, did I mess up? Did I miss something here? Because you know,
I thought he just slash AFK'd and feigned death or something. Like had a feigned death AFK macro or something, and then I looked at the clip. Yeah.
So we're being told 170 to 45% and dead.
Yeah. I'm watching the clip now. He actually was like ping ponging there for a little while, so he was taking a bunch of pressure for a bit. But I was completely like, you know, I saw his healer wasn't in any CC. I thought he was completely fine. No, I mean like when you have Z-Pi and Walrus in the arena together, shit like that happens.
Yeah,
my French.
Yeah. Oh, just waiting now for.
I like the standing on the gateway though. That's genius.
Comp for
Standing on the gateway. Oh my god.
It is the trap.
Oh, okay. We got a composition coming in here. So Dalaran Sewers is the map choice. And I'm trying to make sure. So this is the composition of
Enjoy Legion. It should be
Enjoy Legion. So it's TSG for Enjoy Legion. Running with that TSG. Was it Enjoy Legion that beat Northern Blue with
that was
TSG?
That was Cervantes'
oh, okay.
TSG.
So ARM, but still.
But that was
TSG
when they were still playing
rough.
the RMD though, not the RMP. I think.
Oh boy, right. Zico's happy about this.
Okay, so we have the Arms Unholy Resto
dude.
Druid versus Assassination Arcane Discipline. And the first thing that I think of when I see Assassination Arcane is, who cares if you have CC or not? You have an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
For real though, like if all they need is just maybe like a blind or a stun for a go, and they're able to pump out a crazy amount of damage very quickly, and that could be what they need to take out a TSG. Because if you're unfamiliar with TSG, it means Arms Warrior, Death Knight of a various spec, which could be an Unholy. In this case, it is Unholy. Healer, in this case, Restoration Druid. They're very tanky. You know, both the Warrior and the DK are very tanky. So with Assassination Arcane, you're gonna have a lot of damage to punch right through that wall of defense.
Oh yeah, for sure. And they can kite so well too. Arcane Mages, you don't really see them. You don't see them going as much for the CC setups. Because usually as Arcane Mage, if you have to blink in to get your CC, you're kind of like wasting your mobility. Whereas you could just never be a kill target and just wait to get off that big burst of damage, which I think is how they're going to be playing this matchup. Especially because they have that Disc Priest, they can make the games go on longer for them. Especially with the Strength of Soul versus both melee, so I think it's a smart choice.
Yep, and here we go. I can only imagine that they're going to just run at Daisy Duke to try to negate some of this damage, try to stop those Mark of Balloonith's casts that are relatively long. But with those blinks that Daisy Duke, aka Alec, is going to have throughout this match, it's going to be pretty difficult for these guys to really connect. They have, you know, Heroic Leap, they have that charge stun from Frosty, they have the Death Grip as well, but they got a lot of tools that they need to get through. So let's see how this pans out. I feel like the advantage is definitely in favor of the Assassination Rogue here, but it's all about how they execute it, right? Like in theory, this strategy should be enough to take down one of these tanky classes, but is it something that they're actually able to make the stars align and make happen?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see a standard opener. Just looks like they're going to be focusing the DK here. They have some cheap shots going on onto him. Not going to use that Kinney yet. They are holding on to all their damage with the Mark of Balloonid. And we see a double fear being used by that TSG there, hitting both Nixie and Doge Priest there. Using that Sharpened Blade, pressuring Daisy Duke up a little bit, just making him kite out a little bit, but Enjoy Legion isn't going to be getting too much pressure here. Now there's that Arcane Power being popped. Looks like they're going to try to get some offensive pressure. They have that AMS being used immediately, though, by the Death Knight on Enjoy Legion. Now Nixie's put it in that full asphyxiate, and they're really just not getting too much pressure here. I mean, that was pretty much a wasted offensive cooldown. The Vendetta finally gets used onto the DK here, but I mean, they used the Arcane Power and didn't really get anything with that. And now they're just trading out safely with that Iron Bar. So ABC looking to be a little bit behind here. Now they're swapping onto Frosty though, have him at about 40% HP. So much Arcane Mage damage coming out there. Did he even get the Mark of Balloonith? I don't even think he did. He just started tab targeting to him and just started
some
chunking
procs.
him. Yeah,
he got the procs and made it happen. Bash going out on the Nix. He's going to go ahead and trinket that immediately. Put Looney in a full kidney shot, but Daisy Duke's got his hands full. He can't really follow that up right now. He's just continuing to light people up. He's got the Temporal Shield up, which is going to heal him up quite nicely here, but both these double melee are feeling the pressure of this Arcane Mage for sure. Sharpen goes out onto Daisy. He's nice at half health, but he's going to catch a huge shield, which should keep him completely fine right now. And it just looks like this Arcane Mage is just cleaving these double melee whenever he can.
Yeah, he's just spamming his AoE when both melee are on top of him, and they have the Assassination Rogue Bleeds and Poisons on both of the melee. And it's actually making it hard for Looney to heal through. But we can actually see that the Doge Priest has used so much of his mana. He's at about 50% mana at this point. Looney is at 80%, so I mean, they have such a huge advantage here. They're using these Fears here, getting a lot of pressure onto Daisy Duke here. And I mean, we see cheap shot subs going out onto Katsura, but nothing's really happening. I feel like ABC is just not able to do too much with this Arcane Mage.
No, I agree. I mean, we saw the blind earlier, just getting traded up for that trinket immediately, and as long as that's the only real big CC that hits Looney, he can just continue to trade that up over and over and over again. Here's Avatar going out on the Daisy Duke. In retaliation, he's going to go ahead and temporal shield. It's going to pop. It's going to heal him for just a little bit, and this double melee is getting cleaved over and over and over again, but Doge Priest is the one who's on the back foot with mana.
Yeah,
Daisy Duke actually getting stunned. This might be the block. That's another ice block. So regardless of this, the health bars for this TSG, it's really the mana pools that are going to be key going deeper into dampening. Nixie now trying to peel maybe this double melee.
Immediately getting this drink there too. He knows exactly what you were saying, that it is going to be, definitely mana is going to be very important in this matchup. So he's just getting this full drink right now, and he knows that Frosty's not going to take any pressure. They know there's no more Vendetta, and the Arcane Mage really isn't going to get any damage. He can't really free cast. He has both these melee that have strong uptime onto him, especially with the DK kind of just gripping him back whenever he wants to do anything. But they actually catch Looney in that full sheep there. This might be a window where they can get some damage going here, but Looney's going to break out of that sheep, going to use his trinket there. They have to maybe kite until the next time they have a full blind, but it just seems so scary for DC Duke here, especially not having that block available.
No, I absolutely agree. Frosty getting dipped down here. He's got to be a little bit careful. He's got that die by the sword available to him, but I think the timer is running out on this RMP. They need to make something happen. A triple fear from Frosty is gonna land. Dodge Priest still in that for just a few more seconds. Daisy Duke gonna trade up the temporal shield, but a stun on the Frosty. No trinket available to him. He can't die by the sword in this. Frosty's in a lot of trouble here in the middle of the map. Nixie though pulling back, trying to CC Looney instead of pump the damage through. And regardless of getting that low, Frosty actually didn't even die by the sword here because he knows that Nixie wasn't even there. So it would just be the damage reduction, which isn't a whole lot. Nixie,
he's actually going to go down. Frosty's so low, 90% AP. He has that full kidney on him. They don't have the Vendetta up yet, but he's just so low. He had to use that Rallying Cry on himself, trying to keep himself barely alive, and now that Vendetta is being used, they don't have that Iron Bark available. Frosty's so low, they just need to get anything onto Looney. Their retail has been used. He has nothing left, but he does finally get topped off. So, I mean, if they can just get any CC onto Looney, I'm sure they could just punch through all of these defensive cooldowns being used. There's the full kidney onto Looney. Daisy Duke most likely not going to get a full sheep off that, but they will potentially go for that fear. He is casting that Mark of Illuminus though, trying to get that damage onto the Death Knight. They do force the AMZ, and that's going to keep him relatively safe here.
No, yeah, the key that we were looking at was like Doge Priest's mana, so we needed the cooldowns out from this TSG, and they got him. No die by the sword, no Rallying Cry, no Iron Bark for at least 10 more seconds here. So if they can make something happen very, very soon, this could be it. Looney actually looking for a clone. He stops up Nixie. That's going to stop some momentum in favor, and now he's going to have that Iron Bark up in just 3 seconds, as well as his trinket at about 5. So Daisy Duke, they had a window of opportunity to maybe land a kill there, but they need to continue to force these defensive cooldowns because they're absolutely not going to be able to get too far into dampening with the mana pool that is Doge Priest right now. Full stun goes out into Doge Priest. He's going to go ahead and trade up that pain suppression immediately, and 1% dampening hits, and he cannot continue to do this much longer. His mana is getting closer and closer to just being completely tapped. There's the trinket on Looney though. He's going to just get rid of that blind immediately and he's going to be content to trade that cooldown for cooldown every time.
I think they need to maybe make a swap onto him without him having that trinket, waiting for that Vendetta, and maybe give him the full kidney, but instead they're going to go into Frosty, give him that full kidney. There's the Vendetta, forcing that Iron Bark from Looney out there, and Frosty should be relatively safe here. They have some pressure going out onto the Death Knight as well, but that's just going to get the AMZ. Daisy Duke is popping that Arcane Power, trying to get that Arcane Mage first, and just not doing anything. They're just shutting him down so hard, putting that duel onto him, just making sure that there's no extra damage coming out here. Looney's looking to get in position to get a drink here, and I think Doge Priest is starting to recover a little bit on mana. He was purging a lot more offensively earlier in the game, and now maybe he's just realizing he needs to be a lot more conservative, just try to realize he can just keep his teammates up just using, you know, those power word shields, especially with that Strength of Soul, because he just looked like he was being a little bit overly aggressive earlier.
Yeah, it's probably a big reason to why.
They're gonna get this full drink here though. They don't really have a way to stop this, and this is super bad. Now he's having to use a lot of his mana, trying to force Looney out of stealth, just trying to get him into this position where they can maybe get something going, but I mean, he just completely recovers. 100%. Yeah, that's full mana. They don't have anything going for them. They have a block up in a minute, but there's a double fear. Yeah, there's so much damage coming out here. He uses the temporal shield really high. He's trying to kite, trying to get those arcane missiles off. He actually gets locked out though by the pet, I believe, and now he's just not going to be able to keep kiting with all those blinks. And this is just such a bad position to be in for ABC. They're just not getting any pressure with their setups. I mean, I feel like the Arcane Mage really is backfiring for them in this map.
No, I definitely agree with you. Like, I think the Arcane Mage can pump out enough pressure to really make something happen in a short window of time, but they're just not getting the defensive cooldowns that they need. Now they're making a swap maybe onto Looney. There's the kidney shot. He's going to bark skin in retaliation. A cheap shot into a Garrote to follow it up. AMZ fantastically placed by the DK of Enjoy Legion is going to prevent a lot of that arcane damage onto him during that swap, but Nixie is not giving up on this swap just yet. He's going to try to get an Iron Bark, and Looney is going to get the heck out of there with this artifact power and keep himself completely fine for now. AMS actually being forced out of the DK as well, and Daisy Duke is just kiting for his life. This is his offensive cooldown, 15% dampening. If Doge Priest can really just continue this onslaught, maybe this could be the kill onto the DK. Full kidney shot. He uses the Iron Bark before that. He has no AMS available as well. And a whole bunch of pressure going out onto this DK. Maybe they can land something right here, right now. It's 17% dampening. Looney, though, without a trinket, if they have any CC to follow it up, this could be the kill that they need. We talk about dampening with attrition-based compositions, but it can absolutely go in favor of the setup composition in just one setup, and they need to make it happen. Doge Priest has nothing left.
Yeah, there's that full kidney onto Looney. Doesn't look like they're putting any damage onto him, but Daisy Duke really can never push in for these Chiefs. He only has this one school to cast from as the Arcane Mage, and it's going to put him really far behind. But now DK's so low, gets to 10% HP. They're trying to do what they can to top him. I believe they have the Iron Bark coming out very, very soon. Looney's trying to do what he can to keep him alive. Yeah, so he has 16 seconds on that. They have that half fear there, but he is in bear form, so we're not going to see any Chiefs onto Looney, and without that CC, it's going to put them so behind, even though they have these powerful setups happening, and that's where I feel the Arcane Mage ends up being just this bad pick, whereas as Fire, I feel like they would have been in a really good position at this point in the game. Now they have that kidney going onto Looney. He is in bear form for that kidney. They're not going to be able to get any follow-up CC or any pressure onto him, and now Looney's just going to safely blink away, but he's actually low on mana too. He's already back down to 22% mana after getting that full drink earlier, and Doge Priest has been keeping his team alive with pretty much no mana for such a long time, just playing that Trinity Castigation spec just to do some damage to get that extra healing, and now Frosty's getting pressured here. They put the Vendetta onto the Death Knight as well, and they're going to immediately break that AMS. It actually broke immediately just because of high dampening and arcane power. Frosty's super low here. Now there's the kidney onto Looney. Both targets on Enjoy Legion are rotting here. There's the Mark of Lunith onto Frosty. He has nothing left. He could go down. There's the double fear. He uses the Rallying Cry, trying to keep himself alive. 10% HP. Looney breaks out of the CC, trying to do what he can to top his teammates. He's barely keeping them up. But yeah, they got the Ice Block there, but I mean, now both healers are tapped. Doge Priest has been keeping his team up with them tapped, but it feels like Enjoy Legion are the ones that are falling super far behind. They have to kill Daisy too at this moment.
Z-axis grip.
Yeah, the Z-axis grip, and there's that full kidney onto the Death Knight. There's the cheap shot onto Looney. This surely will be the game. They don't have any follow-up CC, but he won't be able to heal this. He leaves the game. Wait, no, that was the MC, sorry.
He mind controlled them, but it doesn't matter. That gave them enough time to get the damage in that short window of opportunity. The 30% dampening, if you just get a little bit of a mind control out, that's all that you really need in that scenario, and that's going to do it. Regardless of Doge Priest just being completely tapped and the consistent pressure of the CHD, they're going to tie it up 2-2. Unbelievable. This
it actually looked like he left the game because he MC'd like as the cheap shot ended, so it just looks like the cheap shot debuff didn't leave. Like, it looks like when you just AFK out and it still shows the CC. I was like, oh, is that a rage quit?
He just left the game.
Yeah, I just thought you just rage quit there.
I have to say, I gotta give it to the Disc Priest. He was able to keep his team up, aggressive, and a big reason to that, I think, is because they actually were able to force, the double melee defensive. Like when they get really, really low like that, when you get deep into dampening like that, not only are you going to be able to, keep them low, but that's going to force their positioning a lot less aggressive. And I think that's a big reason to why Daisy Duke took less damage and why Doge Priest was able to heal through that, other than just being a god. That was really, really good.
I mean, the main thing is Strength of Soul. We already know it's super mana efficient, but he was only going I feel like, when he was just going offensive with those purges, because they realized he didn't have as much CC, so he was trying to go very offensive, purging a lot. But he's also really mana efficient as well, because he's playing that Trinity Castigation spec, where you kind of have to do a little bit more damage to heal. You don't have that atonement applied by your power radiances and your shields, but you have to manually apply it with Plea. But a lot of priests will play that in a lot of these dampening games, and that is pretty much what lets him be so mana efficient, just because he's healing, just putting up those shields, and then he just does damage, and all that is just super, super mana efficient, especially against a comp like TSG.
Yeah.
Yep, it's 2-2 now. That means going into game 5, we might not necessarily see a specialized comp like Assassination Arcane, because they're going to have to lock in first.
Yeah.
They have to lock in and announce it to their opposing team. And this is why we talk about how important it is when you win on the Grand Arena. That means that you are going to end up winning, or going to end up on match point with a composition and map choice. So this is why it's so important to win in the Grand Arena, and Enjoy Legion has that advantage. Let's see if they can actually utilize it. I can only imagine ABC is going to be locking in a Rogue Mage.
They should go fire.
Priest.
Yeah, they should go fire. I mean, I don't see why they would not do that. I don't see what answer they have potentially to Rogue Mage Priest if they think that they're going to counter pick them with something. Maybe they're just trying to tilt Enjoy Legion. maybe ABC's playing this dangerous game here, making sure they've lost to every spec of Rogue Mage.
Yeah,
they lost to the Fire Assass. They lost to the Arcane Assass. I think Frost Outlaw. Now I think they need to lose to the Fire Outlaw. That's what we're gonna see in the last game.
The Fire Outlaw. I don't know about Outlaw. I would love to see some more Outlaw though.
Yeah, that was really exciting there for
I'm
Pride.
fiending for the Outlaw now.
So just as a reminder, each team does get 3 minutes to choose either a map or a composition, and right now we were waiting for the map choice. They have 3 minutes to choose, and they are gonna take all 3 minutes, I think, because this is 2-2 all tied up in the losers bracket, and whoever wins this moves on to get some points, and whoever loses, they're out. They're done. That's the rest of the tournament for them. So we're going to let each team take some time, and I'd like to shout out this quick sub that just happened. Zorbrix, thank you so much for the 3-month sub. He puts a heart in the chat. You own, dude. Hope you're enjoying the tournament. And, man, what kind of maps are we think we're looking at here? Like, what do you think is going to come out?
It's Enjoy Legion. We no longer have Tol'Viron Arena. I mean, if they're gonna run with like a Warlock, maybe a Z-Axis like Blade's Edge could be good, but maybe something along the lines of like, I don't know, Ashamane, something a little bit bigger.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear. Toxic says he's waiting to hear our thoughts before we choose a map. So
I'm assuming something bigger. I'm assuming Enjoy Legion is gonna not play something super risky.
I'm going small.
In which case,
I'm going small. Small map, tiny map.
Anytime Toxic is saying that, it's a trap. Like I'm
I
wanting
know.
them to play the fire. I want them to play the Fire Assass, and they're just gonna play like Thug or something, or they're just
but what map is it? That's the real question. That because Toxic doesn't want to share with us until we all give our info, our thoughts on what map it would be, which leads me to believe that he's like trolling me. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Ashamane's, but like now that he's saying like I want to hear your thoughts first because he's always doing this to troll us, man.
Yeah,
he's like,
you think it's gonna be Ashmane's, and then they're gonna do like Black Rook hold.
I think Black Rook. No, I actually think Black Rook. Dilly,
Black Rook could be good.
Dilly, you gotta go.
He said Ashamane's.
I gave you guys 2 picks, so I mean, let me think of the third. what other maps are left?
Blades.
Blades.
Yeah.
Tempo map then.
Tempo map.
Yeah.
Tempo map. I mean, I chose Ashamane's.
Good job. Oh, yeah. I see he's trying to mind game us, dude.
Yeah, you mind game us because I gave you the idea of Ashmane's, and then I gave you the Black Rook idea, and then I came up with the like. You're actually an evil person, Toxic. I'm tired of you.
Oh my God, Ashamane's Fall. So I can only assume that Enjoy Legion is going to be, running a comp that is, a bit more common to what they normally play. Very like Demonology Warlock, Elemental Shaman, or something along those lines. Something that they're really, really comfortable on because it's the larger map of the 3 choices. My assumption. But first, before they lock in their choice, because they do have that composition advantage, they first get to hear the composition choice of their opponents first. So a lot of times what people can do or what teams can do is they can say, oh, we're going to choose like X map, and this is going to tell them this. So, for example, in this scenario, Enjoy Legion chooses Ashamane's Fall. ABC would be perfectly safe to assume, or not safe, but perfectly fair to assume, oh, they're going to run like something like they normally run. They're going to run like Elemental Demo. And then they bring out something crazy because like you can play mind games with the map choice too. There's so many mind games that go into this draft mode. It's pretty crazy. Oh my gosh, we got a capital LOL from our admin. We're just like all sitting here staring at our chat log waiting for him to tell us what it is. This is a big deal. This is 2-2 right now. This is the lower bracket. This is some of the best teams in the tournament are in the lower bracket. And the winner of this goes on to face KFC Managers tomorrow.
Yep.
This is a huge deal.
Giant deal. And while we wait for the composition, I would just like to shout out one more time our Matcherino page, which you can use the code GCDEU and contribute $1 to the prize pool for free, no cost to you, GCDEU, and you'll be able to use that towards our prize pool. And dude, we are so close to our goal of $1,200. And at the 1,200 mark, we have a team interview, a winners interview, which if you've listened to them in the past, they're hilarious, they're awesome, and it's good to hear some insight from the team that just won. And we've never had one in the European region, so I would love to get one right now first.
Absolutely. Okay, so we do have the first comp locked in by ABC. It's going to be the sub BM Discipline Priest.
Oh my. Wow.
So they're bringing it back out. I mean, the first time they brought it out, to be fair, when
to be fair, they did
last time.
Yeah.
They just got annihilated by like a one shot. They didn't rotate their defensive, so it was not a fair. It's not a fair sample of like what that matchup could be like.
Yeah, I just feel like they look so good when they're playing the RMP that it's sort of confusing when they don't play it. I mean, not that they can't do well with the Thug. It just seems, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I feel like they're changing it up and mind gaming themselves at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely a bit more risky, like I said.
Because like it's also an alt comp from them too. It's like it is Kara just playing an alt. Whereas when they are playing the RMP, that's a relatively.
That's main team for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, even if they have more than one main team, which is not super traditional, but I'd say the level of play that these guys bring out on the Warrior Mage and their RMP is both really, really high. So going into this final game of this best of 5 series, we are going to get the Thug Cleave locked in, and in retaliation, we're going to have to wait and see what Enjoy Legion now, just because they got lit up and like completely destroyed very quickly without using defensive cooldowns doesn't really tell the full story of what this matchup could be like, but that also doesn't give a lot of information to Enjoy Legion to whether or not the composition they were playing did advantage them. Mm-hmm. So they might also change it up from the last time ABC chose this composition as well. So we're going to have to wait and see. It is going to be on, and they're utilizing every single second of this delay. And there's a lot of communication between the admin and the players that needs to occur. It's not just a very linear, like this is exactly how much time goes by. Obviously, there's some buffer time. And so they're going to wait to the very last second, rightfully so. It's game point, and this is the lower bracket. If I was in their position, I would do nothing but what they're doing right now. I would take my time and I would really figure out what is the best way to get through this.
Yeah, because I mean we're coming down to the final stretch here for the Road to BlizzCon comps. I mean we're almost halfway. I think we kind of are halfway through, and I mean both these teams have points, but you don't just want points to just make. You don't just want to make the European regionals if you're a team seriously considering BlizzCon. You want to have enough points that way you're seated higher at the tournament, because you know what, you want the best advantage you can going into the regional championship and going into BlizzCon there, because I mean the end goal is to win BlizzCon here for these teams.
None of these teams even care about regionals. Like you can tell every single one of them wants it, because they're always having all these multiple comps picked. And it's not like there's someone just playing like, let's just try to get your regionals together, guys, and just have a good time. Everyone's trying to win BlizzCon. Everyone's super competitive.
Yeah, they're not even. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the things last year were just like, I just want to get to regionals and hang out, just like you said, DIlly. But everyone right now are like, swapping their rosters and solidifying things to a point where they can see themselves being a top contender, and that's why you see different results every single tournament. That's why you see like. Enjoy Legion got first in the first NA or the EU or Blizzard Cup, then got first in the GCD tournament. And since then, other teams have been stepping it up, and like the balance has changed, and other teams are adapting. And then you get people like the boys coming out of nowhere, getting a first place and getting 160 points. So awesome to see. And those guys actually got knocked out a little bit earlier, right? Yeah. So this is a big deal. They actually got knocked out by ABC. Of all people. So there isn't a single team in this final 8 that I think isn't worthy of a first place.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean, I thought even our first offline games, any team could have taken it. It's just so crazy competitive here. So
I think ABC will do a lot better into this time. Like with the Thug Cleave. Oh wait, did we have someone leave?
Yeah, I think we might have to restart here.
Yep, looks like it.
All right, well, we know Ashamane's is the map. We know both comps here. Let's get predictions here. Who's going to win this? Who's going to move on to the tournament, and who's getting kicked out?
I don't know, man. Like Walrus. Okay, so we were talking a little bit about advantages of being
looked
on. Yeah,
Hey,
I don't know. Like this is the main classes and specs of everyone on the team of Enjoy Legion. Kara is playing an ult. There, that is a huge variable to consider when making, you know.
But it is a
prediction.
BM hunter.
But it is a BM hunter. No,
But it is a
fair.
BM. It is a BM hunter. I mean, I feel like they can be it seemed like they had so much pressure onto them that first game where it seemed more like a fluke loss when they died earlier.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
it was
definitely a fluke. So
in that opener, they got more defensive cooldowns than they popped offensively. They had an incredibly efficient trade, and if they continued like a similar momentum, it just didn't seem like Walrix was going to be able to really, maintain that long. Like he was out of defensives, his healer was out of trinkets, and he was out of mobility as well. And that was on Tol'Viron Arena of all places. This is not Tol'Viron. This is Ashamane's. It is smaller.
Yeah, and that's with them getting stopped on their CC chains anyways. Like they weren't able to get really clean CC setups. Like they were going on to Walrix and they didn't even have like perfect CC going on, like perfect, 3v1s or everything like that. And they're still just doing a ton of damage that was pretty much unhealable for Looney.
All right.
So we have finally gotten to the game.
Okay.
On Ashamane's. The nice beautiful waterfalls in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, is this where Nat Pagel's chilling? Or is it Nat Pagel? Yeah, it is. Nat Pagel's like in the corner over there fishing somewhere. But anyway, I get excited over weird things. It looks like Walrix is going to be running that Curse of Fragility. We saw that come out a couple games. Sometimes he plays it, sometimes
that's how I mean, that's how they get that burst kill. You get the Thay heals Curse of Fragility, and it just takes their HP, and then the Thay heals hits you, and you get exploded, and you just die with the Earth Shock in the forward. That's how you get the gives.
I mean, yeah, we saw the Infernal stun into the Fellward stun into an Elemental stun inside the Fellward for another sweep, and it was a crazy amount of damage. Not to mention Falcules. It's just its own category. So here we go. The gates have opened, and it looks like both the DPS and the opposite sides are just running and different sides of the map. Nixie's going to come out onto Walrix immediately and just get this thing going. I love that. There's the cheap shot going out onto Walrix. Already down to half health immediately. This is a lot of damage, but not a lot of cooldowns.
They just used the Shadow Blades. And now they have the Blades.
Now here's Wrath. And they're actually making a swap onto Zeepai. He's going to get stunned up and knock back Nixie for now. He's going to use the wall, but the follow-up fear. Looney not running that trinket is going to have to sit this full. Another cheap shot to follow it up. Zeepai has no more wall into a triple DR cheap shot. He's not able to heal himself through this, but Walrix being able to free cast is a scary thing. Curse of Fragility is going to be popped. They're going to swap over onto him to just kind of stop the momentum into another cheap shot. He hasn't popped that wall just yet. No Iron Bark available for just a second. It is now, but Walrix gates away. Is Looney going to have to use it? He gets kidney full on his pass.
Full trap. He's playing Relentless too. You want to have a trinket out of this, and they have a full blind available. If they can get a resap off this into that full blind, it's possible Walrix just dies through the CC chain. They go for that half step, don't get it, go for the DR cheap shot. Into the full blind, and now, oh wait, is that a trinket?
Break?
No, I think it broke. No, I think it broke. He's playing Relentless, and now they're still having so much unhealable damage on their Walrix, who's at 30% HP, has to gateway away, trying to kite away from these BM Hunter pets, but he's still just getting chunked incredibly hard here, and ABC has non-stop pressure this entire game.
They got to keep this momentum up, though, because as soon as this momentum swings out of their favor, you could get huge damage from Walrix, like we saw earlier. Falcules is still available to him. There's a stun on the Zeepai. He's got a trinket available to him, but no wall, so he just holds on to it. Iron Bark gets popped, but a full kidney shot goes out onto Looney into the full trap. They're trying to just bump through this. This is Falcules, and this is Curse of Fragility. They're trying to force this Thug Cleave defensive, but it looks like Doge Priest is doing a fantastic job staying in the game and using that human trinket to get out of that stun. Zeepai still at relatively low health, but now he has that wall available to him to rotate for the next go. Elemental stun gets shot at Kara on that Hunter, and Looney and Zeepai are just constantly rotating their position to force this Thug Cleave to really overextend to continue to maintain this pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Now we have a Wyvern getting that solo CC full Wyvern onto Looney into that half trap, and now we have the Chief just going out to Walrix. He really has nothing left. He doesn't have that wall available for himself. Then he get the triple DR sat there into that DR Kidney onto Looney there. They don't have a fear to follow it up, I believe. They went for the mind control instead, and that got sheared by Zeepai. So really quick reaction time by him. But now Zeepai is being swapped too. They have the triple cheap shots going on to him. A lot of damage is coming out. And now the aspect of the wild is being popped. That's a lot of burst damage from that BM Hunter there, but he actually isn't going to be chaining that with that Bestial Wrath. Oh, he's going to pop it now. Getting a ton of burst damage onto Zeepai here. He's going to fit 40% HP. He's getting chunked down, but the Hunter still he's in a good amount of trouble. He doesn't have any more trinkets left. He has his deterrence available, but there's potential for them to get a very strong CC chain onto him and kill him. But now there's that trap full onto Looney. Walrix is the one being swapped to. The Iron Bark was just used. There's the half sap out of the trap there. Walrix is relatively safe here, even through this whole CC chain, just because of his great kiting patterns from him. Just running around the pillars, getting away, porting away, just keeping himself safe even when they're getting these strong CC chains.
Yep, and he's still dipping down. He's got that wall back in just 5 short seconds, so he should be okay. And the Walrix as well as Zeepai are utilizing these gateways, utilizing their mobility in such a great way. But here's the cheap shot into Zeepai. He's dipping so low. He's going to catch a defensive cooldown. He's going to go ahead and use his wall as well. Full kidney into full trap, and Zeepai is on the run. Does he have the gateway available to him? It doesn't look like it just yet. There it is. There's the gateway, the full fear in the back.
Oh, he can't face the gate, though.
Completely alone. The knock onto Nixie Rogue, getting him off. Zeepai catches 1 heal on himself, and he does heal himself more as an elemental shaman. The mind control to follow it up, and Looney is in Africa. Doge Priest gets finally interrupted by Zeepai. Zeepai actually comes out and gets the shear on the mind control in the face of death. Now the swap onto Walrix as the full Werven lands. Walrix has that wall available to him, but he's going to hold on to it for now, and they're swapping the pressure over onto Karis. And there's the stun. He has a trinket available to him, but he's not going to press it just yet. Doge Priest still getting lower and lower on mana. He has to heal through this constant pressure. There's a super DR trap going out into Looney, into the fear. Walrix still taking a bunch of pressure into a cheap shot. He cannot wall through that. Looney has still running that relentless, can't trinket as well. There's the wall for Walrix, finally overlapping, however, with Iron Bark. That could be a big deal.
He's tapped. Doge Priest is tapped. He has no mana. We're going to dampening in 30 seconds. They do have that aspect of the Wild Burst coming up really soon, and they survived the Feller. If they can kind of turtle up, wait for a nice and clean setup, they have the potential to kill Walrix. He won't have armor, he won't have that wall available to himself, and it's going to be the maximum BM Hunter damage first here. Now we have that full Wyvern. They are popping the aspect of the wild. They have the Bestial Wrath. They go for the half trap. Do they have anything, a triple DR stat, maybe a fear? Not going to get any of those to follow up onto Looney, and he might be able to top Walrix here. He's at 70% HP. The crows are being used onto him. He's getting cheap shotted here, but he gets topped off by Looney right before the cheap shot even ends. I mean, this is such a bad position to be in for ABC. They need to end this game quickly.
Yeah, Nixie has nothing left, man, and he's just getting rotted down. 1% dampening finally ticks. Fear goes out onto Nixie. He's in such a bad position from this fear. Curse of Fragility gets popped. 2% dampening at this point. No cloak, no vanish available, and Nixie is on the run, and Doge Priest desperately trying to keep him alive. They just swapped the damage onto Kara. 2% dampening into an elemental stun, and it doesn't matter whichever target they want to go on. There is nothing left, mana or cooldown-wise, for ABC. This is their tournament lives on the line. Full sap to follow it up. They need to turn it around onto Zeepai. Full kidney into the cheap shot. Can the sap get followed up? Doesn't look like it. Kara at a sliver of health is surely going to go down here. Faint death at the last second. Gets the debuff off of himself, and he finally goes down. Fighting to the very last breath. ABC Stugcleave is going to get knocked out by Enjoy Legion.
Yeah, both teams definitely played that well. I mean, that was the game we expected the Stugcleave to play the first game. They were getting very clean CC chains. I mean, Enjoy Legion just made sure really to make that priest run out of all his mana. Just did a great job, just really staying so defensive that entire game, and finally finding that kill window on them.
Yeah, so there you have it. Enjoy Legion barely escapes their lives to advance. That was almost their second turn in a row where they were out before they got points, but they advanced over ABC in such a close hype series, and well, that is it for today. But man, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. We start off the day with NG Blue versus Making a Movie Pry versus the boys of NG Blue. And man, I'm so excited for that series. And tomorrow we'll have Super T's and Dmachine casting. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to DIlly, but I want to thank you so much for casting today, both of you. It was a very long day, actually, one of our longer broadcasts, so I thank you guys both for sticking around and helping us out here. And I want to thank everybody in the chat for sticking around and watching, and PogChamping in the chat and donating to our Matcherino Fund. I appreciate all of you guys so much. And man, what a day. What a day.
We have 4 teams remaining, man. Northern Blue and Making a Movie in the upper bracket. Making a Movie is showing a strong, appearance here, running a different roster.
Yeah.
Chaz, Pry,
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
they were crazy.
Yeah, Chaz, Pry, Morrow, and Valet. I mean, that is a stacked roster, to say the very least, going against Northern Blue. You guys must know who Northern Blue is. If you've been watching these arena tournaments, you know Poike, you know Waz, you know Zuniaki, as well as...
Those are like the two most hyped players.
Raikou.
Waz and Raikou and Poike, they get super hyped in all their games, and then so does Pry. Pry's super full of energy.
That's going to be a super hype series. I can't wait to see. And the winner of that actually goes and locks into the finals. The loser has to face the winner of KFC Managers and Enjoy Legion. KFC Managers, we've been seeing like the Demon Hunter, the Boomkins. These guys bring a crazy amount of versatility that people just don't know how to deal with. Enjoy Legion being, you know, a very solid opponent. These guys, like I said earlier, aren't the team that you really ever want to face no matter what team you are. They are rough.
Actually,
so that's
KFC might
a heavyweight matchup.
KFC might want to face them because KFC has literally Enjoy Legions has been kind of their roadblock, and they beat them the last cup, and they were very confident in beating them. So I think Enjoy Legion's got to be a little worried here, right? I mean, they stir in the points place, but Enjoy Legion wants to win this thing, and they have KFC standing in the way, and that's going to be a crazy matchup of some Titans. And you know, I think KFC's pretty confident going into that because they've been looking for a comp to beat Enjoy Legion, and I think they have a few of them now. So, man.
That's very true. It's extremely true. You know, all of these teams, top tier heavyweights in the Final Four. I can't wait to tune in tomorrow. Well, I guess I'm actually going to be here, not tuning in. Tomorrow to see those. That's going to be, I got a front row seat with the inside scoop with the admins and everything. And that's the best place to be when it comes to WoW Esports. But I just want to make one quick shout out, which is just to all the people who have been getting more and more involved in competitive PvP in general. Like shout out to Technically PvP, to DD Rusty with the Wikipedia for WoW Esports, as well as the various all of you who are here watching now, telling your friends about these broadcasts, telling your friends about the Blizzard Cup that's happening, I believe on June 10th, and all of this awesome stuff that's occurring, as well as you know, hitting that donate button to the Matcherino because it's a free $1, and why not?
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to thank everybody here at GCD. So Toxic, our admin, Io, who is a backup admin today, Angie and Emmy, both handling everything in the chat and social media. Our social media game is really strong thanks to Angie, and everybody else behind the scenes. I mean, Toto, who helps us on occasion, and just like people do so much for GCD, and like we can never thank them enough. And it honestly is just the greatest thing in the world to have a team of people that, no matter what you ask of them, they do it to the best of their ability, and just do it because they love WoW Esports. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, same time, 6 CEST or 12 noon Eastern. And yeah, we're gonna have a crazy finals. I can't honestly predict who's gonna win it. Though I do have a slight suspicion that Making a Movie may see themselves in the finals. Little bold maybe, but like that new roster is crazy.
That's pretty bold, man.
That new roster is crazy. I
have to say one thing though, in the line of like a semifinals, when there's so much on the line and you got this many eyes watching you, when it comes down to it, consistency really does come out on top a lot of the time. So, and that's exactly what Northern Blue has been. They've been consistently placing over and over and over again, and they're hungry for those first place, man.
Yes,
they constantly are getting like top 4, constantly, but they're not getting that #1 spot, and that point jump is huge.
Yeah,
so they're gonna want it, dude.
All right, before we go, I'd just like to shout out our sponsors, Matcherino, for obviously offering this platform to crowdfund, Twitch for supporting us in everything, man. I mean, Twitch is the platform that we stream on. They are the platform that we watch all of our competitive WoW Esports on. We can't thank them enough for everything they do for us. Obviously, MSI for, you know, sponsoring some of the prize pool and sponsoring us. And I mean, just being a fan of WoW Esports, man. It's just so cool to work with people that actually love the WoW Esports scene. And obviously, Skillcraft, they've been in WoW for how long? I mean, forever, basically. They make such great guides, and they offer us such good content for, you know, people to learn and get into the PvP game. So we thank all of our sponsors so much, and we will see you guys bright and early for some of you, and for you EU viewers at a good time. David, I know it's bright and early for you. We appreciate you coming.
Oh yeah.
6 CEST or 12 noon. We see you all guys all there for the completion of this tournament, and we'll see who can take the EU June Clash. Thank you so much, guys. Good night.